Eric Bassler, Wash, Indiana, Senate District 39, 7 counties in southwest Indiana.
Ed Charbonneau, Senate District 5, all or parts of Porter, Pulaski, Stark, LaPorte, and Jasper counties.
Mark Messmer, Senate District 48, all of Pike and Warwick County, or Spencer counties, and then parts of DuBois, Warwick, Gibson, and Knox.
Senator Lennon.
Tim Lennon, Senate District 25, parts of Madison and Delaware County.
Senator Eddie Melton, Senate District 3, Gary, Maryville, Hobart, Crown Point, Lake Station, and New Chicago.
Senator Greg Taylor, Indianapolis.
Thank you. Now, Representative Leonard, Mr. Chairman, you want to announce your committee?
We have a question on the floor already. Representative Austin.
No, I'd just like to introduce myself. I'm Representative Terry Austin, House District 36.
We were getting to that, but that's... She's special on the House Rules Committee. Thank you. First of all, thank you all for coming, and thank you for the upcoming testimony that many of you are about to give. I think this is an issue that we need to vet as thoroughly as possible. So in following the Senate's lead, my name is Dan Leonard. I'm state representative for District 50, which includes all of Huntington County, a portion of Wells County, and a portion of Allen County. And I would like to also have my members, or the members of the House Rules Committee, introduce themselves. Mike, would you go ahead?
Mike Karakoff, State Representative, District 30, portions of Howard and Grant County.
Representative Sharon Nagel, District 13, all are parts of 8 counties. That would be Newton County, Jasper County, White County, Benton County, Warren County, Fountain County, Montgomery County, and Tippecanoe County.
Representative Austin, would you like to reiterate your introduction?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, President Bray. Representative Terry Austin, House District 36, Madison County, and Anderson.
Representative Delaney? Oh, that's right. You're not on the Rules Committee anymore. You're a previous member of the Rules Committee. Who else do we have? Representative Schmaltz, would you go ahead?
I'm Representative Benjamin Schmaltz, District 52 from Allen, DeKalb, and Steuben County.
Good morning. Ethan Manning, State Representative for District 23, Miami and Cass counties.
Jerry Torr from Carmel.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. By agreement with the pro tem in the Senate, who is the chairman of the Rules Committee over there, we will kind of share this meeting, so be prepared to hear from both of us. Senator Bray, would you like to take over?
Thank you. We will go ahead and have Representative Lehman do an introduction of the language. As I indicated, of course, we're here to take testimony. The one thing I would point out is Representative Lehman is preparing over there is that I want to make sure that the committee, we have some written remarks that have been submitted, one letter, and we want to make sure that everybody has that. Just a moment, Senator Lannon. So we want to make sure that everybody have that. If you don't have the one written remarks, please let us know, and we'll get that to you here very shortly. Senator Lannon, you had a question?
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like you to please clarify exactly what the process is we're going through here. Because, as you indicated in your opening remarks, this is highly unique. This is completely without my understanding or experience in how we would deal with legislation. And here we are. I've already received comments from people saying they'd like to have been here, except we are about ready to experience probably one of the most significant holidays of the year, and they're unable to attend. And I've seen the language. It came out Saturday, I guess it was Saturday morning, received this crucial language, impacts the entire state of Indiana, obviously, but in important ways. Health, education, commerce, how we do our business here as a legislature. And I'm quite frankly concerned about why are we straying from the usual process that we engage in. There's at least 3 standing committees that I can think this bill should be going through. And yet, what are we doing exactly? What are we doing? This is so important that I think it needs to be clarified. I suspect we're going to be suspending or asked to at some point suspend a bunch of rules. We are the Rules Committee. I think it's important we know exactly where we're headed on this.
So as I had indicated in my brief opening remarks, this is a a preliminary draft that, as you indicated, Senator Lana, that we put out there so that people could be able to look through it. It's important that we vet this process as best we can, and the idea is today we will take public comment as much as there is to take so that we can hear those thoughts, good, bad, or otherwise. And the idea, as we have already announced, is the potential for coming back into session next Monday, November the 29th, to consider this draft. But we could make changes to this language based on the comments and the discussion that we have here today. So as you might imagine, since it's not a bill, there will be no vote from either the House or the Senate Rules Committee today. It's just here to take public comment, so there won't be amendments to it either. Yes, Senator
Mr.
Lana.
Chairman, will this, whatever is ultimately drafted, a bill, I assume this is not a bill, will that bill be going through the standing usual committee process? Will there be second reading amendment opportunities? And why are we doing this when we're going to be coming back in a little over a month for our usual session? Why are we costing the taxpayers additional money to consider this when we are set, I believe, to start our regular session, January the 4th, I think is the date? I'm just wanting an explanation here. What is going on?
Well, Senator Lana, I've explained what's going on. If we hear this language and move forward with it on Monday, it would be necessary to suspend the general rules that we have for the timing. So the answer to that is yes, that is a possibility, but that is something we'll have to debate and decide as a body, both in the Senate and the House. Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of along those lines, Mr. Chairman. So today's public hearing is to hear from people who agree or disagree with the preliminary draft we have in front of us, correct? So as a member of this body, I find it somewhat disturbing that although being a member, having a right to vote on this, we will not have an opportunity, and correct me if I'm wrong if I say this wrong, we will not have an opportunity to offer any amendments to this preliminary draft.
That is incorrect. You're welcome to come in and suggest changes to it.
No, through the process that we're going through today.
Not at this committee hearing, no.
So what about Monday during the process in the Senate and the House?
Yeah, happy to discuss those between now and then, and obviously then as well.
No, I mean second reading amendments.
My understanding is that we would have an opportunity for second reading amendments. The time frame would be shortened or condensed so that we could move through the process in the day.
Okay, and last question. In regards to the preliminary draft that we have in front of us, what's this language that you are proposing, I guess is what you're doing. I'm not used to having committees on preliminary drafts. It's usually a bill. Was this language discussed with the governor's office?
I know that both the speaker and myself have had numerous conversations with the governor's office.
Okay, just you and the speaker?
Other people as well.
Okay. Were the members of the minority offered an opportunity to speak to the governor on this language? Are you open to that discussion?
Of course.
So the leadership could meet with you and Speaker Houston and the governor?
Would be pleased to meet with you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Bray. So I just want to ask a clarification question based on something you just said. Is it your anticipation that a final bill draft will be presented back to the Rules Committee next Monday, and we will meet and then vote the bill out of the Rules Committee before it then goes to the full body on the second floor, or for second reading?
It would
Is
not.
that how we're going to do it?
It would not necessarily come back before the body like this, a joint rules committee. No, it would not. It would be vetted through the House, and then it would be vetted through the Senate through its process.
Well, that's a bit unprecedented. We don't typically sidestep the committee, the voting out by committee to the full body on the for second reading. Can you help me to understand why you guys, or why there's a need to do this?
So Representative Austin, yeah, this is the point of this hearing today, is to have the comments and the discussion about the language, and I think that's a very important piece of it. If we move forward on Monday, then it would not necessarily go back in front of a committee and be voted out. That is a procedure that has been used on technical corrections day. Occasionally, it's been used on organizational day to move an idea forward, and as part of the suspension of the rules. But we, as a body, and the Senate, and as well as the House, would have to vote to do that. So let's go ahead. A lot of people are here to have testimony, so let's go ahead and have that. If Representative Lehman, if you would go ahead, please introduce the preliminary draft and the ideas that are in it, and then we'll begin to take testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have in front of you, I think it's preliminary draft 3651. I want to open by saying we are all in some very unfamiliar territory. I don't think anyone would have predicted we would be where we are at today a year and a half ago. These are unprecedented times. I'd also say that we're charting new territory because I think we always try to hinge on what has happened in the past. We try to look at expert testimony. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think there is such a thing right now. We don't have a past to look at when it comes to this topic. We don't have experts in this field. And so I think we have division. Even among the medical community, there's division. Among the business community, there's division. And it has become a very emotionally charged issue. And what I've tried to do with this draft and what we've tried to do with this is address two issues that in the middle of all this have come forth that desire some urgency. I'll talk about those. The first one is I'll call it the Medicaid issue. It was interesting. I was having a conversation with somebody from New Jersey, and they said, we're out of our state of emergency. Why are you still in a state of emergency? And I said, well, there's some things that hinge on that are to the healthcare world and such are important. And one last piece of that was this Medicaid issue. And initially we thought, well, there's a hit, but it's not going to be a huge hit. We can come out of this emergency and be okay. And then we find out the last, just basically days before org day, that's now a hundreds of millions of dollar potential hit. It pushes people off of, 250,000 people off of Medicaid. There needs to be a fix. That requires an urgency that we're here. There are three things within that Medicaid issue I want to touch on. One is the federal dollars that we get to help aid and of those programs, and that's where those hundreds of millions of dollars are at risk, including millions of dollars we'd call back from providers that have already been paid, and it would force people off of the program. I always said Indiana's a donor state. We send more to the federal government than comes back to us. And I'll say this: if we want to take some stand and say, well, that's just money we're willing to give up, I guarantee you, California, Illinois, New York, they'll gladly take Indiana Hoosier tax dollar money. The second thing within this is within the SNAP program. Under the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act, there was language in there that gave additional SNAP dollars to recipients that were eligible. That would end, and I think that is another issue we have to address. These are some of the meals for the most needy among us. Nothing in this bill allows them to make other changes to the program, just simply, again, capturing those that I would say are Hoosier tax dollars that are coming back to us. There's an end date on this piece. This ends on March 31st. It's tied to the feds making their decisions at that end. The third provision within the Medicaid fix is the vaccines. And this has created a lot of controversy among people. And that is allowing those families who choose to have their children vaccinated and are in need of, maybe don't have a pediatrician, maybe they don't have access to care like a lot of us do. They still would have access to these free clinics that they can go and get the vaccination. The language in the draft is very, very clear that this does not create a mandate or allow a mandate from the state to force the vaccine on any child. And two, it does say that in no way can they waive the parental rights that are currently there that say for a vaccine you have to have a parental acceptance. So I want to be very clear that there's no mandate for that vaccination. The second piece of this is around those vaccine mandates. As you know, the federal government came out and said, well, the president came out and said, we're going to have this mandate of vaccinations. I think that was immediately responded by the business community and others as, wait a minute, time out. Where's this going to go? We're in the middle of a supply line crisis. We're in the middle of an employment crisis. I can't afford to lose a single employee. Now I'm put in this box. And they began to turn and say, give us some guidance. What are some things we can do? OSHA has some language around exemptions and testing. And so we said, let's follow where the feds go and do something here for Indiana. And what we're really trying to find here is a balance between a business's right to manage their affairs. Every business here, if you're a business owner here, the last thing you come to us for and say is the government needs to be more involved in my business. We want to say businesses have a right to make their decisions. But then we also have an issue of the rights of the individual. I, as an employee, have rights. And those rights are some of the most closely held American rights. And that is my religion and my health. So that balance we have now between the business's right and the individual's right come to what you see in this bill. So this does allow businesses to continue to require a vaccine. That's their right. This also allows an individual to request and be granted an exemption for religious reasons, medical reasons, immunity reasons, and those are their rights. Too many have entered into this debate and want to determine eligibility. I've had businesses tell me, we will decide your religious eligibility. That goes contrary to what federal law has. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the EEOC, several of those state you have a right to your religious conscience. And a business should not be able to challenge that. Second is on the medical. We're trying to draft this very similar to what you see in Title I of the Americans with Disabilities Act and allowing these medical exemptions. So I don't think we're charting new ground. I think we're simply saying what we are putting in or trying to codify in the Indiana Code is what's already there in rule federally. And I've had a lot of businesses say, just give us some guidance. And I know people have said, well, we're coming back in January. It can wait till January. I'm telling you right now, I have people that are saying, I'm on the chopping block. I've worked there for 25 years, and I'm about to lose my job. This can't wait till January. I think we need to take this action now. The last thing is there's just a couple of other issues outside those two main pieces. One is nothing in this bill requires an employer to do anything. Right now, we do know the OSHA issue has been stayed in the courts. If none of that takes effect, nothing here says you have to do something. I've had employers say, you know what, I'm just going to wait and see what the feds do with the whole ruling. I'm not going to put any mandates in place. I'm not going to put testing in place. This bill says you can do exactly that. You're compelled to do nothing. It also allows employers to say, okay, I'm going to grant you these exemptions, but I am going to require testing. For the safety, you want to have a safety issue, you want to require testing. We say if you want to require testing, you can require testing, but no more than one time a week and at the expense, not at the expense of the employee. If I do all those things as the employee, you can take no adverse action against me. So I can't be fired for doing these things that this bill would allow me to have. And then second is, if I don't take those exemptions, I agree to the testing, and then fail to comply. I'm just not going to do it. You're requiring me to take the test. I'm just not going to do it. I don't want the exemptions. Then you can't take an adverse action. So we do give, again, the power of the employer to have, if we agree to something, you don't do it, I have a right to take action. Another piece of this is we do clarify some language around the vaccine passport. When we passed this bill in the last session, we talked about state and local governments, then it became an issue with universities, and I think we're just simply clarifying that this does include public education, including state institutions, and to be honest, the ones I've talked to are already complying with that. They're not making those requests anymore. That's a 30,000-foot view on this bill, and there's a lot of people with opinions and discussion. There'll be a lot of questions, but I want to end with this. As I said when I began, we're in uncharted territory. So for me to stand here and say I'm holding before you the perfect drafted bill to solve the problems, that is in error. This is a good bill, but I think we have to listen to what we hear today and make it a better bill. But I want to tell you, I think we are committed that we're protecting number one, to fix the Medicaid issue, and two, is to protect the individual liberties of the employees. And then the last thing all this is wrapped around is it brings us to the end of our state of emergency, which is it's due time for that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lehman. Senator Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions and a little clarity. You mentioned this is a bill, but the chairman said this is just a preliminary draft, so we're not in the formal bill state yet, correct?
That is correct. It's a draft.
All right. So at the end of your comments, you mentioned that, is this formally ending the governor's executive order?
The actual language here does not end that. Technically, the state of emergency ends on December 1st. That is how far it has been extended to this point. If this bill passes on the 29th, then it effectively says we've addressed the governor's concerns on ending this, and I would hope at that point the governor would also then would not extend the state of emergency. So nothing is complicit here that says if we do this, then the state of emergency ends. I think we are addressing the concerns the administration had and saying if you address these, then we will end the state of emergency.
So in this,
but I can't speak for the governor. In
this language, are we taking the governor's authority and giving it to the secretary, to Dr. Box, for example? Is that what's taking place here?
No, if you're referencing the language around the secretary and the waiver, I think it's just a procedural thing of who has to actually file that paperwork to make sure we comply with getting the federal dollars. I don't think it has to do with, I don't think that's taking anybody's authority away.
Do we know if we're going to have anyone from the administration or Dr. Box come and testify today?
I don't know. I don't know who signed up to testify.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Senator Bray. Representative Lehman, I want to call your attention to Section 7 of the bill. Can you clarify something for me? Did you personally consult with the governor's office in drafting this language?
I would say, did I personally sit down with the governor and discuss this language? No. I think the administration and our staff and others have been working on this for some time, is to try to find the right place to land on these exemptions.
So my question is, let me ask it again. Did you personally consult with the governor's office or his staff in drafting this language?
I did not personally.
Okay. Do you know which members of your staff consulted with the governor's office?
I would say it was a team effort. There were multiple people who've reached out and said we're going to work on a solution, including our colleagues across on the Senate were much involved in this and worked through these issues. And the governor's been very made aware of these before today.
And is he supportive of this language?
I can't speak for the governor. Do
you know of a public statement he has issued about this?
I think he's been, and again, I'm not his press secretary. I think he's been very cautious in saying, let the legislative branch do its work, and I'll see what they send me. I think if you take what he said when President Biden first announced these mandates, I think he took a stand and said he's opposed to mandates, and so I think this takes us down that same path.
I'm familiar with his statement on the president's mandate. I want to know what his position is on this language.
And you'd have to take that up with the governor's office.
Okay, and then a follow-up question, if I might?
Of course.
Thank you. So as you went through and explained the different sections of the bill, I guess I still have the question. What is it that justifies us corrupting the process and not having an actual bill, final bill draft, that we will actually vote out of committee from the Rules Committee before we actually bring it to the floor? I'm having a hard time understanding why the people of Indiana, the people who are here, the people back home in my district, in your district, don't deserve at least a preliminary view or peek at what the final version of a bill we will vote on before it ever hits the full body, why they don't deserve that. I cannot remember that that's ever happened. Even in technical corrections, which is usually a bipartisan effort, I don't understand why we are choosing to ignore a longstanding institutional rule and saying somebody's going to draft this language behind closed doors, they're going to bring it to the floor, and all 100 people are going to vote on it, yes or no. And, oh, there might be limited time, because we were told there would not be time for second reading amendments, and that it was going to be an up or down vote. I'm totally confused because I'm hearing 3 different stories from 5 different people.
Well, I'll address 2 things there. One is you mentioned the process, and I think the fact that we're here today, I don't think this is going to be a huge shift from what you see in this preliminary draft of the bill. We're going to take some nuances here and there, I agree. So I do think the public is going to be heard. They're going to have a right to look at where we're heading. But I am going to take exception with one thing, and that is why the urgency. And I think I'll be the first to admit, I think I was where you might have been, Representative Austin, until I got that call that said, I'm losing my job. And I sat there and thought, can I wait 30 more days and 20 more people lose their job and 50 more people lose their job? This is an issue where I think the employment community and the employees have said, you need to do something to wrap something around this to give us some guidance. So I don't know what the number is that we allow to get fired over this before we take action. But I think this is saying we're not charting new territory. I think we're doing what the federal law has allowed and adjudicated in other cases, and there'll be others that can maybe speak to that. But we're simply saying those freedoms that are granted under the federal rules, why are those not being adhered to on the state side? So if it needs to take state language to do that, we'll do that, and I think we need to do it sooner than later.
Let me just follow up and clarify something. I never said 30 days. Our Constitution calls for 3 separate days. I think we owe it to the people of Indiana to give this bill a full vetting. To me, it is arrogant to think that a small handful of people in this body can anticipate every unintended consequence that might affect the lives of 6 million Hoosiers and untold businesses, and that we cannot make a bill better. I think we deserve to give them the best that we've got. And to me, going through the 3 full readings, 3 full days is not, or even if we shorten it to 2 days, which we've done in the past, is not unreasonable. That is how we do business in Indiana, and that is how our laws are made.
I see a hand or 2 in the gallery. Let me just for the public that are here, if you want to testify, you're certainly welcome to do so and come up and fill out a form, and we will call your name as we go through. The public doesn't have an opportunity to ask questions of the people that are testifying, including Representative Lehman. But if you want to testify, make sure and come up, and we'll get you on the list to do so. Senator Lannon.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to have it clarified. Is there going to be somebody from the administration to speak on this bill? This impacts the executive branch's function, and it's implied here, because of the first 3 provisions, that the executive order is going to cease. And if that's the case, I would like to ask the question, I assume the executive order is going to come to an end because the governor or somebody in the governor's branch with authority has determined the pandemic is over? And if so, I would like to ask the question, what was the date at which the pandemic ended? Or if the pandemic is not ended, I presume then the executive order is coming to a halt because it's known with some certainty that the pandemic will end in the near future. And I'd like to know what is the date upon which the pandemic is going to end. Because otherwise, it's my understanding that if, quite frankly, the timing stinks. The COVID numbers are going up in the state of Indiana, including those of children. We are lagging behind in our vaccinations. Ever since the pandemic started, it's been known, it's scientific.
Senator Lannon, do you have a question?
Yes, I'd like to ask the question, what was the date at which the pandemic ended? And I'd also, well, no, I'll let you answer that question. You're not the administration, though. That was an administration decision. These are executive orders. Now, there's either been a behind-the-scenes agreement that the executive order is going to end. If that's so, I think
Senator
the
Lannon,
legislature's
let
entitled to
Representative
know
Lehman
what
answer
was-
the question.
Yeah, I mean, the question I think is geared towards the executive branch, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of the executive branch. So I don't know if anyone signed up to testify or not, but that is a question you need to direct to them.
Senator Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lehman, I have several questions for you, but you actually said something at the end of your answer Representative Austin's question. You are familiar with at-will employment?
Yes.
So you know that Indiana has at-will employment?
Yes.
Does this PD change that?
I would say it does not, because I would say even though we have an at-will employment, I'm not an employment lawyer, and I know maybe you are, sir, but,
So-
let me, can I finish my answer? Is we're an at-will, but there are still parameters around the at-will. I've talked to employers who've said, our lawyers are saying, stay away from challenging these exemptions because you're not on solid ground.
Yeah, there are exemptions, and those are civil rights exemptions. They have nothing to do with your employment status. So, so you said that you brought this and the timing of it because somebody said they were going to get fired. Fired for what?
Because they would not take the vaccination.
Isn't the vaccination mandate in court right now? So there's a stay on that. That's not even in place. Am I correct?
I would agree with you, but these
So how
people
can
these people have been or have been given notice they will be dismissed.
So how can they be fired for not taking the mandate when it's not in place?
That's a discussion I'd like to have as well.
Okay, so, but
Excuse me. Guys, we need to keep this an orderly process. It's important that we have this debate, but I need you to speak when you have your opportunity to do so, but otherwise, please do not respond.
Representative Lehman, I'm really perplexed by some of the language in this in this preliminary draft, and you didn't go over specifically, so let's go directly to the language, if you will. And I'd like to talk about on the first page the emergency expiring on March 31st, 2022. Can you tell me why that date was chosen?
I believe that coordinates with how far the feds have extended their coronavirus act.
What?
Their Families First Coronavirus Response Act, I believe that has some language in it regarding, and also the American Rescue Plan. Those dates are dates that I think are fixed in there. I'll say this, if that's not the proper date, you know, we wanted to have a sunset of this, and we want to have a date that ends, that we coordinate those benefits.
Yeah, I was just confused why you had March 31st. You clarified that. Can I take you to page 2 of the preliminary draft? This says in line 42, starting on line 42, going all the way over to page 3, it says that you are saying that the state health commissioner designated public health authority may issue standing orders, prescriptions, protocols that is recommended by the Center for Disease Control who are at least 5 years of age. Nothing says that the commissioner has the right to require or waive or allow minor. So in the language, you are saying that children can't be required to take the vaccine.
They could not. They could not be ordered by the state of Indiana to take the vaccine.
Are they required right now to take the vaccine?
No.
Then why do you have the language?
because what we want to be very clear on is there's two things we want protections on. One is that the state doesn't go down the path of mandating, and two is you don't take away the parents' rights to sign off on that.
So your fear is that the state of Indiana, through the governor's office, I just want to make sure I clarify, through the governor's office in an executive order, does not mandate that children take the vaccine.
I think to be clear, we've seen what other administrations have done with mandating vaccines, and I think we just want to be very clear, and I think the governor's made clear, he does not support a mandate of vaccinations, regardless of the age.
Okay, well, I'm still confused why you have it in here if you have confidence that the governor's not going to do it. Then I'd like to take you to page 4 with the definition of immunizations, because for some reason you didn't bring this up in your testimony, but I'm under the impression that this is a piece of legislation that directly attacks institutions of higher learning to say that they cannot require vaccines for their students. Am I correct?
They cannot require proof of vaccination, correct?
Oh, okay, great. So they can't require proof. Now, they could say, hey, student A, B, C, or D, you have to prove that you are a resident, that you are a United States citizen, that you are a state, but they can't ask them to prove that they're vaccinated.
That would be correct.
And why is that? Why do you
I
have
think
a problem
that
with
was the general consensus we had coming out of last session was that when we said the governmental entities should not have the right to mandate a vaccination passport. And I think we were under the impression that would apply to universities. Indiana University immediately required the passport. There was some pushback on that, and I think they did back away from that. And like I said in my testimony, almost all the institutions currently, state institutions in Indiana, do not ask for a vaccine passport.
Okay. It's interesting. You said state institutions shouldn't have to require the proof of vaccination?
Can you rephrase that? I mean, I'm not sure.
You said state institutions should not have to provide proof of vaccination.
State institutions can't require it from their students.
Okay. But this is your language, correct?
Yes.
But you exempt state institutions and hospitals organized under 1622(1). Who are those people?
Hospitals. County-owned hospitals and mental institutions and places where
state hospitals.
More health-related.
State hospitals. This doesn't include hospital organizations that are private. This includes state hospitals. Am I correct?
Right. We're exempting them out.
So you're exempting them out, which means they can require proof.
They could require proof to come into their facility because of the medical background. They may have reasons for that. That's why there's not the prohibition in here.
But what about private hospitals?
They don't have to.
What about private hospitals?
Private hospitals are not taken into consideration.
So can they require mandates?
I don't believe that. I mean, they would have to fall under everything else that would fall under this code if this passes.
So
they could, but then grant the exemptions.
But they have to create exemptions. But the state-controlled medical, so you got both of them are in the medical business. The state-controlled medical healthcare facilities don't have to have the exemptions.
No, I'm talking about the passports. The only thing we're changing with county hospitals and state institutionals are the passport vaccine proof.
Right.
That's it.
State hospitals can require the passports.
No.
Then I need an interpretation from
No,
somebody
I'm
legal.
sorry. Yeah, this exempts them from being able. They're allowed now too.
Right.
I think where you're going is should they be allowed to mandate the vaccine? All this section you're referencing it deals with is the verification of a passport. Vaccine passport.
Focusing on the verification of passports. You said in the healthcare facilities owned by the state of Indiana, they can require proof of vaccination.
Yes, it says right there when we define.
Okay, that's yes. But privately held hospitals, and/or hospitals owned by counties or other organizations cannot provide.
No, county
proof.
hospitals are included in this as well.
Well, then, okay, sorry. County hospitals, privately held hospitals cannot ask for the verification.
Correct.
But they are both healthcare facilities. Do you see the inconsistency there?
And again, it goes back to, Senator, we've talked about this before. We don't feel like we have the overarching absolute control over a private business. Same way we're not banning the mandate of vaccines. We're simply saying you can do that, but you got to give exemptions.
Okay.
Okay, so if you would have gone on a path of government involving in private entities and making demands, then that's a whole different discussion.
Well, I think you're doing it in this PD. Let me get to that right now.
I don't believe so.
All right. So you said that if a private corporation provides that they have to have testing for their employees, weekly testing, you in your PD say that the company has to pay for it.
Correct, at no cost to the employee.
Do you believe that that is involving yourself into private business?
No, I think right now there's, 300 plus places in Indiana you can get a free COVID test. I think it's a matter of saying we just want to send you to a location to get a test.
Respectfully, Mr. Senator Representative Lehman, you specifically have language that says that they have to pay for it, and let me get to it.
No, it just says at no cost to the employee.
Right.
Doesn't say at
so
whatever
if they
cost to the employer.
So, okay, then let's go. Okay, so let's go to that. So the employer says you have to have proof of vaccination.
Not proof, but I have to be tested.
If you're
changing? Okay, you're changing out of the.
All right. You have to have a test on a weekly basis.
Okay.
Do they have to give them time to go take that test? I think you have that in here.
Well, I think you're now getting to the nuances of the bill that we'll have that.
It's not a bill.
As Senator, the draft, as Senator Bray said, we're open to those discussions.
Okay,
How do you want to
so
define it, cost, et cetera?
Well, let me give you the scenario. So if they say we want you to be tested, then you go and you get a free test, right? And the test comes back positive. Do you have to provide your employer with the results of that test?
I would say you're going to have to fall under whatever CDC guidelines are now that most employers are abiding by, whether it be quarantining and things like that.
Well, how can you in one part of the preliminary draft say that there's no requirement for the passport, but then in the second part you say that there's no that the employer can the employer require them to give them the results?
You're talking about two different things. One, you're talking about a vaccination proof, and one, you're talking about the testing results.
I'm asking about all parts. The testing results, do they have to provide that to their employer?
I would think under CDC guidelines, they would have to disclose that to their employer.
That's not true.
I'm not the CDC, so.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Schmaltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lehman, I got a couple of questions here. I want to clarify what I think the situation is on the federal mandate of vaccines. I believe the case is that the federal mandate is on pause while it is in court. But that, not without this bill, this draft, if it works its way through, what would stop an employer from saying, I want to test my employees however I want? The federal mandate, I don't think, has anything to do with that. So I think the statement that nobody can be vaccinated or required to be vaccinated by the employer and thereby lose their jobs if they didn't want to could still happen, just not under the federal mandate. Is that right?
That would be correct.
So I wanted to clarify that because that exchange might have led somebody to believe that that was not the case. So what you're trying to do is afford protections for religious exemptions, for medical reasons, and for natural immunity in the intervening time until we come back in January to work through the process to refine your effort. That feels like what you're trying to do. Is that it?
Exactly, because the other thing, too, is there is a current stay, as you know. This has been, lumped in together in the big lottery, and I think is in the Sixth Circuit now, the rest of this. But we don't know when that'll come down. If that comes down when we're not here, yes, we can always come back. But the issue becomes is until that time, I just go back to I've had a lot of employers reaching out and saying, we just need some guidance. The Fed does what it does, and now it's stayed. Does that mean I'm exempt? Do I not have to comply? I don't want to do anything, but I'm being told I have to do something because even though the feds have it stayed, I've got to do something. I'm looking now to the state to give me some guidance, and I think that's what this does. And again, let me reemphasize, we're simply putting into code, I think, what is now federally recognized, and OSHA did as well in their order, of these exemptions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up.
Please.
So in big section 5, we talked a little bit in that exchange about a state institution as defined by Indiana Code 12.72184. Those are mental institutions operated by the state, and a hospital organized under 1622.1 through 1622.5, 22.8, 23.1. Those are county hospitals, I believe. So am I right in understanding that the way this bill works, a private hospital can require a vaccine, but if they do that, they have to allow for a religious exemption without question, health of their employee, or natural immunity? I mean, I believe that's what we're doing. So I think what we're saying is we're not offsetting it. I mean, I think that exchange might have led somebody to believe that. I think we're saying these private hospitals and these state hospitals operate similarly, so if they were to require a vaccine, they are going to have to allow for religious exemptions without question, health of employee, or natural immunity. Is that right, that this is actually
And maybe I don't remember if I said this in my testimony, my opening remarks, but the medical exemption does require a doctor's, a physician's statement.
But only if the employer requires that.
Right.
So an employee could say, I have a medical reason. The employer
Can say yes,
Can say,
it's
yeah,
fine.
I don't care. That's fine. You can do it. And the same thing with testing. Nothing requires the employer to pay for the testing. If they say, okay, you're not going to take the vaccine, we're not going to require testing, we don't have to pay for that as an employer.
Right. There's no
I'm an
testing,
employer.
yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify those things to make sure I understood what was going on. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other questions? Senator Taylor?
Yeah, just to clarify, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, I never stated that what Representative Smoltz just said. Let me go to the language that he went to. You are specifically exempting state institutions and hospitals organized under those code sections that Representative Smoltz brought up from the requirement that they have to provide, they cannot challenge the religious exemption, the health. Well, then I'm glad you said that, because then I'm really confused. So
Let me, if I can, Senator Taylor.
Well,
Section 5 is a definition of Indiana governmental entity. And we're saying that that definition does not apply to a state institution, the mental hospitals, or a county-owned hospital. The only thing we're referencing in this draft of Indiana governmental entity is referencing the vaccine passport, period.
Right.
Not the exemptions.
Okay, so the passport, again, you are making a distinction between two sets or three sets of healthcare facilities. One that cannot have the passport mandate, or passports, right, verification, and one that does.
Those that cannot are any governmental institution, government-run institution, in the sense of universities, things like that. What we've exempted out is state mental hospitals and county-owned hospitals. Those are the only two exemptions under the government.
They can still require.
They can still require a vaccine passport.
That's what I was trying.
Yeah, but nothing to do with the exemptions of the mandate.
Okay, it just has to do with the passport.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Austin?
Thank you, President Bray. Matthew, Representative Lehman, I have 2 or 3 different questions. And on page 4, I want to call your attention to section 5. And this is a legitimate question. An employer may not impose a requirement that employees receive an immunization against COVID-19 unless the employer provides an individual exemptions that allow an employee to opt out of the requirement on the basis of any of the following. Subsection 1, medical reasons, including pregnancy or anticipated pregnancy. Tell me how you envision that being submitted to the employer.
Submitted employer, I think I mean, all this wraps around right now. You can require a form, even on the religious exemption, you can require, it says in here, you can require a documentation to bring and say, you have to bring this to me. And so I think the medical, as we state, if you read down, I think it does say down here later that the medical reason has to be done by a physician. So I think if I come and say, look, I'm an expectant mother and I don't want to take the vaccine, here's the note from my doctor saying I'm an expectant mother.
That's if you're pregnant, but what about anticipated pregnancy?
Well, and I would say the same thing. We've had a lot of young women who've said, we're trying to have a kid, and I think the vaccine might be problematic for me. If my doctor agrees with me and I bring that note from the doctor, then the medical exemption should be granted.
So here, now, this is the other part of it that occurred to me. Women don't get pregnant by themselves. Does this also apply to their male partners, and can an employer require that they be married? No, it's legitimate.
Yeah,
because there may be some employers who do that.
I think this is being very specific. I think we're getting a little bit into the nuances of the what ifs, and we can what if everything. You've been here long enough, you know that. We can what if every form. But there are going to be some issues where I think if I come, what I'm trying to be very clear here is the medical can't simply be, I don't feel good today, I'm not taking the vaccine.
Sure.
We have people with, I have a gentleman I talked to recently who has upper respiratory issues. His doctor has said, if you, this because it's all respiratory, COVID-19, this could be very detrimental potentially to your health. His employer has said, we will grant no medical exemptions. Okay, so what I'm after here is purely if my doctor says this is harmful to me, potentially harmful to me, I'm granted that exemption. So if we talk about what if it's the person I live with, can I vicariously use that as a medical exemption? I think we're getting into the what ifs. I'm clearly talking about the employee specifically coming and saying, here's my proof of a medical condition.
Do you think that do you think it's worth considering adding some clarifying language?
I'm open, as we've said, I think from the very beginning, Senator Bray has said, we're open for any clarifying language of anything that we've talked about today. Because there might be some things that we're going to get into, and there'll be some people testify that there'll be some nuances that probably need to be clarified.
And it could be in vitro fertilization. It could be a variety of things.
I've been more open to talk to you about some definitions, if you want to do that, or some nuances.
The other issue is, can we get a medical definition, or is there a medical definition of natural immunity?
I think there's a lot of data out there. A lot of this is coming out of the EU, where they have said we're recognizing, in fact, some are recognizing natural immunity above any vaccination because the results are much higher. So I think we're simply taking some of that from what we're seeing in the data, and I'll be more than happy to supply that data.
So are you going to put one in, or are we just going to leave it sort of vague? Or
Well, we put in, from the natural immunity, we put in the time frame. It has to be recent, which is 6 months. And I've had people say it's not, it needs to be more like, from the very beginning, but 6 months is a good time frame. And I have to bring that I had a positive test, so it shows I did have it. I have to bring some proof that I've recovered from that. So I think there's parameters around the natural immunity more than just I had it, let me get away from here. So I do think there's some pretty strong parameters around that.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Bassler.
Just a couple real quick questions with respect to the public universities. Does the bill prohibit public universities from requiring any vaccines or just the COVID vaccine?
COVID-19. This is all just around COVID-19.
So then that probably, I think that answers my second question. So that does prohibit them from requiring that vaccine?
The 19.
Okay, so
again, all it does is it says that section is dealing with the passport, the proof of vaccination.
So yeah, that's what I'm trying
That's
to
the only thing that is doing with the universities.
That's what I'm trying to get some clarity around. So is it prohibiting them from requiring the vaccination, or is it prohibiting them from requiring proof of vaccination?
Requiring the proof.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Lennon.
Follow-up question on that, Representative. If the universities aren't allowed to require the passport, which would be the card I presume you get when you're, how do they enforce their requirement for vaccinations?
I would say some are probably here that can testify to that. I don't know if the university's here or not, but I would say this, what we saw was the backlash when IU did it. IU said, we're simply going to ask if you've been vaccinated. You don't have to prove it. And like I said, from what I've talked to the state institutions, I think, I don't want to speak for every single one, but I think most of the ones we've talked to, in fact, I'd probably go as far as saying all of them, are currently not practicing the mandate of proof of vaccination.
So it's pretty much the honor system?
Pretty much the honor system, and I think what we're doing is simply saying, I think the intent was they were part of it, and they see that now, and they're complying with it. They're in compliance with this, in essence, is of what we're talking about.
I guess the other follow-up question was something you said about the employer, that the language is that it's at no cost to the employee, and that there are lots of free clinics or areas where you can get the testing. But can the employer, underneath your language, require the employee to go to the free testing? What if the employee says, well, I choose to go to my doctor and the charge is $75?
Well, and I think, again, these are the nuances. As we get more discussion today, we can maybe wrap some things around that, because I think I'm hearing that the no-cost issue is creating a little bit of a nuance of some tweaking, and I'm open to that.
I see a lot of what's in your bill presumes people are going to cooperate and be honest and not find the loopholes or abuse the gaping loopholes that we have in this bill, but I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Representative Austin?
Just a follow-up question. Representative Lehman, when you were drafting this language specifically regarding the hospitals as an employer, the section regarding hospitals of employer, did you look at the CMS regulations at all and what the hospitals are required to do if they are going to continue to get Medicare reimbursement?
And that's the one probably is the trickiest little bit, because I think we may be on opposite sides of this issue, but I think if you read the 8th Circuit's ruling on their stay with the OSHA requirements, it was a pretty clear rebuke of the administration for overstepping its bounds. Is the CMS going to take the same approach? I don't know. I think the CMS language is also, on shaky ground from the standpoint it was not litigated. It was never gone through the legislative process. So you're withholding money that never went through a body that legitimately deals with the funding.
And what is that CMS rule right now?
I think the CMS rule says you comply with being mandated to get vaccinated or you lose your Medicaid money.
They do
Medicaid,
have
Medicare
exemptions, though, correct?
There are some exemptions, and again, I think they follow similar to what we're doing here with whether it be, I'm not sure about their religious or medical, but I do know there are a few exemptions within there. Maybe testing might be their only one.
There are religious exemptions.
Are there religious exemptions?
There are
Okay.
medical exemptions.
Okay, so that would be the same thing here.
There may be some caveats to the medical exemptions, but it's different, a little bit different than what the language is in this. So, okay.
Representative Schmaltz, and then we'll try and get to public testimony.
Thank you. Representative Lehman, I understand the purpose of this meeting is to try and vet out some new ideas and look at the bill and see how to make it better. And I don't know that it was suggested moments ago, but I think it would be reasonable for us to investigate adding men and women who may be a part of becoming pregnant in the future. And I hope you work through that over the next week or so.
We'll be taking copious notes.
Yeah, I'd like to we've got a long line of folks here that want to testify. We want to hear from them. I'd like to get to that section if I could.
Just a point of order. I had some clarification that I wanted to bring up and just ask one more question.
One more question?
Okay.
Okay,
one
go ahead,
more
Senator.
question.
Go ahead, Senator
All right.
Taylor.
Representative Lehman, in regards to the universities and the passport, if the university were, say, to rent out their facility to a concert or an individual who requires that people that come into the concert actually provide proof of vaccination, would this prohibit them from doing that?
I don't believe so. I think this is just the vaccine passport, and I can get some clarification on that. But we've got 60 people that want to testify, and we can what if this thing and to attorney this. So what if we do this? I don't. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if it applies to what they rent out a facility, but the clarity here is it began with asking their students for verification, and this simply says you're now part of the
so if
prohibition.
they have a student, if they have a speaker or somebody that comes in for the students, they might not be those people who want to require proof of vaccination through the passport. They may not be able to do it under this piece of.
I would have to give you clarification on that, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's move to the public testimony. Patrick Tam, and when you come up to testify, please state your name, and if you want to say who you're with or your association, you're free to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Patrick Tam on behalf of the Indiana Restaurant and Lodging Association. Today, we want to thank both the chairs today as well as the committee members from both the House and Senate. Briefly, on behalf of the Restaurant and Lodging Association, we'd like to thank the members of the General Assembly as well as the Governor's Office for providing a business environment that has allowed Indiana's hospitality sector to experience recovery throughout the state. While we have many restaurants that we have lost, in particular, we're regaining employment and have had some positive business activity in traditional conventions, youth sports, and such. Many of you are very well aware of them. A large part of this is due to the consistent leadership that this body has provided in an environment of business certainty, which has been in short supply, unfortunately, during very uncertain times across the country. While many are clearly still on the misery index on the hospitality industry, we are certainly far ahead compared to our Midwest neighbors and clearly in the front pack of states throughout the nation in several key hospitality industry economic indicators. While many still suffer in the industry, our largest challenges today are workforce, supply chain, and business travel and traditional business activity. Indiana Restaurant and Lodging Association has and continues to support vaccination programs for our employees and for the general public. However, at the same time, the full board of the association recently took an actual action on a formal position opposing government mandates regarding vaccinations. We simply believe employers are in the best position to determine what's best for their workforce. While I'll work here to not be repetitive, you'll be hearing today from many, but specifically from Mr. Brenniger with the State Chamber, Mr. Berger from the Indiana Manufacturers Association, and several others regarding legal and practical issues. We specifically are concerned that there are currently conflicts or potential conflicts between federal contractor language, which frankly many in the hospitality industry are federal contractors. The current OSHA proposal that is being litigated, thankfully, and wage and hour requirements and various labor law issues. Specifically, we're very narrow on what our main concern is, testing requirements that are considered in this draft. The availability of tests, currently we're providing 12 to 17,000 tests daily currently. Our testing capacity is not what it was at one time. Simply also vaccination availability as well in some communities. Weekly testing, the number of hours that weekly testing will require of our team members, who compensates them for that, who pays for the testing as well. If restaurants, hotels, and suppliers of the hospitality industry are potentially compelled to follow a federal requirement through being a federal contractor, the OSHA language, surviving various litigation challenges, the OSHA language impacts employers over 100 employees and does not require all employers to pay for testing of all of our team members. With the language in front of you today, the smallest of restaurants to the largest hotels and to our suppliers would be impacted. We continue to appreciate the guidance and support from the General Assembly. We simply ask for practical analysis of specifically the testing requirement, the associated costs, how employers may navigate both current and potential federal mandates, and how this language may impact our Hoosier workforce and employers. I thank you for your consideration. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tam. Are there any questions of either committee? Representative Austin.
Thank you. This is not necessarily a question, but would you mind submitting those list of issues to the committee? Just in a bullet point form is fine.
Absolutely, Representative
Thank you.
Austin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tam.
Thank you.
Kevin Brinegar, Indiana Chamber.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I am members Kevin Brinegar. I have the privilege of serving as president and CEO of the Indiana Chamber of Commerce. We're a statewide business advocacy group representing some 25,000 members and customers across all 92 counties of Indiana. And we want to clarify that we are in support of the first three sections of the bill and generally oppose the remainder of the bill, specifically the requirement that employers would be responsible for the costs of the testing. Employers are getting squeezed from both directions. The federal government is saying you must mandate vaccinations, and several states have enacted laws prohibiting vaccinations. While this legislation, or this preliminary draft, excuse me, doesn't do that per se, it significantly discourages employers from requiring vaccinations, which in our view is contrary to what the state of Indiana has been doing for months and months, spending millions of dollars to encourage people to get vaccinated, showing them the efficacy of that and the immunity factor that it creates, and providing information to employers to help them encourage their employees to get vaccinated. If this PD was enacted into law, it would be very disruptive and very expensive for those employers who have already implemented mandates. And if it goes through as drafted or some slight variation, this will be the law of Indiana by this time next week, because the very end of this bill is an emergency clause. And that employers that are already requiring vaccinations won't have time to establish the testing procedures for those that choose not to get vaccinated in that short a period of time. Additionally, the federal regulation, which is tied up in courts, federal courts, may or may not become the law of the land, but we believe that any action at the state level should wait until those issues are resolved. This preliminary draft is inconsistent with the federal reg with respect to federal contractors. That needs to be clarified. Flip my page here. Oops, it came off. Representative Lehman mentioned Title VII. And our thought would be, if you're going to do this, why not just reference Title VII? Why not reference the Americans with Disability Act instead of going farther and doing different than what is there? This will be incredibly expensive for employers to implement. I spoke to one of my board members yesterday, and she runs a manufacturing company in your district, Representative Karakoff, and said that there were estimated 300 employees who are not vaccinated. And they work with a testing site and did a back-of-the-envelope calculation that for those 300 employees with a weekly test at $100, within 6 months, they would have incurred an expense of $1.2 million. That's right off the bottom line, a new expense. And you can imagine for even larger employers who have already initiated vaccination requirements, particularly healthcare facilities, what those costs would be for them. Some questions. Do employers get to choose when and where the testing occurs? Does it have to be during work hours? Do they have to shut down to go send people to get tested once a week and incur that downtime? Can they send them to a free testing site? And if so, how far away is it? And does that happen on work time, or does that happen on their time? With respect to the religious exemption, Title VII allows a provision for employers to demonstrate that they are unable to reasonably accommodate the religious exemption without undue hardship. We believe there should be a similar provision in this legislation if it were to go forward. And then there's a question of how is recovery actually defined? So those are just a number of the issues and concerns we have. We also, frankly, have a concern with the process that this is going under. January will be my 42nd legislative session. I've never seen a hearing on a preliminary draft, and I've only seen one special session after Organization Day, and that was in 1982 when the state was in deep financial trouble and needed to enact some tax increases just to make sure that it had a positive balance in its budget to meet our constitutional requirement by the end of the fiscal year the following June. As presented here, the chamber and I believe the entire employer community is opposed to this legislation. We would hope that the sections after the first three could be removed or at a minimum clarify and follow the federal regulation as it's drafted, which says that the testing that's required in lieu of the vaccination requirement is not the responsibility of the employer unless they choose to provide and pick up that cost. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Brinegar? Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, do you have the PD in front of you?
I got it, and I got it all marked up.
All right, we'll go to your marked up page number 5 for me.
Yeah.
Talks about adverse employment action against employee because the employee has requested or used an exemption.
I'm sorry, can you speak up, Senator?
Sorry. Says that there can be no adverse employment action against an employee because the employee has requested or used an exemption based on the medical reason, religious reason, or employee's agreement, or prior infection or recovery.
Mm-hmm.
So if you, with that language, if it were to be enacted in law, what if a person refuses to get a vaccine and then refuses to show proof of the vaccine if they say they've had it? Can you fire them?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It says if they don't get the vaccine and then don't end up getting tested, that can be an adverse action. And that brings up some other questions. You know,
Right.
If we have employees
Mr. Brinegar, let me stop you real quick. If you could, move a little closer to the microphone. We've got word that it's been a little bit difficult to hear in the back of the room, and the members of the committees as well. If you would speak closer to the microphone so we can all hear. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
I worked for Senator Boers for many years, and I picked up his soft-spoken. Of course, he carried a big stick too, but I don't have that. I'm sorry, Senator Taylor.
Yeah. So I was a little perplexed by that, and I'm glad you're testifying because I understand you're concerned about the other parts, but that should concern whenever I see not being able to take adverse employee action that could affect your ability to terminate someone for insubordination.
Well, also, there's a question if I have to downsize, maybe
Right.
I have a business that's seasonal, and I lay some people off, are they going to sue me because they're claiming this is adverse action relative to their COVID exemption? And that creates a gray area.
Okay, last question. In regards to the religious exemption, it does say that you have to have a sincerely held religious belief. So if you believe that the good Lord above is going to save you from COVID, and you have COVID, can you show up for work?
I think employers can prevent employees that are actively positive for COVID from coming to work. The other thing is,
you think you could? So let me make sure I understand your answer, Kevin. You think that someone who presents a sincerely held religious belief that God will save them from COVID without going to the hospital, if they are positive of COVID, you believe your employers could stop them from actually coming to work?
Short answer is, Senator, I've not contemplated that question when I looked at that, and
you might want to look at it.
We have a whole committee of employment lawyers that I would want to pose that question to, but I can get you their opinion on it.
Okay, I respect that, but I think you might want to look at it.
And then related to that, it says that the employee must provide an exemption statement, but and it specifies who that has to come from for the medical and the pregnancy exemptions, but it doesn't say who provides the exemption statement for the religious exemption, which presumably means the employee themselves could write it up.
Have your employment lawyers look it up.
Yes, we'll do.
Representative Tor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, regarding the employer in Representative Karakoff's district you mentioned that has 300 unvaccinated employees, what's that employer doing now? Are they?
That employer is strongly encouraging their employees to get vaccinated, is allowing paid time off to go get vaccinated, but is not at this point in time requiring.
Not requiring, okay. So, and they're also not currently testing the unvaxxed employees, right?
Not to my knowledge. We didn't discuss
Okay,
that.
so the way I read this isn't going to require them to start testing once a week.
No, only if they were to choose to start requiring vaccinations, correct?
Okay, all right.
Yeah. But others that are requiring vaccinations that would have a comparable number of employees would incur an expense of that magnitude unless they can drive them to some of the state and county provided free vaccination sites.
Well, but even then they won't be required to, they'd be required to offer that as an option.
Yeah.
But it also is no more frequent than once a week. It doesn't have to be once a week, correct?
Yeah, it's no more frequent than once a week, as I read it.
Representative Smaltz.
Thank you, sir. I just want to ask a couple questions because I sought the same clarification on the testing, but I believe as an employer, if you require the vaccination and somebody is eligible for an exemption, then you are not required to test them not more than once a week. The employer can say it's once a month or not at all. So the employer, as I read this bill, it does not make you pay for anybody to get a test or to get a test at all at any of the free sites.
As I read it, you have to offer testing at no cost to the employee. So
I don't read it the same way. I appreciate that, and that's I think that's the purpose of this meeting is to try and figure out what makes this better and to try and make clear things that may not be clear.
Sure. And I will go back and look at it, and there are perhaps others testifying that could speak to that more directly.
And Mr. Chair, if I could follow up.
Certainly.
So back to no adverse action against an employee. As I read that, it's no adverse action against an employee because the employee has requested or used an exemption based on the three items that we were just talking about, that prior infection as well. It doesn't talk about attendance. It doesn't talk about insubordination. It doesn't talk about violating well-established and written company policies in the company handbook. It doesn't talk about giving them, just because you didn't take the vaccine and you have an exemption does not make you free and clear from the other rules of the company. Do you read that the same way as I do?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that exchange I wasn't sure.
All I'm saying is that if an employee is terminated or laid off, the reason may be insubordination, may be insufficient work for them at that point in time, but the employee could easily allege that, no, you really did this because I wouldn't get vaccinated.
But then the employer, typically when an employer lets someone go, they do it in a very well-documented way that's consistent with their handbook and their policies in place, or if it's because of lack of work, then that's a pretty easy thing to show that, our volume is down. So
we hope they do that.
I think somebody could allege anything they want to allege, but I think if the employer is doing what employers typically do and are being well documented in those cases, then they protect themselves from something like that.
Representative Austin?
Thank you. So I just have a quick follow-up question after Representative Smalt's questioning. So could an employee claim that this is actually a protected activity under the whistleblower statute, or and then invoke the whistleblower protections? Do you know?
I don't know. That would again be a question for our employment law attorneys. I apologize, and also it's not, in trying to think about all the questions and
Sure.
vagaries of this, that was not one that came to mind.
But someone could file a whistleblower complaint form online if they wanted to. I mean, that's fairly easy to do.
Yeah, anybody can do that.
And that goes to, and then that invokes a whole series of actions that sort of protect someone from any further action for a period of time while an investigation takes place. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would just, if I could conclude by saying that employers believe that, and our members, that they are in the best position to know what's best with regard to COVID-19 for their employees, and they would want to retain the right to determine that for their employees, for their customers, for their patients. They don't want to be told they have to vaccinate, and if they are vaccinating, they don't want inhibitors. Obviously, this is not a prohibition, but we believe it would serve to discourage employers from requiring vaccinations, and some of those that already are, it's going to cause challenges and an expense for them that they're not currently incurring. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brenniger. Next speaker, Dr. Stephen Tharp. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Dr. Stephen Tharp. I'm an internal medicine physician from Frankfurt. I'm also the Clinton County Health Officer. I'm here today to represent the Indiana State Medical Association and our 9,400 dedicated physician and medical student members statewide. We rise today in opposition to this preliminary draft. We understand that the goal here is to take some necessary steps that would smooth the way to allow the public health emergency to end. We certainly commend the efforts to ensure that federal funding is preserved. We also support ensuring that the State Health Commissioner has the continued authority to issue a standing order to authorize the administration of the COVID-19 vaccine to children who are at least 5 years of age. But we would also note that the standing order language in the bill is not exclusive to the COVID-19 vaccine only. We would suggest that the language be narrowed to the COVID-19 vaccine, consistent with emergency orders that have already been promulgated. We do have several practical concerns about the vaccination language. Many healthcare providers are facing federal requirements to get vaccinated, and that language is not the same as this state language. So we're going to be facing a lot of confusion, including for physicians who own facilities that will fall under those federal requirements. There are several reasons why it makes sense to allow healthcare facilities to require their employees to get vaccinated. One is that their patients may be a high risk, such as patients going through chemotherapy. Another is small physician-owned practices that cannot afford for their staff to be out sick or in quarantine for a week and a half to 2 weeks. Also, on the language that only allows one test per week, the current federal guidelines recommend to get tested between 5 and 7 days after a close contact, depending on the timing of the person's weekly test when they had a close contact and when they found out they were a close contact. They might need to be tested more than once per week just to meet the CDC testing guidelines. We also think the pregnancy language in this bill is dangerously inconsistent with the science and defer to our friends at the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, who will be addressing this in more detail. Finally, at a high level, we are concerned that this is not the time to end the public health emergency. We are once again facing rising COVID cases. In fact, COVID is booming. Just this morning, I heard from one of our emergency medicine colleagues about how the emergency rooms are packed, hospital beds are full, and wait times are long. And it's the unvaccinated COVID patients that are affected. And flu season is coming. As healthcare workers, we can only do our best to treat people when they arrive in the emergency room, but we still don't have good and widely available treatment options for them once they are really sick. Hopefully there is a light at the end of this tunnel with oral antiviral agents which are coming, but they are not fully available at this time. We need to continue to promote vaccinations for Hoosiers as a way to end this pandemic. We are concerned that this legislation, which seems to disincentivize vaccinations, will result in the prolongation of COVID-19. And prolonging the pandemic would be harmful to the economy, to our healthcare system, and all parts of our society. We all want this pandemic to end, and we share in the frustration of our fellow Hoosiers. But we see patients every day who would have benefited from vaccines. The best way to end the public health emergency is to stay the course until people no longer become severely ill and die from COVID-19. Respectfully, the state needs to continue the current policy of trying to vaccinate as many people as possible. Not everyone may like it, but it is the right thing to do for the good of the state. In the meantime, we need to work together to address the misinformation that is circulating and rebuild trust within our communities. If the legislature is willing to take a little more time, we would be happy to work with you on this bill and try to make sure the health of both our people and our economy continue to improve. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Doctor. Questions from the committee? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Tharp, in your professional opinion, do you believe that there should be situations where people are entitled to an exemption?
My professional opinion is that the more people who get vaccinated, the less we're going to suffer from the effects of this illness. If people truly have issues, I can understand those needing to be evaluated and considered. Okay. But unfortunately, many of the opinions that I hear are uninformed and actually based on non-factual information. And so we consider every case as individually when we treat patients, and it's very important to try to educate people about what their real risks are. If they choose to take those risks, our responsibility is to try to protect those around them as well.
So let me ask this as a follow-up in a different way. Are there legitimate medical exemptions?
Yes.
Okay.
The legitimate medical exemptions would be a demonstrated allergy to the additional preservatives and things that are in the vaccine that one could be allergic to.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Lannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Tharp, you're testifying on behalf of the Indiana State Medical Association, is that correct?
That is correct.
In your opinion, is the pandemic over in Indiana?
In my opinion, the pandemic is not over. Right. Cases are on the rise, and we are seeing additional admissions as well as further spread of the illness.
In your opinion, is Indiana where it should be in terms of the percentage of people who have been vaccinated?
No, in my opinion, we should be close to 100%, but that we haven't made that anywhere close to that yet.
Senator Lannon, could we keep the questions towards the bill draft?
No, absolutely.
Not the policy of the state, please?
Well, we're not going to discuss the policy of the state of Indiana? Okay, that's fine, but I guess one question about the bill. Doctor, in your opinion, does this bill hurt or harm our goals of trying to get more people vaccinated?
I think this bill does harm our efforts to get people vaccinated. I think that the more people who get vaccinated, the less people are going to get sick. We have had over 600,000 deaths in the United States. We have had over 17,000 deaths in Indiana due to the COVID virus. It is my opinion that a number of those deaths are not necessary, that they could have been prevented with a more vigorous use of vaccines. However, we understand that doesn't always work out well, and we have to do what we can to help the most people.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any other questions from committee? Senator Austin, or Representative Austin, excuse me.
Just a quick follow-up question then. Is there actually a medical definition of natural immunity, Dr. Tharp?
Yes. I mean, natural immunity would be immunity that you obtain from having an illness. There are several mechanisms for that immunity. The one that's easiest to measure would be immunoglobulins that are the protein molecules that attack the virus and help to destroy it and call the rest of the body's resources in. There are also other white cell components that act as kind of a memory and bring up things beyond that. We have done recent testing, and we find that people who have had the virus only develop about a fifth as much of the immunoglobulin levels as people who have the vaccine. That's 5 to 1.
And that gives them a natural immunity for approximately how long? Can you gauge that?
How long?
Yeah, if they only have a fifth, how do you measure, I mean, you could measure it by a fifth, but what does that mean in practical terms?
In practical terms, it means that they have the ability, that the strength of their immunity is not as strong from getting the illness as it is from getting the vaccine, at least the mRNA vaccines, since that's what this recent study actually studied. And so that doesn't tell us how long this immunity lasts, but we know that that all immunoglobulins decrease with time unless they're re-stimulated. They could be re-stimulated by getting the illness again. They could be re-stimulated by booster doses of a vaccine.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Dr. Carrie Roush. You can go either way, Dr. Rouse. Either microphone, I'm sorry. Come on.
I would be.
Senator Taylor does not bite, but
Hello. My name is Dr. Caroline Rouse. I'm up here with Dr. Samantha Haywood. I am an obstetrician gynecologist and maternal fetal medicine specialist and an assistant professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Indiana University. I am here on behalf of the Indiana section of the American College of OBGYN and on behalf of myself. I am here to provide information that I hope will be helpful to you as you discuss COVID vaccination exemptions. It was posited earlier that there are no experts in this situation, but I respectfully disagree. I have the qualifications to give you advice because my specialty is caring for high-risk pregnant patients. I am further qualified to speak about this because I have personal experience caring for pregnant patients suffering from COVID. I am here to give medical advice since the question of medical exemption from vaccination is a medical question. Including pregnancy or the intention to become pregnant as reasons for exemption from COVID vaccination is medically unsound and dangerous. ACOG states that vaccine exemption should be granted only when the medical contraindications exist that would compromise a patient's health. Pregnancy is quite the opposite. Not receiving a COVID vaccination compromises the health not only of the patient, but also of her pregnancy and future baby. We have strong medical evidence from tens of thousands of pregnant patients showing that the vaccine is both safe and effective. We have data from thousands of men and women who received the vaccine while contemplating pregnancy that shows there is no association between the COVID vaccine and pregnancy implantation, early pregnancy development, or infertility. We also have strong data on the risks of COVID infection in pregnant individuals. They are 22 times more likely to die of COVID than non-pregnant people. Counseling a patient with severe COVID about the need for sedation, intubation, and possibly delivery, which are necessary to help her breathing, but from which she may never wake up to meet her baby, is a particular type of hellish experience that is ongoing for us in this field. I am not alone in saying that I am tired, and I am angry that I keep having to do this over and over again because of a problem that is preventable. The language contained in the bill draft providing medical exemptions for pregnant people or those trying to become pregnant is exactly the type of misinformation directly leading people to avoid getting vaccinated, thus putting themselves and their babies at risk of COVID-19 and death. They are 1.5 times more likely to deliver their baby preterm, which carries risk of developmental and physical disabilities, neonatal intensive care unit admission, and neonatal death. Evidence shows that people with COVID infection during pregnancy have twice the risk of stillbirth compared to those without COVID infection. Including these categories as medical exemptions may lead people to believe that vaccination is unsafe for people who are pregnant or who want to become pregnant, when the evidence shows exactly the opposite. The state of Indiana intends to place such emphasis on maternal and child health. Pregnancy exemptions for COVID vaccines runs directly counter to that. The vaccine does not negatively affect fertility. It does not negatively affect pregnancy. Lack of vaccination leads to higher rates of maternal and infant death. Including pregnancy or the intention to become pregnant as exemptions is misleading and disingenuous. If you choose not to listen to the medical experts here who are providing you with the best information about the safety and effectiveness of COVID vaccination, you'll be prioritizing politics over your constituents' health. As a medical professional, I strongly urge you to remove pregnancy and the intention to become pregnant from the list of exemptions.
Questions for Dr. Ross? Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Can you explain to me why you believe that putting this language in there will actually deter women who are pregnant or anticipating becoming pregnant from getting the vaccine?
I think it implies that there are complications to be expected from vaccination that would adversely affect their pregnancy or their intention to become pregnant. And all the data we have argues to the contrary.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Dr. Ross? Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Haywood, is that correct? Okay. And on deck, we have Dr. Scott, Emily Scott.
My name is Dr. Samantha Haywood. I'm a resident obstetrician gynecologist training at Indiana University. I'm here on behalf of the Indiana section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and on behalf of myself, a resident physician who cares for pregnant women with COVID and a new mom who was pregnant and gave birth during the pandemic. I'm here to urge you to remove pregnancy and the intention to become pregnant from the bill as reasons for exemption from employer vaccine mandates. This is medically unsound and sends the message to pregnant people and those that intend to become pregnant that the vaccine is dangerous when the opposite is true. Indiana has a physician shortage that is growing. One of the most effective tools we have to recruit physicians is to train them here and show them what a wonderful place this is to live, to plant roots, and to raise a family. Being in training over these past 2 years has been, in a word, exhausting. Training in the state with the 6th lowest rate of vaccination is demoralizing. I am tired of consenting another COVID patient for an emergency C-section because she cannot get enough oxygen to her baby. My anesthesia colleagues are tired of intubating yet another pregnant patient and telling her she may never get off the ventilator. My critical care colleagues are tired of managing yet another pregnant patient, knowing that our odds of survival are 22 times worse. My pediatric colleagues are tired of admitting yet another preterm infant to the NICU, an infant that will not see or be held by her mother in their first weeks of life, or maybe ever. And we are angry because this is preventable. Over 96% of physicians in this country are vaccinated against COVID-19 because we know that this is the most effective tool against the virus for ourselves and for our communities. I received the COVID vaccine during my pregnancy, and I know that it is protecting me as I return to caring for COVID patients. It is also protecting my baby, who will be going to daycare in a county where only 51% of people are vaccinated. As we end our training and look for jobs amidst this ongoing pandemic, we are looking for places that value our safety and our expertise. We do not want to work in places where we have to battle our own government when giving patients medical advice. We do not want to work in places where the pandemic continues to surge because of low vaccination rates. We are tired, and we will leave the state if we can find safer places for ourselves and for our families. Please value the expertise of our doctors, remove pregnancy and the intention to become pregnant as medical exemptions from vaccine mandates.
Questions for Dr. Haywood? Representative Charbonneau, or Senator Charbonneau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. First of all, I understand remove the language. But then you go on to say, are you looking for the state to mandate vaccines?
I'm looking for the state to allow employers to mandate vaccines so that physicians who desire to work...
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the beginning.
Sorry. I'm looking for the state to allow employers to mandate vaccines so that physicians can choose jobs in workplaces where their colleagues are vaccinated.
All right, when you talk about moving to another state,
Yes, there are other states nearby
that
that
may-
allow their hospitals to mandate vaccines, meaning that physicians could work in hospitals where all of their colleagues are vaccinated, which protects them and protects their patients.
okay, so you're looking for a mandate.
I'm looking for employers to be allowed to mandate vaccines, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Lannon?
I just want to make sure I heard your testimony correct. Did you say Indiana is the 6th lowest in rates of vaccination? Is that in the nation?
Yes, of when looking at the percentage of people that have had at least one dose, we are 6th worst in the nation.
Right. And does that, it's minor, but does that include Puerto Rico, which I understand has the highest rate of vaccination?
I believe
Over
this is
70%, 71% or 70%.
I believe this is 50 states and DC on that.
We're doing worse than Puerto Rico and Kentucky and a whole bunch of other states, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Taylor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow up to the question that was asked you by Senator Charbonneau. When you say that you want employers, you're not saying you're for mandates for everybody. You're saying for employers to be able to mandate their employees to be vaccinated, to create a safe work environment?
Yes.
Okay. And the work environment that you're talking about is, for you, is a hospital.
Yes.
And you've treated women who have come in pregnant with COVID-19.
Yes, many times.
I have no more questions.
Representative Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could either of you tell me what ACOG's position is? First of all, would you tell the public what ACOG is?
ACOG is the American College of OBGYN. It's our professional society.
Okay. And does ACOG have a position on vaccines?
ACOG strongly supports vaccination of those contemplating pregnancy who are currently pregnant and postpartum.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Melton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for your testimony, and thank you for what you do every day. My question is, earlier you mentioned misinformation in terms of throughout the pandemic. Do you feel that this this language will contribute to that?
Yes.
How so?
By including pregnancy and the intention to become pregnant as an exemption, this implies that it has the same associated risks as other medical exemptions. For example, allergy to vaccines, that's a legitimate medical exemption. It implies that there are risks associated with that. And the information that we have shows that COVID vaccination for those contemplating pregnancy who are currently pregnant, postpartum, and breastfeeding is safe.
All right. Thank you. Do you feel that the discussion that we're having today, will this contribute to more individuals not wanting to take the vaccine, just having this debate? Just curious.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions from committee? Representative Nagel.
Thank you both for your testimony today. There was one statistic you said, I just wanted you to repeat it. It had to do with, I think you said 22% more likely.
Pregnant patients with COVID are 22 times more likely to die than their non-pregnant counterparts.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, doctors, for your testimony. Dr. Scott. And on deck, we have Cynthia Brown.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Leonard, Senator Bray, and all the committee members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Emily Scott, and I'm a pediatrician here in Indianapolis. I'm here today representing the Indiana chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, which is an organization that represents over 700 pediatricians throughout the state of Indiana. I'm currently serving as president of Indiana chapter of the AAP. As my OBGYN colleagues just informed us, the COVID-19 vaccine is safe and effective for individuals who are pregnant and those who hope to become pregnant in the future. I am here today to speak to the impact of COVID-19 vaccine on babies. When a pregnant person contracts COVID-19, they are at high risk for severe illness. As my OB colleagues have already stated, we've seen firsthand the devastation of pregnant individuals dying of COVID in our state. What we don't talk about often is how this impacts their infants. When a person is seriously ill with COVID, their babies are often delivered prematurely. Premature birth is one of the greatest risk factors for infant mortality, which is something that our state already struggles with. When a baby is born early, they are likely to spend months in the neonatal intensive care unit before they're able to go home. During that time, they will require machines to help them breathe and to grow. And when they go home from the NICU, premature babies are more likely to have long-term health problems, like problems breathing, kidney disease, cerebral palsy, delays in development, among other complications. Vaccinating a pregnant person for COVID-19 helps prevent serious disease in both that individual and their baby, both in the short term and the long term. Not only is COVID-19 vaccine safe for individuals to get during their pregnancy, it actually may help prevent infection in their baby. When people get a COVID-19 vaccine during their pregnancy, their body builds up antibodies to COVID. These antibodies have been shown to pass through the umbilical cord to their baby, which may help protect their baby from getting COVID-19 in the first months of life. This is when babies are especially susceptible to getting an illness. It's also safe for breastfeeding individuals to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, and they can pass antibodies onto their babies that are too young to get vaccinated. To continue to support the health of pregnant people and infants in the state of Indiana, which has always been such a priority of this body, Indiana AAP asks that the language referencing pregnancy or anticipated pregnancy be removed from the proposed medical exemption. Thank you.
Questions from committee? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Scott, would a nursing mother who has received the vaccine transfer any of the antibodies to her infant through
Yes.
the nursing process?
Yes, so if a breastfeeding mother has received the vaccine, she'll pass those antibodies to her child, just like with other vaccines or other illnesses.
Is it enough to help protect the infant? Do we know?
We don't definitively know that. We can extrapolate from other disease processes and know that that does help, but we don't have that data specifically for COVID-19 yet.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
What about one more follow-up?
Representative Austin.
Thank you. Have there been infants that have presented with COVID-19?
Yes. To the hospital? Yes.
And how do you treat them? What do you do?
So there's no current treatment except for supportive care. So we admit them to the hospital or we provide care to them in their home, kind of depending on how ill the baby is.
Outcome? Is there any, have you got any data on outcomes?
I can get that for you. Specifically, the AAP has gathered that data nationwide. I don't have specific data for here in Indiana.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Thank you, Dr. Scott, for your testimony. Cynthia Brown. On deck, Trent Fox.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the chairs of this session and the members of the legislature for allowing me to speak on this important topic. I'm Cynthia Brown. I'm a pulmonary and critical care physician at Indiana University Health downtown here in Indianapolis. I also have spearheaded the largest vaccine trial in the state of Indiana. However, I come to you today primarily as a concerned citizen and not on behalf of the university. We've all seen the devastation of COVID-19 on lives lost and futures changed. And we are not at the end of this pandemic as we see cases continuing to rise and the percent positivity continuing to go up. We are still seeing a rise in hospitalizations. It's wave after wave after wave, and y'all, we are all tired. We don't have much left. I'm here today specifically to follow up with my colleagues about specifically the exemption that an employer may not impose a vaccine mandate if an individual has recovered from COVID within the prior 6 months. My concern is that this implies that the natural immunity precludes a subsequent infection. Data recently published in the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report shows that during the 3 to 6 month time frame following infection, individuals who had previously recovered from a COVID infection were more than 5 times as likely as their vaccinated colleagues to be hospitalized with COVID-19. So when we have that 6 months following infection, we may be putting lives at risk in that interim time frame. In addition, among colleagues adults older than 65, this rose to an almost 20-fold increased risk of hospitalization following reinfection from COVID-19 compared to those vaccinated with an mRNA vaccine. I recognize that a prior infection does confer a degree of immunity. However, many factors influence how much immunity a survivor of COVID will have. This includes circulating variants, the severity of illness, and individual factors such as age and medical comorbidities. Right now, we cannot reliably test and know who would be protected from future infection if they've had a previous infection. Alternatively, we do have data that show that receiving a vaccine following a COVID infection may be the best protection an individual could have. It's safe and highly effective at preventing recurrent hospitalizations. So in conclusion, I would like to say that if we have the health of Hoosiers in mind, allowing businesses to require vaccines without an exemption for prior infection seems prudent, actually. And if this portion of the bill is excluded, nothing would prevent an employer from allowing this or additional exemptions as written into the bill. I know the lecturer has a duty to balance economic interest of the state with the health interest. In my opinion, this inclusion of the above exemption has potential for significant negative effects on health with limited benefits to the economy or otherwise. And I would encourage the Assembly to exclude or potentially revise this exemption to be in line with the current data. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Questions from committee? Representative Austin.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, would you please submit even just a link to that, you called it the Morbidity and Mortality Report?
Yes, I can provide that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Dr. Brown? Thank you for your testimony. Trent Fox. And on deck, we have Leanne Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Trent Fox at the Indiana Hospital Association. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to provide a brief comment. While we understand we want it to go back to normal, believe me, we want to get there too. We're just not there yet. COVID hospitalizations, as we discussed, are increasing, and cases are also up over that same period. So I think from our perspective, when we look at this, we'd really like to request that the language include workforce flexibilities that have been discussed, and then also refocus efforts to increase Indiana's vaccination rate, because we know that's lagging. It was also mentioned about the CMS, the rule, and the conditions of participation with Medicare certification. We would just ask that we avoid conflict with that and work through that more thoroughly to ensure that we don't jeopardize money from the CMS certification process. So I wanted to be brief. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Mr. Fox? Representative Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Trent. Could you tell the committee a little more about the workforce flexibilities that you're seeking?
Yes, thank you. So one would be the registry that's under PLA currently for out-of-state and retired professionals, the accelerated path for nursing students into practice, and then APR locations, kind of allowing them to practice in more locations under one collaborative agreement. So those are just three, but again, happy to have that conversation to discuss what else could be put in place to ensure those flexibilities.
Other questions for Mr. Fox? Representative Schmaltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fox, can you tell me how many people are actually using the out-of-state rule to practice in Indiana? I've heard
The latest
thousands,
estimate we have is approximately 9,000.
So you have 9,000 actually using the waivers?
Yes, and not just hospitals. Well, sorry, you say waivers?
Well,
I thought you meant the registry. I
9,000
apologize.
people, you say you have 9,000 people who, without the executive order allowing out-of-state practitioners to practice in Indiana, 9,000 people would no longer be currently working in Indiana. I'm trying to figure out the currently working
Correct.
in Indiana.
Yeah, our best estimate from the administration is 9,000. And that's not limited to hospitals. That's also long-term care and other providers, but just practitioners in general, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Fox? Trent, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Representative Austin.
I'm sorry. Representative Austin, I didn't see your finger up high enough.
Thank
Sorry.
you. So of the 9,000, do you have a breakdown of how many of those are physicians, how many are nurses, how many are like long-term care nursing assistants? Do you have any kind of breakdown on that?
I do not have that on hand. I know that's a request we've made to the administration. That's where, through some of my colleagues, I have that estimate. I will just tell you anecdotally, we know some hospitals who are relying on that. One in particular in northern Indiana has, I believe, 3 people they're using on this registry, and they cannot afford to lose one of those. So I think that's something we want to keep in perspective too, is we don't want this to be a one-size-fits-all solution. There are different needs across the state. So a hospital like that one, it's vital for them to kind of keep operating until a long-term solution is in place. And I think in the immediate future, this registry is one step we can take to kind of help that along the way.
Okay, and then as a follow-up question, did all of the, let me ask this way, were there any Indiana hospitals that did not terminate employees who chose not to get the vaccine?
I am not able to speak to specific policies or decisions made, but are you asking, are there hospitals that chose, would have not mandated the vaccine?
Yeah. Were there
Yeah.
any hospitals that
Yes,
didn't mandate?
there were a few, yes.
Can we get a list of those?
I'm not sure if I have that, but we can definitely make the ask and see if we can get you information.
Okay.
But I will say, now with the CMS rule in place, those hospitals, as long
Are
as they're
gonna
CMS
have
certified,
to-
correct, yes. So under
To
the
be able to
CMS,
recoup Medicare dollars.
so even if a hospital was not going to require it, under the CMS rule now they have to ensure their CMS certification is in place.
Okay, but I'd still like to see that list.
I will look into that and see if we can't provide that.
Because we had some high-profile media stories early on. But I think I'd be interested to see, of all the different hospitals across Indiana, both private, for-profit, nonprofit, county, I mean, just the whole mix. I'd like to see how the whole schematic shook out.
Yep.
I'd be interested to see that.
If we can get it, I will provide it.
Okay. And then how many chose to terminate, and then how many gave exemptions? I think it's important to get an accurate picture across the board.
If we're able to get that, I'll provide it.
Sure. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Trent.
Thank you.
Leanne Blue. Andrew Berger on deck.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Joint Committee. I've never done this before, so I'm going to try to behave myself. My name is Leanne Blue, and I'm here. I am a member of the Indiana Hospital Association Workforce Development. I will pause for a moment and say a great question was asked about this bill. I heard earlier, and it's really resonated with me. Somebody asked, is the pandemic over and when do we know it is? Well, I'm going to say no, it's not. Where I practice at Eskenazi Health, we saw about a 50% increase in COVID patients admitted over the last week or so, so it's not over. And I worry a lot about patient care, but I'm here really to advocate for not losing the executive emergency orders. I did take advantage of the healthcare registry as folks to come and work for us. In fact, I do it, and almost every week I have someone that comes to provide patient care in all kinds of different roles, nurses, respiratory therapists mostly, and physical therapists. So I would really advocate that consideration. While it's a short-term solution, please think about the workforce, and we're dying. I call this staffing shortage that we're living in the talent on war, a war on talent, and it's real, and there are real things that need to be done to address it for the future, and I'll be back to talk about that. But I wanted to say, please think about the workforce. The other thing that I heard Mr. Fox say is that the nursing student, how we accelerate them into practice. With COVID, we have had delays in people getting to do get their actual license, and so that temporary licensing was extremely helpful, and please consider that. And that's what I wanted to say today, nothing about the vaccine.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Blue? Seeing none, thank you very much. Andrew Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Bray, members of the committees. I'm Andrew Berger with the Indiana Manufacturers Association. The policy of the IMA, as was adopted by our board of directors, is that government at any level, so both the state of Indiana and the federal government through their mandates, should not be intervening on these types of business decisions. And for a very broad, but in many ways comprehensive reasoning, is because even at the company level, these types of decisions have to be done with a scalpel. And the federal government and the state of Indiana are not adept at wielding a scalpel on these types of issues. You know, it's an employer's job to ensure a safe workplace. There are cost issues all over the place. Mr. Brenniger from the chamber mentioned some of them. There's a cost to having an at-risk workforce. And maybe that's not for all employees, maybe it's only for a small amount of employees, but that's what I'm talking about. It has to be very specific based on job classification, work, travel that they're doing. All of these things are minute decisions that it's hard at the most granular level in the private sector to make. And we're asking for the state of Indiana not to make that decision even harder. It's already been pointed out, but I'll reiterate it again. It's very important that we don't have two sets of rules for the manufacturing industry, one from the federal government and one from the state of Indiana. The contracting language in particular, that's a rule that's not been stayed by the courts, so it's still in place, it's going to be in place. And there is no testing exemption for that rule. So you have a situation where a business that wants to do work for the federal government would have to be violating state law if this was to pass. And that is not a position that we want to, and I hope you don't want to be put in as well, because that's millions and millions of dollars at stake. And if we lose that business, it's the employees that probably ultimately take the hit, because that's revenue and that's available for salary and benefits and all the things that our members provide to so many Hoosiers that's going to be impacted. And then my final point, and I'll point out two of the issues that a lot of discussion from the business community has already touched on. It's the cost of the testing to the employers and the no adverse action language in there. It goes back to my point about how specific some of these is. The amount of different circumstances that a test could be paid for or not paid for is all over the place. I mean, you may have your insurance cover most of it, but not a portion of it. So if I get a bill for $6 that I have to pay, now do I have to turn that in to my employer for reimbursement, or then am I having a cost on me as an employee? That's just one example. There are literally hundreds. And then the adverse action, I think there was some discussion about this earlier, but it's not necessarily the times where the employee and the employer are agreeing about why somebody didn't get a raise or get a promotion. It's when they don't agree. And that's when this could be open to certainly added disputes on an employment level. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. The federal mandates, I'll go back. The Fifth Circuit, when they stayed the OSHA rule, were very deliberate. The rule did not take into account all these different variables that I just mentioned, and that's why they held off on it. I suggest you take that into consideration as well. We're more than happy to work with Representative Lehman and anybody else who's interested to help refine this, to put our members at least out of jeopardy on the federal standard, and be happy to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Andrew. Questions for Mr. Berger? Representative Schmaltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Berger, what do you mean take you out of jeopardy from the federal mandates?
So that we don't have two separate standards, where if a business that is trying to conform with OSHA, if it stands up, or trying to do business as a federal contractor, that they basically don't have to, they have to choose, am I following the state rules or the federal rules? That's what I'm talking about.
So going back to 1816, when the state of Indiana signed on to become a state and agreed to the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause was in place. So
Yes.
the federal law, unfortunately, the federal law would take precedent over the state law. Is that correct? I believe that to be true.
Yeah, no, that is true.
So then
Yeah.
you really wouldn't be in jeopardy between the federal law and the state law, because it's the Supremacy Clause would, unfortunately, require you to follow the federal law instead of the state law.
That's correct.
I just wanted to clarify that.
No, and, I mean, so the result of that scenario is our members, if they're contracting with the federal government, they're going to require vaccinations for all their employees.
So now that's different. Now we're talking about a company that has a contract with the federal government that has to follow federal rules. That's,
Right.
I think, a different direction than
I agree.
the state law. I think
Yeah.
you still fall under that Supremacy Clause.
Yes, you would, yeah. So you would have to do that. But then what happens when an employee looks at the state statute and calls you or calls the Department of Labor or whoever saying an adverse action is being taken on me and I was not?
So now we're talking
I was
about
not given the
we're
option
talking about
to.
the adverse action. So I think
And
it's
the
incumbent-
requirements to testing, because
well,
there's
I
no.
think it's incumbent upon the business to maintain proper records and make sure that they're following their well-established written handbook and policies within their company. I think an employee can file a complaint on anything that they want. That's part of an at-will state. I think that's
true.
That's
Yes,
what
sir.
the case is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Berger? Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Patrick Glue and Daniel Groves on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the committee for having me here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Patrick Glue, and I'm with the Indiana Immunization Coalition. We're a nonprofit that advocates for vaccines throughout the state. We also administer vaccines throughout the state at schools, at employers, other contexts, from birth through adulthood, all vaccines. We have concerns with sections 5 through 8 of this bill. A number of other folks have indicated concerns about prior infection, about 1 week between testing. I won't waste your time discussing those more. One concern we have is with regard to the vaccine passports, specifically at public institutions in Indiana. If we substitute requirement for passport, those things already are required in K through 12 public schools, in every single public university in Indiana, and in just about every college in Indiana. The reason I know that is because prior to the pandemic, I kept a spreadsheet of all the requirements of all the colleges in Indiana. So this would actually roll that back. It means that colleges and universities could no longer require vaccines for measles, pertussis, and all the other deadly diseases that are out there. I think you really want to reconsider that. At the very least, narrow it to COVID-19 specific, and really give some hard thoughts at that too, given how deadly we know that COVID is, and that we have a safe vaccine for it. So that brings me to another point, the safety of the vaccine. Over 450 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine have been administered in the United States. We know from the history of vaccine development that most significant side effects will occur within the first 6 to 8 weeks of a vaccine's administration. There's no reason, based on historical precedent, to assume that there would be side effects months or years later. So again, we know many doses have been given. We know they can be safely given. We're concerned that in Section 6, or maybe 7, that healthcare providers and that other folks in long-term care facilities could invoke an exemption against being vaccinated. Dr. Tharp indicated there are medical contraindications. That certainly should be the case. Research shows that should be the case. When it comes to religious exemptions, the Vanderbilt University Medical Center has indicated that these following religions are not opposed to vaccines: Catholicism, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam, and the following denominations of Christianity: Eastern Orthodox, Amish, Anglican, Baptist, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mennonites, Quakers, and Pentecostal Christians. To reiterate, they are not opposed to vaccines. So when somebody invokes a religious exemption, we might actually be better indicated as a philosophic exemption. And I'm no theologian. I want to be careful about walking in that area, but just want to be clear about that if we offer a religious exemption, something that a number of states do not offer for other vaccines, that we're putting people at risk. So those are our main concerns with this bill. I'd be happy to answer questions. I'd be happy to find research for you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Patrick. Questions for Mr. Glue? Thank you. Daniel Groves and Dan Stock on deck.
Good afternoon, I guess now. My name is Daniel Groves. In response to this last gentleman speaking, technically there is no such thing as a requirement if there's exemptions. Also, when it comes to religious exemptions, this is America. You don't have to be a part of one of those religions that he mentioned. You can practice any religion you would like. Also, I agree with the two lady doctors that were in the white coats. Forgive me, I don't remember their names, but they said that they do believe that we have experts in this situation, and I agree with that. Their names are We the People and the Constitution. Yes, doctors are experts in their field, but you don't have to be a doctor to know that we simply haven't had enough time to know how the vax affects pregnant mothers and their preborn babies. But even if we did, even if we knew 100% without a doubt that it was not only safe and effective, but actually good for you and your preborn baby, it still would not be okay to mandate it. The best thing we can do for Hoosiers right now is to end the state of emergency with no exceptions or compromise, which we can do by passing HCR, House Concurrent Resolution 3, without entertaining the government's or the governor's demands, but instead doing what is best for the people. We shouldn't even be here today negotiating our freedom for supposed safety. I don't know about you, but I have plenty of better things to be doing besides being here. We should never give a single person power, not even in an emergency situation. Allowing businesses to mandate vaccines only if they allow exceptions is unconstitutional, un-American, and unethical. Mandating medical treatments or tests is wrong, period. Exemptions only create an illusion of liberty. This is America, and we should never have to ask permission for freedom. In fact, the only thing mandatory here is freedom. We do not need this bill. Thank you.
Hang on just a second. Questions for Mr. Groves? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Dan Stock. And on deck, Heather Carey.
My name is Dan Stock. I represent the Cyril and Dorothea's Foundation for Medical Freedom and the very small number of physicians in the country who do not have any financial influence impacting their ongoing education or any financial gun to their head on how they practice. What I have seen discussed here today very much enforces to me how little the people of America, including my colleagues, the business leaders who have come up here, and the members of this legislature understand the complexity of the problem at hand. Everyone is trying to take apart an extremely difficult problem of immunity and solve it with very simplistic solutions. And unfortunately, these very simplistic solutions are leading to incomplete information and selection of options being financially promoted. And this is causing a great many misperceptions, not only among people in the business community who are unsure of what they're supposed to do, not only among my colleagues, but also members of this legislature as well. And I'd like to point out some of those and then suggest what needs to be done legislatively to solve that problem so that this can get back to having a complicated solution addressed through multiple different and complicated solutions. Many of the things that people have not been made aware of here is that there is no governmental interest in this vaccine or any other vaccine. Even the CDC itself has admitted that these vaccines do not stop the spread of this virus. As a matter of fact, we have data that indicates that people who are vaccinated shed at least as much, and at least 2 to 6 months afterwards, probably more virus when they are infected than people who are not vaccinated at all. As a matter of fact, across the world right now, the most highly vaccinated countries are the ones with the highest rates of disease, hospitalization, and death, and it is near a linear relationship. Meanwhile, what has been demonstrated is that natural immunity has over a 99% protection, and even the CDC itself has admitted it has no cases of transmission from a recovered patient to anyone else. Therefore, as we consider this very complicated problem, has been reduced down to vaccine versus non-vaccine as a means to handle this. Practitioners come to their offices every day with a financial gun to their head. Should they use those non-vaccine options to treat this? We have treatments that have been shown in multiple placebo-controlled randomized blinded trials that the CDC refuses to acknowledge that are useful, and that physicians are financially punished and pharmacists financially punished should they allow them. This discussion has become dumbed down to the level where even my colleagues do not distinguish between safe and effective for what or against what, or safe and effective for how long against what. We've had speakers come up here and talk about safety that has been demonstrated very clearly, but in studies that are only very short-term in nature, and fail to recognize the entire problem of what's called antibody-dependent enhancement, where a vaccine slowly causes the immune system to work worse and worse against a pathogen until it no longer can fight the pathogen well. And by the way, for those of you who might entertain the fact that the most highly vaccinated countries have the greatest rate of disease right now and the greatest rate of death from disease right now, is indication that exactly that phenomenon is developing. In addition, there are realities about the safety of these vaccines which have not been considered even for adults or children. Facts that you've not been made aware of. For instance, every female in this room has every egg cell she will ever have 2 weeks before she was born. She will never be able to generate another one. We already know that these vaccines distribute most highly into the brain and ovarian tissue, and we know that these vaccines cause spike protein to be produced by those very egg cells, which to generate an immune system response necessitates that those egg cells will be destroyed, bringing on premature menopause in any woman who has been vaccinated. And the only way to prove that that phenomenon, which is suggested by the very biochemistry of these vaccines, will not happen, are the very trials which have not been done, which is long-term placebo-controlled randomized blinded trials, which have been required for every other vaccine simply because we have seen vaccines have great ability to generate autoimmune disease, antibody-dependent enhancement, and deformity. And these are all the positions of someone who believes that vaccination is a useful tool in medicine in certain situations that have been thoroughly evaluated by a physician who does not have any financial conflict of interest that will prevent him from looking at all possible solutions to be used on this issue. We know this vaccine does not prevent spread. Its immunity is not long-lasting. We already know from the best available data that the immunity provided by natural immunity, which can be safely gotten using non-vaccine options, is not only better than vaccine immunity, it is more durable. One of the failings of this bill is that it only recognizes immunity for up to 9 months, yet we already know from the studies in Israel that people who had recovered from COVID-19 as much as 18 months before the vaccinated study group was studied showed that they had 6 times better protection from infection if they had natural immunity 18 months before the vaccinations people were looked at. The duration of natural immunity is also greater than vaccine immunity. And if this bill interprets this as a vaccine versus nothing paradigm, then we have dumbed down this equation to something which cannot be settled by an employer or a legislature, or for that matter, a single doctor. The only person who can make this decision is a patient who has had unconflicted advice from as many providers as it wants to have before it makes this decision on vaccination or non-vaccination mechanisms before they make their decision. And this is not a decision that can be relegated to an employer, to a legislature, to a doctor, or to any government. Therefore, how would I criticize this bill and what would I have changed about it? Well, first of all, the concentration of more financial power into the executive branch is a mistake. We have already seen this used to drive and promote a vaccine which is virtually unstudied for its long-term effects and will never be studied for its long-term effects. Giving more financial power to a government which has used financial power to take this very complicated discussion and make sure that the education of even our providers can be limited to what is wanting to be heard is not in any way a good idea. Secondly, we have to recommend that as this thing is becoming very clearly a dissection of the population based upon vaccine status, the only way to protect this population from discrimination about vaccination status is to ban any discrimination on vaccination status at all. As a matter of fact, this bill should be highly rewritten to make it so that no employer is allowed to ask about vaccine status, no government agency is allowed to ask about vaccine status, nor maintain records of that vaccine status. And then all of your questions about why was I fired will go away, and this market can get back to a competition of ideas which does not have a single solution with a financial backer. And the consequences of failing to do so, if this vaccine continues to perform as badly as it appears to be doing with its horrific studies, is that we cannot go back. But if instead this conversation is paused and we block the financial influence that is limiting it to the extremely narrow options that are being offered, then a rational discussion can be had. And the individual can make the discussion of what is best for them. We already know that doing anything against one individual with this vaccine will not protect another individual. It does not stop spread. And that is even the CDC's position, despite what my colleagues have come up here to say. Therefore, what I would advocate is that this bill be highly modified. No further power should be given to the executive branch because they will use this to promote, not just distribute a vaccine, but to promote it. And without informed consent, as we have seen throughout the country, that there is no informed consent going about what is known, what is not known about these vaccines. There is no informed consent about the alternatives to this. The most active thing in preventing spread and treatment today is 25-hydroxyvitamin D. In a placebo-controlled randomized blinded trial, 100% effective on death, 90% effective on ICU progression. But no executive branch has decided to promote this to anyone. As a matter of fact, the CDC and the FDA has actually prevented its use. And the only way to level this financial playing field is to make Indiana a state which follows the lead of Montana and bans all vaccine discrimination, including the inquiry into it. There is no governmental interest in helping any individual here beyond what they can help themselves with their own education. And the consequences to not pausing now, because we cannot unvaccinate people. If this thing has the deleterious effects on the immune system, which the vaccine adverse events reporting system is clearly demonstrating, which the spread in the highly vaccinated countries is clearly demonstrating, we cannot go back. There is no emergency here. We have alternative options to manage this condition, both in prevention and in treatment. And the only way to counter the financial influence, which is being pushed on the entire population, including the businesses, is to take them so that they all have to play under the same financial conditions of not being able to discriminate on the basis of any vaccination. Thank you for your time. Can I answer any questions for the members of the committee?
Thank you. Please hold your applause. Questions from the committee for Dan Stock? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Heather Carey, I believe. And on deck we have Lindsay Hammond.
Hello. My name is Heather Carey. I am the co-founder of Cyril and Dorothea's Foundation for Medical Freedom. I would like to speak about a couple topics. The first being, through our foundation's work, we have offered clinics to those seeking information on the COVID disease and vaccine and non-vaccine options. At these clinics, if non-vaccine options have been more appropriate, we have provided those. Exemptions have been provided on a per-patient basis. Dr. Stock and I began this work months ago. We began this work because we saw an increasing need for help. People were contacting us, people were scared, people needed an avenue. It became very obvious that this was developing to be an issue, and for the last several months we have provided 1 to 2 clinics per month. Because Dr. Stock is one of the only physicians in the state who is even willing to touch the topic of exemptions, we have been booked every single clinic. We have had people begging us to get into the clinics, and we have had to turn people away, unfortunately. We have heard from many, many more that they are going to lose their job, that they are being bullied at work. We've had people taken into office spaces and yelled at, screamed at, demeaned by their supervisors. This is absolutely and totally unacceptable. Individuals who are being forced to be vaccinated or lose employment and education, this is an increasing problem that we are seeing. It has now got to a point where we are seeing hundreds of people per day are contacting me as I'm the clinic coordinator, asking for help. We have a clinic that is coming up January 2nd that is already full. It was almost full November 13th when we had our last clinic. This is a problem that needs to be addressed. People should not be forced to lose their education or higher or employment because of vaccine status. The second topic that I would like to speak about is the vaccine safety and effectiveness. This doesn't seem to be something that really has been talked about very much today, and it's quite alarming because this vaccine has not been, none of the vaccines for COVID-19 have been studied to show safety. I just want to say that again. None of these vaccines have been studied to show if they are safe to be used in the human population. What we are seeing, what is being reported to our foundation, is that they are not safe, that they are causing great harm, and when people are harmed from these vaccines, their employers say nothing. Our government says nothing. Moving on to children, we have many reports of children, some of which who volunteered for the trial, the very, very small trial that happened with, I think, about 4,000 children, which is a completely ridiculous trial sampling. One of those children is now in a wheelchair and can't walk. She volunteered for this. She believed in what her government was telling her, or what her community was telling her, what her physician was telling her. She took this vaccine, and she now has lost the ability to walk and is having ongoing medical issues. How many more children, how many more human beings have to be harmed before we take a step back and say, maybe we need to do a little bit better here. Maybe we need to acknowledge that it's not just about the employers, but about the employees and the rights that they have. Thank you for your time.
Committee questions for Ms. Carey.
Thank you.
Representative Taylor, or Senator Taylor, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Whatever.
No, I'm not sorry. That's a promotion, actually, isn't it?
I don't
Just got
know.
promoted.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for coming here today. Okay. I actually met with Dr. Sock. I don't know if you know that.
Good. He's over there somewhere.
Yeah. So I had met with him. So I'm a little versed in the homeopathic medicine that he provides instead of the vaccine. So you're saying that people, this legislation or this preliminary draft somehow promotes vaccines?
I think that if we don't look at the issue that they are going to be ongoing issues with exemptions and being accepted by employers as well as ongoing mandates, this problem is going to continue. And right now, I know for a fact that there are so many people on the 29th who are going to lose their job if they do not accept vaccination.
Okay, so I was under the impression that the so-called mandate, and I put that in quotes, has an exemption that says...
Okay, so thank you for that question.
Well, hold on, let me finish my question. So you have to quit your job, or do you get fired?
So I know people that are walking away. A lot of people in healthcare are walking away from their profession because they have no option.
Okay.
Medical and religious exemptions are being denied. And even if we go the route of doing, let's say, Dr. Stock does provide them with a medical exemption, then they're sending us additional paperwork for their employee waiver, and then they're still denying people.
So they quit?
Some quit, and I think some are fired. I don't know for certain on that. You would have to check and see.
Oh, because I thought you said they were going to lose their jobs. I thought.
Well, this is what people are telling us. They're saying we will lose our job because we are choosing to not be vaccinated with a vaccine that has not been tested to be proved to be safe.
Okay, so this PD that you have in front of you gives those people...
I don't have that in front of me.
Oh, that's what we're here. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much, Heather. Lindsay Hammond and Taylor Hughes on deck.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Hoosiers shouldn't have to choose between their freedoms. This ruse is a power grab, swapping emergency powers for law. End the state of emergency without the proposed transfer of power, which you can easily do with a House concurrent resolution. Hoosiers don't want to give up more of their rights for federal money. This is an open door for federal overreach. And I'm not sure if we can rely on the fact that our rights won't continue to be bartered as long as this federal money is available. We need to put more focus on using the surplus that we currently have to address these programs that need funded. We also don't want a permanent state of emergency codified, allowing the powers that be to demand that we continue jumping through hoops, or our children to be at the mercy of the Indiana Department of Health. Also, I'd like to point out that children on Medicaid do have access to pediatricians as well as super shots. The issue of mandates needs to be addressed in a standalone bill, like other states have already done. This legislature is not in favor of medical liberty because you have not done the following: give Hoosiers true protection from mandates, cover all Hoosiers with exemptions, protect religious freedom. Instead, you've opened the door for discrimination in the workplace. Include penalties for employers that refuse exemptions. A law is worthless without punishment. There have been hundreds of employees at Ascension that have already lost their jobs. Employees in Florida have their jobs back as a result of what Governor DeSantis has done, while our Hoosier heroes remain zeros. It's not about what you want. You were elected to represent your constituents, and I hope you will decide to do what's in their best interest. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Hammond? Seeing none, thank you, Lindsay, for your testimony.
And thank you.
Taylor Hughes, and on deck, Carol Auslander.
Thank you, Representative Leonard and Senator Bray and members of the joint committees. Taylor Hughes from the Indy Chamber. We represent a little over 2,000 businesses in the central Indiana 9-county region. 70% of those businesses have less than 70 employees, so we represent some of the largest companies and some of the smallest companies in the central Indiana area. We have a few concerns with the legislation here today. Number one, and I'll be brief since many of these have been discussed at some point today. Our fundamental position is that businesses, employers are going to be best positioned to make these decisions for their workforce, for business continuity, and to keep their customer base safe. And so we want to make sure that we maintain that right for the employers and for our members. Particularly the companies that we're hearing from over the last couple of days have been those in the life sciences and manufacturing spaces. Obviously, those are two of the largest sectors in Indiana and represent critical roles in several supply chains that are really important to the state. Some of the concerns we're hearing about are the one-size-fits-all approach that creates a sense of legal uncertainty. Particularly, Trent Fox from IHA mentioned the CMS rule and potential conflicts with that federal regulation. In addition, there's been some discussion about federal or executive branch contractor requirements, which would endanger some pretty significant contracts and certainly employment around the state. So that's a concern. We'd like to see either exemptions for those companies or some kind of clarification that would clear up some of where there might be either conflicts or uncertainty with state and federal regulations, as has been mentioned. So the second portion, Mr. Kevin Brinegar mentioned earlier, we think that the testing requirement and the no cost to employee provision will create a significant business cost at a time that our businesses, our members are navigating the most challenging economic climate in memory, right? And so creating that cost at this time, particularly while the state is in a pretty positive financial and revenue position, we think is something that should be addressed, whether through potentially some kind of state pay-for mechanism or a tax credit, given the state's positive revenue situation at the moment. Finally, there are certain elements in the bill that may be challenging to interpret or administer. Several of those have been brought up today. Anticipated pregnancy, the 6 months past recovery exemption after COVID, or the adverse employment pieces. I think fundamentally we would love to continue to engage with you on some of those pieces and see what clarifications or compromises can be forged. So if there's more time to consider this in partnership with you, we would appreciate that. Those are my comments today. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment on the bill.
Questions from committee for Mr. Taylor? I'm sorry. Senator Lannon?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just need to have you clarify. Who are you and who do you represent again, please?
From the Indy Chamber, the Central Indiana Chamber of Commerce.
The Indy Chamber. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Hughes? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Carol Auslander, and on deck, Christy Grabowski. Carol, welcome back to the State House. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Chairman Bray, Chairman Leonard, members of the House and Senate Rules Committee, Carol Auslander with Torchbearer Public Affairs. Today I stand before you representing two of my clients, One Zone Chamber of Commerce, representing Carmel and Fishers in Hamilton County, as well as Aspire Johnson County, the Chamber of Commerce serving the Johnson County communities of Greenwood, Franklin, and Bargersville. Thank you for the opportunity to express some concerns that we have with the proposed draft filed and being discussed today. First and foremost, as a business community, we are committed to the health and safety of not only our employees and customers, but also our communities. And we consider it to be our responsibility to maintain healthy and safe work environments in accordance with evidence-based guidance from local, state, and federal health authorities. That being said, both One Zone and Aspire stand in opposition to mandates to require vaccinations and or to prohibit vaccinations from occurring. Hoosier businesses value their ability to operate with limited government interference. Similarly, employers are best fit to decide which regulations or mandates best fit their businesses, employees, and customers. Some concerns we have with this draft is, as stated before, requiring the financial burden to be placed solely on the employer. Similarly, we feel that that should not be placed on the employee either. We are 4 months into the fiscal year, and our state's tax collections are, I believe, 10.5% above the projected revenues on which the budget is based. We feel that perhaps the state should have some responsibility for the financial burden on testing employees who choose not to be vaccinated. Second, we feel that the medical and religious concerns are reasonable exemptions for vaccine mandates, and we appreciate the language in the draft that would require documentation from a licensed healthcare professional for an exemption to occur. However, there's no documentation necessary for a religious exemption. Third, it is imperative that those who work with the sick, elderly, or other at-risk populations take reasonable precautions to protect those individuals, and this often includes taking vaccines. On behalf of our hospital, healthcare, and other health-related business members, we feel strongly that they should have an exemption from this mandate at the very least. Indiana is known as a state that works, and part of this reputation is to allow our business owners to run their own businesses and make the appropriate choices for their companies and for their employees without unnecessary government interference. Every business is different, just as every community is different. Employers should have the freedom to govern their own businesses and implement appropriate health and safety protocols for their companies. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Ms. Auslander? Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm so happy to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Won't get too deep into your personal life, but here's the question I have for you. Are your clients concerned about the conflict of interest that could be created if this preliminary draft were to become law based on the federal contract statute?
Absolutely. I was very pleased that my colleague Andrew Berger from the Manufacturers Association brought that issue up because we do have concerns with that as well.
So is your concern based on the fact that based on a contractual agreement with the federal government, you've agreed to actually comply with OSHA standards and other standards that are set forth from the federal government, and then you have a conflicting statute that could be passed in the state of Indiana, and you're confused as to which one you have to comply with? One, you have a contractual obligation in one. The other one is a law. So is that the conflict that's created by this?
Absolutely. Either way, you are breaking some sort of either law or contractual agreement.
And by doing this, we are creating this conflict for you.
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Auslander? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Christy Grabowski, and on deck, Janet Gernand.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. And I am happy to see my representative and my senator here to witness these public comments. I oppose the preliminary draft 3651. I feel we must first end the state of emergency and then address legislation against vaccine mandates. I believe individual liberties must trump all others. My husband's job is now in jeopardy because you did not secure Hoosiers' medical freedom back in January with SB 74. My husband's employer, a very large telecom company, is using the federal mandate as cover. Even though OSHA has suspended this rule, they are still pushing forward. This affects hundreds of Hoosiers employed by this company. My husband had to submit his religious exemption by November 15th, which was moved up from December 8th. However, the company has up to 45 days after January 4th to approve or disapprove it. During that time, he is being discriminated against by having to adhere to additional requirements of masking and weekly testing. Failure to do so could result in denial of his exemption. The employees who have not been vaccinated are not subjected to these requirements, even though we know they can catch and spread the virus. So some of the questions that my husband had to answer to get his apply for his religious exemption were, please identify the sincerely held religious belief, practice, or observance that is causing you to seek an accommodation related to the COVID-19 vaccine requirement. Please describe the conflict between such sincerely held religious belief, practice, or observance and the COVID vaccine requirement. Is the sincerely held religious practice or observance you identified in response to question 1 based on an organized religious faith to which you belong? Have you received other vaccinations previously? Would receiving a COVID vaccine interfere with your ability to practice your religion? And then he couldn't even submit it without clicking this agree to that he has to be able to provide other responses as approached on this. He has to provide more if he's questioned. So I want to ask how my husband's employer is qualified to determine if the level of my husband's deeply held religious belief is sufficient. My God says, if you have faith like a grain of mustard seed, you say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you. Except his company adds, they get to measure the size of that mustard seed, or even determine whether it is a mustard seed. This has put immense stress and a heavy burden on my husband and our family. It puts a cloud over us as we head into the holiday season, not knowing if my husband will have a job next year. The state of emergency must end now. It is clear the only reason it is being renewed time and time again is for continued federal funding, not for our safety. Where are you on this? Governor Holcomb is not a king. It is your job to remind him of that instead of bartering with our liberties. The governor is leveraging our health freedom to keep federal dollars coming in, essentially selling us out. Where are you? Hoosiers' medical liberty must not be tied to federal purse strings. End the state of emergency now, then address legislation against vaccine mandates. This is your opportunity to do the right thing, to do what you were put here to do, promote good and prevent evil. We will not settle for half measures designed to appease us. We will not settle for legislation without an enforcement mechanism. We have lost too much over the last 2 years to settle for anything less than medical freedom for every Hoosier, and we are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Questions for Ms. Grabowski? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Janet Gernand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee. My name is Janet Gernon, and I'm a constituent of Delaware County. I'm also a parent, grandparent, who's very troubled over the direction in which our country is going. I oppose PD 3651 because it does not end the state of emergency, which must happen now. My reason for coming here today is to voice my deep concern over what's happening to our state and nation's workforce with regard to exemptions being denied, which is causing people to either be fired or taking the vaccine under duress. These vaccines have no long-term safety studies, nor have they been tested on animals, which is required in the Nuremberg Code. I personally have friends and family members who have already lost their jobs or at risk of losing their jobs due to not taking this experimental vaccine. It's experimental. They're cautious because they have no idea what the short and long-term side effects might be. Several of my friends are actually nurses who are the main breadwinners in their family. One such friend is actually a single mother with 3 young, underage children. Several physicians have reached out to Hoosiers for Medical Liberty stating that they do not want to take the vaccine but feel coerced into doing so or else lose their livelihoods. Our founding fathers did not establish government with the intent to protect the health of Americans. It was established to protect our freedoms. Our bodies do not belong to our employers, schools, or government. My body belongs to me, your bodies belong to you, and the bodies of children belong to their parents. With regard to the Nuremberg Code, do you realize that COVID-19 vaccinations violate this declaration, which is considered a crime against humanity? Every single American has the right and freedom to bodily autonomy without being coerced, threatened with job loss, or discriminated against or segregated, which is happening right now. Employees should not be required to test based solely on their vaccination status. In the presence of an exemption, it constitutes discrimination since the vaccinated can become infected and even transmit the virus. If testing occurs, it should be to all employees. I was under the impression that discrimination and segregation of the 1940s and 50s were behind us and that we had learned some important moral lessons, but I guess not. Here are some of the elements of the Nuremberg Code that today's COVID-19 vaccination campaign violates. Number 1, vaccines are being forced upon all military personnel whose consent is not voluntary and who are not able to exercise free power of choice. Number 2, children are being offered ice cream, money, and other bribes to get vaccinated without their parents' knowledge, lack of legal capacity to give consent. Number 3, government employees, hospital staff, and private sector employees who are told to either get vaccinated or be terminated are being pressured with coercion. Number 4, private sector employees who are told to either get vaccinated or pay to take COVID-19 tests are being placed under duress to get vaccinated and are being discriminated against. Number 5, because the CDC has decided, as announced on May 1st, 2021, to no longer disclose the number of breakthrough cases after people have been fully vaccinated, Americans lack sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter to make an understanding and enlightened decision. Number 6, because no study on the vaccine's impact on fertility, pregnancy, or infant development has ever been conducted, even though the vaccine's lipid nanoparticles are now known to be accumulating in the ovaries and testes, all hazards reasonably to be expected are not made known. The death penalty, worthy crimes against humanity that the Nazis committed against prisoners inside concentration camps in the 1940s are now being committed by nurses, doctors, hospitals, company owners, vaccine makers, and government officials, including Anthony Fauci and President Joe Biden. Personally, I would not want my name on that list, and I hope you do not either. In closing, it is my hope that you will oppose PD 3651. We need to end this state of emergency now. It's my prayer that your vows to faithfully serve the Indiana Hoosiers by protecting our liberties, not our health, will be on the forefront of your decision-making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there questions for the witness? Representative Austin?
Thank you, President Bray. Could you tell me, ma'am, the source for your statement where children are being given the vaccination without their parents' consent?
Well, there are, I don't have that in front of me, but I know that is happening, and I know not only, well.
How do you know that? And I need a source.
I'm sure someone else will be able to give that to you that's here today. I did not bring that with me, but I know that is to be true, in fact.
Thank you.
Senator Lennon.
Can you tell us where that's occurring? Can you give us
Well,
specifics?
I can't tell you exactly which states that's occurring in. I don't know that it's in Indiana right now.
You do know it's in Indiana, or you don't know?
I said I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emily Bryant. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Bray, members of both committees. My name is Emily Bryant. I'm the Executive Director of Feeding Indiana's Hungry. We're the State Association of Food Banks representing the 11 Feeding America affiliates that serve all 92 counties across the state of Indiana.
Ms. Bryant, speak close to the microphone
Sorry.
if you can.
Better? I'm here today just to speak to Section 2 in the bill. As you may or may not be aware, since the pandemic in April of 2020, Indiana's SNAP recipients have been receiving the emergency allotments, which have increased the benefits to the maximum allowable levels. I think in speaking with many of you over the last session, you're aware that our members are still performing Herculean tasks. There have been articles this week in both the Indianapolis and South Bend media markets talking about the need still being above pre-pandemic levels. And for every one meal that a Feeding America affiliate distributes, SNAP provides 9. So we're fully in support of the Section 2 language, but we would ask for one small amendment to that, and I think it'll hopefully answer some questions that came up earlier. There was no language created federally that ends when the emergency allotments can occur. It is tied only to the federal public health emergency being in place and a state public health emergency being in place. Currently, the federal public health emergency is in place until January 16th, and the federal public health emergency goes in a 90-day cycle. So in theory, there would be time during session to adjust that were that necessary. But we would ask to not have that language put in code as a statutory date. We would rather have it either tied to a federal public health emergency or something similar to the sunset that's in Section 1. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me go directly to the language. So are you talking about the language on the first page of the PD, Section 2?
Yes, Section 2, it's line 31, is the sunset provision for March 31st, 2022.
Yeah. Were you here when I asked the author?
Yes, sir.
About I don't think I remember getting an answer to that question, but so you're saying the federal mandate, or not federal mandate, the federal termination would end February of 2022?
No, so when the federal legislation,
January,
currently, the current federal health emergency expires January 16th, I believe. Where ours go every 30 days, the federal is every 90 days. So in January, we would have notice whether there would be another extension of the federal public health emergency for the purposes of emergency allotments. But there is no drop dead date that was put into statute when the federal legislation was passed to begin with. So the March 31st, 2022 date isn't significant. Doesn't signify anything.
I think I have a different theory of why it's March 31, but here's the other part. So it's January 16th, then you count February, March, April. So if the governor does not extend the emergency order, along with the federal government extending the federal emergency order, these benefits would go away.
Yes, the two things that have to occur is there's a federal public health emergency, which is the January 16th and the 90 days, and a state public health emergency, or what other states are doing is similar to the language that's in this bill that allows a state public health official or an agency to declare an emergency. That's been accepted by USDA.
Right. So.
Or the governor, either way.
So you're saying take out line 31?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Or amend it so that it would enable this to continue so long as the federal public health emergency exists, which is when those federal public benefits would be available.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still wondering why it's March 31 myself. So okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Cindy Gilman, I believe. I can't quite read the last name. Cindy Gilman? Or Gilmore, perhaps? Cindy Gilman. Oh, Gilmore, excuse me. Okay. Next up is Dan Gilmore. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cindy Gilmore. Thank you for hearing me this morning. I actually just wanted to address a couple of things, and specifically some of the statistics from the physicians that stood before you. They almost come across as if babies are dying in droves and pregnant moms are dying in droves over COVID. But I just want to, if you go to the, or at least that's how I took it, and I just want everybody and encourage everybody then to go to the COVID dashboard for Indiana, and I want you to actually look at some of the statistics that are there. And so when you look at statistics, the death rate of 0 to 19, for example, because then babies would be included in that, it is, oops, I'm sorry. Let me put it down. It would be 0.1% of all deaths that have occurred. And if there's 17,000 deaths, that means that there's 170, if I'm doing my math correctly, people that have passed away from COVID between the ages of 0 and 19. From 20 to 29 years old, which would be the population of people that would be pregnant, there's only 0.3% over the last year and 10 months. So we're talking almost over 2 years time span. And so sometimes I think that we can stand here and we can listen to some of the physicians, and it's very dramatic about how these COVID, these moms coming in and they're pregnant and they're dying, and it almost seems like they're venting COVID mothers in droves, every single mom that comes in. And they're not passing away in droves based on the statistics. And so I just wanted to specifically address that because I'm really concerned, and it almost sounds like they're advocating for pregnant moms to get the vaccine. And I know I have 7 children, and I'm going to tell you right now that every pregnancy that I ever had, I wouldn't even want to take a Tylenol. And so if you all are addressing anything that has anything to do with having pregnant moms receive an exemption, I think that you should consider that, because no pregnant mother should be forced to receive a vaccination. We need to keep our moms safe, but we also need to keep the baby safe. We do not have any statistics on what this does. We do not have any long-term data. No matter what physician stands before you today, there is no long-term data that is showing what the effects are over the course of 2 years, 3 years, 10-year data. And so we need to be very wise, and I hope you all are very wise when you're making these decisions to include these exemptions in that. And then also another, I don't remember the person's name that came forward, but when they came forward, they said, he was on that side, and he said that the hospitals are full of patients, and they're seeing this overrun, of patients. And so again, I ask you to go to the COVID dashboard. And so if you go to the COVID dashboard, it specifically says, hold on, technologically challenged. Hold on, let me pull this down. It says today, that is today, statewide ICU bed usage, 57.8% of IC beds in use are non-COVID. And 24.8% of ICU beds are available. So that, again, gives me almost 75% of beds in the hospital, 76%, I think. I'm doing my, 76% are non-COVID related, 18% are COVID beds. So again, a lot of people can stand here and they can kind of influence you to think that we are being overrun by this pandemic, that we are just, the hospitals are full, that it's just, oh my goodness. If we go down to ventilators, 75% of ventilators are available right now, and 18% are being used for non-COVID. So I guess I just wanted to share, I just want everybody to know, because I don't know if you know, to go to the COVID dashboard that is put out by the Indiana State Health Department that is updated on a daily basis. And we really need to be wise in our numbers and what's going on. So that's all I have to share as I look at this COVID dashboard. So
Thank
I
you.
wanted to make sure of that. Thank you so much for your time.
Ma'am, just a moment. The committee might have a question or two for you. Are there questions from the committee?
I have one.
Senator Taylor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
You too. So I'm anticipating, or I'm assuming that you're talking about medical reasons, including pregnancy, or anticipated. You want that exemption to stay in?
I want, well, first of all, I'm in my core of core, my heart of hearts, I'm not for exemptions at all. I'm for being an American, and we have freedoms to choose what we do with our body. And we have medical freedom to say yes or no. If I break my leg and I don't want treatment, I shouldn't have treatment. That's first and foremost. I just wanted to come and speak to the numbers, actually. But if there is a bill, and if it is passed, and if it goes before, I do not believe that pregnant women should be forced to be vaccinated. So if that's the language that's in there, I do not believe that. Okay, so if that's what you're asking me, that's my answer to that.
Okay. It doesn't require. It
Yes,
just says
yes, they need to
can
be
have it.
exempted from that, yes. I don't,
Okay,
yes.
so
They need to be able to get an exemption if they're pregnant, if that's what you're asking.
Right.
Yes.
And it's their choice to get an exemption.
It's their choice to get an exemption, yes.
Okay.
If they're
all right.
pregnant, that's, yes.
Did the doctors disagree with that?
Well, if you actually listen to them, they almost, what I'm referring to is as they stand before you, you know, they're coming across as they're seeing a ton of COVID pregnant mothers, and it's just, you know, it's just horrible to have to vent all these people and have preterm labor and all of that. It almost makes it sound like it's on a daily basis. It's happening every single day, and based on these statistics, there's no way that can happen. Okay. So I just want to make sure that the drama that is being put forth is not the drama. That's okay. It. Okay, that's my goal. I just want to, based on statistics, we're not seeing this.
Okay, because I thought I heard them say, including the one OBGYN who said she was pregnant, had her baby, had the vaccine.
Yes,
did you
did.
Hear that? Okay.
Yep, I did.
So she didn't, but what they were talking about was
in the workplace, they said that they would mandate that.
No, they said
for pregnant women.
No, they said that they would recommend it, strongly recommend it. They don't mandate anything. They would strongly recommend the vaccine for even their pregnant patients.
Right.
Or the mothers, because they've seen stuff.
Which I think is horrific. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
The medical reasons, including pregnancy and anticipated pregnancy, they said that language leads to the theory that you have that there's a complication associated with the vaccine. So they were here to actually say, if you're going to have, you shouldn't, first of all, you shouldn't have this exemption because it sends the wrong message. Did you hear that? That's what they said.
All right. When I listened to the physicians that were standing before us, the three medical, okay, when I stood here, when I was sitting over here and I was listening, from my viewpoint, okay, it sounded like to me, and I want to make sure that nobody else is getting that same thing, is that they are highly recommending all pregnant women to get the vaccine.
Right.
They are highly recommending that it will reduce COVID in the pregnant mothers, and it will pass along immunities to the babies. That's what she said.
Right.
Okay? And there is no evidence that it passes along immunity to the baby. I mean, we do not have long-term studies. We do not know what it does. So that is what I am coming forth and sharing.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. God bless you, hon.
God bless you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dan Gilmore.
Thank you, everyone, for letting us share our thoughts and our concerns regarding this bill. Again, I would go right back to let's just get rid of all the requirements from the state down and not even have a need for a mandate. The Lord has given us these bodies to care for as He would deem fit, correct? And so it should be our choice to have a vaccine or not have a vaccine, any vaccine. But today we're talking about the COVID-19 vaccine. And so I would say it should be our choice, period. From a religious standpoint, I don't think any of us in this room can stand in front of anyone and determine what religion they so choose to practice, what God they choose to serve. It's their choice, and it's between them, and they shouldn't go any further than that. My greatest question and my greatest opportunity to be in front of you all today is to say this. Have you ever sat back and just asked yourself, why are we even having this discussion? Have you really thought that? Turn all the news off, sit down and think, why are we having this discussion? Because everything we see in the past has always been research, study, data, all of this to support the need for medical things. I, as an individual who have been in the hospital, have been cared for by medical staff, require nothing of any one of my physicians, nurses, or anyone else that gave me care. I don't want them to put anything in their body that would harm their body. Because quite frankly, whether they're immunized or not immunized, I want them to take care of me. If I get something, then I got something. But that person didn't cause that. They're there to take care of me. And I want us all to consider where we're coming from, because when this all started, our heroes, per se, were at the forefront of all of this, taking care of every one of us who had COVID, which, if we actually go back and look at who really died of COVID or died of underlying conditions, there's a difference. Those underlying conditions helped push them to their disease or their death state. They were heroes then, and now they're not because they want to say, I don't want a vaccine. I don't think that's fair. I think it starts there. We all have a right to choose to be vaccinated or not choose to be vaccinated. But I will tell you, as one of the physicians said, double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled, multi-center trial never took place here. Never. And we're all sitting here wondering, and why there's this division. We, the people, are trying to speak up, but our media is controlled, and it's blocking things. We can't get out there and say that we, the people, what we want. So I really appreciate you all giving us an opportunity to stand up here and say this, because we, the people, don't want this. And this is very, very wrong. And I don't know if you, like I said, do you ever sit back and just question, why are we even here? I sit back and I say, turn on the TV and let's just look at what's really going on, realistically going on. Because our healthcare practitioners who are out there striving every day to try and take care of us should not be mandated to take anything, period. But today we're talking about the COVID-19. This should just all go away. Because even the folks who are in the hospital, who go into the hospital today, and they're put on some of these drug cocktails, and I'll just throw one of them out there, remdesivir, scares me to death. Because all of these drugs in this emergency use only have not been tried and true and proven as other drugs have been. Monoclonals, they're pulling monoclonal antibodies out in an emergency use only when there were others that were already on the market that had been gone through testing that aren't being used. For what purpose, I'm not sure. But why are we doing this? That's what scares me. Politically speaking, something is driving this, and this isn't a healthcare issue. Did our death rate even go up from one year to the next? I'm not sure, but I don't think it did. And if it did, it didn't go up very much. So how much is COVID really killing people? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Just a minute, Mr. Gilmore. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Stanley Raspus, I may pronounce that incorrectly. Next on deck would be Maureen Sims Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Joint Committee. I am Stanley Raspus, and I am here representing myself and not my employer. I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering, and I work as an engineer. I serve as a lead engineer and a technical advisor at the Crane Navy Base. I have traveled overseas and into active war zones in support of our country. Right now, the federal mandates for federal employees are not at a stay. They are still moving forward. My job is currently at risk, and my employer is already taking actions against me because of my vaccine status. Come January, I may not have my job. So action and movement now by our state government is appreciated. I wanted to take just a second and talk to some of the data that I saw that was kind of missing from other testimonials. I've been doing some dives in the VAERS database, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. It tracks 240 vaccines and their impacts. The COVID vaccines account for about 5 of those 240. If we look in 2020, during the clinical trial stage of most of these vaccines, the VAERS database reports that the 5 COVID vaccines account for 50% of all the reports that were submitted. If we look in 2021, with just the 11 months that we've had this vaccine, it is now a 95% COVID vaccine report and a 5% all 235 other vaccines. And that is both adverse events and death rates. So I would have to ask to all of the physicians who came up and testified that this vaccine is safe, what are they tracking? Because per all other vaccines that are being tracked, we are at a 95% to 5% split. How is this safe compared to what we already have going? To the guy who was just up here, the death rate in the U.S. has actually dropped over COVID. I can't explain why, but if you look at the data for 2019, 2020, and 2021, our country's death rate is actually dropping. So sorry about that quick side tour. What I really wanted to come and talk to today was the testing requirements. So I come in support of this legislation and to push for stronger protections. In its current form, it promotes discrimination under the guise of safety. All the people in the United States are considered innocent until proven guilty, except the unvaccinated. The unvaccinated are considered sick until proven well, while the vaccinated are considered well until proven sick. So why are unvaccinated American citizens being denied their American rights? I ask that the state legislators ban public and private entities from being allowed to set conditions of employment based on vaccine status. We already protect religion, gender, and race. Why can we not add vaccination status to the list? If our employers were really concerned about safety, they should not be mandating vaccines. They should be trying to push for testing. I ask that the state legislators consider that this legislation allows blatant discrimination under the guise of safety. The claim is that only unvaccinated people can spread COVID, so we need to test them. The claim is that testing the unvaccinated proves they are well and won't spread the disease to others. We know by the vaccine's track record this is untrue. Today on the CDC's website, they state, and I quote, "For people infected with the Delta variant, similar amounts of viral genetic material have been found among both unvaccinated and fully vaccinated people," end quote. So if vaccinated people can get and transmit COVID-19, why are we not testing them as well? Why do we not care about infected vaccinated individuals who can still spread the disease? If the push is really for safety, then those statements should really be, everybody can spread COVID-19, so to be safe, everybody should be tested. Testing proves everyone is well, and they won't spread the disease. If we are not interested in safety, then we are really just hiding blatant discrimination. If everybody can get and spread COVID-19, then why are we discriminating against those who are unvaccinated? Why have only the unvaccinated lost their freedoms and liberties, their rights, their jobs and livelihoods, and their American dreams? Why does the state wish to treat unvaccinated citizens below the American standard? We should treat all citizens like citizens, innocent until proven guilty. I am all for safety and for the freedom of choice. So if the state is going to allow private and public entities to test, then I would suggest that the following rules apply. One, that every public and private entity should be allowed to promote safety in their workplace. Therefore, every public and private entity should be allowed to decide if they want to enforce testing or not. If testing is enforced, then the entity enforcing it should cover testing costs and the time it took to get the test. If the employer wants to push higher safety standards for their workplace, that is their decision, and they should cover the cost. It should not be on the employees. If testing is enforced, then all employees and guests, whether vaccinated or not, must undergo the same testing. If the testing is to promote safety, then we should all work together to create a safer workplace. This isn't vaccinated versus unvaccinated. It's everybody coming together to defeat COVID-19. And if anybody is required to test, then everybody should be required to test.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions for the witness? Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Sir, will you please submit your source and your citation for your statement that the death rate actually declined over 3 years to the committee?
I believe that that data was from the CDC's website. If you have a place that I can actually submit that to, I'd be happy to.
You can submit it to the committee. Just submit it, because
Okay.
I'm seeing something totally different. I'm interested to see your statistics.
Other questions?
Yes.
Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since my colleague brought it up, I'm actually on the website. You said what years?
For 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Well, there's no statistics for 2021 yet.
There is not a complete list of statistics for 2021 yet because the year's not over.
Okay, but you said 19 to 20?
19 and 20, yes.
Okay.
And if you wanted to, you could also go back and look at 2018 as well.
Yeah, I'm on it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because could you send that to me too? Because I'm seeing something different on the website. Right
Okay.
now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Maureen Sims Strong. And next is Mickey Rodenbush.
Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Sims Strong. I'm from the great county of Greene County. I'm an implant from Detroit, Michigan, and I'm just thankful, God, that I'm in the great state of Indiana. And mine's a little bit different because in Detroit, it was horrible. When I graduated in 1980s, there was no jobs, so I joined the Navy. So I'm a 23-year military veteran, served my country. I'm the granddaughter of 2 German immigrants. Both of them fought in World War II. And they told me stories of how proud it was to serve your country. So all I've ever wanted to do was to serve my country. And my cousin Gunther came over from Germany in the 70s, and I got a chance to ask him, I said, how come you guys fell for that Hitler guy? You know, it was obvious. And he said something that I've always thought of. He said, well, you don't understand. We did not have free speech. We were limited. Whatever the government said, we had to repeat. I thought, how horrible. And I joined the Navy, and I loved it so much, and I was just happy to have a job. And that in 1995, I had the honor to be the 1995 Sailor of the Year for the whole Navy, and I got sent to the Pentagon. I worked under the Chief of Naval Operations, and I worked under Bill Clinton and Bill and Hillary Clinton. I was the White House liaison. It was absolutely fabulous. I loved it. And what I seen there, I want so much for, and I think Indiana is leading the way. We worked together. You couldn't help but like Bill Clinton because he compromised. When I first looked at this, I said, I don't like that, but I kind of like this. But we got things done because everybody had to realize that you didn't get everything you want. For the lady in the front, I think your name's Terry, I said, who is that spicy lady? That would be me. I'd be up there going and so you have to ask questions. Praise God, we can still ask questions, so I like it. But I would just say, let's just pass this. Everybody doesn't get what they want, but you want a freedom of choice, right? And just pass it. What harm would it do? What harm? Like they said, the vaccine just came out not even a year ago. Have we lost our minds? I mean, if you want to get a vaccine, get a vaccine. I got COVID from a guy who got a vaccine and is positive, but I think I had it before, but nobody knew it was COVID, so they told me just to suck it up. I was sick. I thought I was going to die, but nobody cared because I didn't know to be afraid that I might die. So I felt like I was dying, but then when I got it again, I didn't even know. And that's what most people are saying. Let's just have a choice. But everybody's been so cordial here. I'm just excited to be here. So that's my story. And then I came to Indiana, and I joined something called the National Guard, didn't know what it was. And 2 weeks after I had a baby, and I realized that when you're in the military, you give up your right for medical. You know that? You give up. They tell you. 2 weeks after I had a baby, my unit got mobilized. And they called me up and said, December 27th, hey, you got to get to Atterbury. I said, I just had a baby 2 weeks ago. And they said, okay, we don't even know what we're doing. We're just telling you if you don't show up, we're arresting you, or we're sending out a warrant. And I thought, oh, my God. And so I went, because sometimes the medical unit, the people can be wrong. And I went there and I said, hey, I got to talk to someone. I just had a baby 2 weeks ago. I mean, this is bad. And the doctors there were, of course, reservists that just got mobilized, so they didn't know what to do. And in a room full of about 500 people, the one doctor says to the other doctor, hey, she just had a baby. What should we do? He said, I don't know. Ask her how she feels good, in front of everybody. And they said, how do you feel good? And I said, well, pretty good. I just had a baby, but I feel pretty good. And he said, well, maybe you should wait here 30 days till the head doctor comes back. And the guy came back, the head doctor, and he said, well, you should have never, ever been called. But since you're here and it's a time of war, it's an emergency, we're going to keep you. So, okay, I can't take a shower, I can't vacuum, but I'm going to have an 80-pound backpack full rattle on my back. I almost died. Not a year. So I almost died because of that. So I know, but I took that because I joined the military. I don't want to die for this. I don't want to die. If there's even a chance, I've already lived through that. My people had come over here from Germany. So can we not just do a compromise? That's all I ask. And keep spicy, lady. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for your testimony. Ms. Simstrong, just wait there may be some questions for you. I don't know if anyone's going to ask you a question or not, but are there questions of the committee? Okay. The spicy Representative Austin, go ahead.
I'll never live this down. Let me ask her a question. So what compromise would you talk about compromise. What compromise, if you were in our shoes, what compromise would you recommend?
What I would have to say is, what loss, if you sign it, does anybody die? No. What value-added benefit it makes me feel good as an American that I still have a choice and I'm not in Nazi Germany. And that's what, like I said, that's what my people came from. That's what instilled in me is freedom, Maureen, freedom of speech. So the value-added benefit of just giving to the voters, they're going to say, hey, you know what? They're listening to us. Nobody's going to lose. There's no loss. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
And ma'am, are you talking about, excuse me one second, Representative Austin, so this language here is the compromise that you're referring to, I'm assuming?
Right, because
Yes.
when I first read it, I said, oh, well, if I was writing it, if I was governor for the day, well, I thought, you know what, I'm not governor. We have all these people, everybody's got a different opinion, but I don't see anything harm. Okay. It's a step that I like some of the things in it, I don't like, but I can live with it. Nobody is going to get 100%. But it's a step forward that would make us feel better, so please sign it. That's my plea to you for Christmas. Christmas present, please sign it.
Thank you very much. Mickey Rodenbush.
Hello, my name is Mickey Rodenbush. I am a high school senior at Hare and Riverside Classical School. I am here today to advocate for some clarification in the bill for private universities to make sure that they are allowing religious exemptions to the vaccine. So from my own personal experience, right now I'm going through the process of applying to colleges, and it is difficult enough applying and seeing where you get accepted, where you get scholarships, etc., without having to worry about whether or not my religious exemption is going to be accepted. And I am possibly going to be forced to choose between compromising my religious beliefs and compromising my education. And on a broad scale, I would ask 30 years, 40 years down the line, if we aren't allowing people to be educated because of their religious beliefs, or at least educated up to the standard that would previously have been allowed. If we're not allowing these people to be educated, how can we claim to have a well-educated government that is representative of its nation's religious and political beliefs?
Other questions for the witness? No questions? Fantastic job, young lady. Thank you very much for being here. Tina Riffey. And up after that is, I believe, Donna Bryant. Tina Riffey now.
Thank you, Chairman, and everyone who came. I am a former employee of Ascension St. Vincent. I worked at the Fishers location, and I'm also currently a senior nursing student. I have papers here that stated the requirements for the CMS mandate, and it's ironic that today was the meeting because there's 3 people on a review board at my school that are currently reviewing religious exemptions today for the CMS mandate. So today, as I stand here and witness to the committee and hear other people's views, I'm also awaiting my email that determines if I can finish nursing school or not. So I'm a senior, which means they told me I can finish this semester, but I would not be able to return next semester because you would be required to have it to go to clinicals. And my one question that someone else had asked was, who is determined to have the right to decide the God that I serve, the religion that I choose to pursue? And so I answered. They had 4 questions. How long have you held it? Why particularly this vaccine? And other questions. And so I answered those questions to the best of my ability. I gave my personal belief. I gave my background. I hope that they see it through it, but also I question what determines my eligibility, if my faith is strong enough for me to be exempt. And so within this bill, it would give me the right to be able to still care for patients, to go into my career, whatever education I would pursue, and not have to get that, but I'm not compromising my faith. And as for the St. Vincent job, I was a student nurse intern. That's under the title of patient care tech. So I work alongside the nurses, and personally working at the Fishers location, it's a very small hospital. They only have labor and delivery and a med-surg floor, and they're limited on the intensity of cases that they can take. A lot of their patients get transferred to the 86th Street location for more complicated conditions and surgeries. And so I worked on the med-surg floor. I worked night shift, so they say that night shift isn't as intense as day shift, and we don't do as much, yet Fishers is constantly understaffed. They rely on resource nurses, resource techs. Before I signed on, they didn't have any techs. They had to pull from resource. The nurses did everything. They're pulled 4 or 5, sometimes 6 patients if they can't get a resource. And so I did everything to the best of my ability. I loved my job. I loved my patients, loved my nurses. They loved having my help there when I could, but I had to work that in with school. And I was notified when the mandate went out that St. Vincent would require the vaccine by November 12th, or you would be suspended, and then following the suspension, which it deactivates your badge so you can't get into the facility or go to work, and then following the suspension, when you get this allotment of like a month, I'm not sure on the exact days, where you can decide to get it and still go back to work, or you'll formally be terminated. So I submitted, they allowed us a medical or religious exemption, so I submitted one, but as for me and any of my friends who submitted one, they denied them all. And so I was notified, I let my coworkers know, my manager knew, they respected my beliefs, they respected me for it, they were sad to see me go, I was sad to leave, but they couldn't do anything about it. It was Ascension as the overhead that had their personal mandate. And when they sent me the email, their determination for why they denied it was that it was a danger and harm to patient safety for me being unvaccinated. But my question to that was, if it's such a danger and harm to patient safety, when does patient safety become a concern? When there's not enough nurses and staff to take care of them, and so they're in neglect, they're not getting the care they need, and they possibly die. And there's cases where patients do die from neglect, but we've seen a nationwide nursing shortage for the past few years now. It's always been an ongoing issue. As more nursing students come out and they graduate, there's still nurses retiring, nurses leaving for whatever reasons. Hospitals can't hire enough at one time. And so nurses are being, the nurse-to-patient ratio, there's not a law in Indiana that determines a safe nurse-to-patient ratio. So some hospitals can have up to 6, 7, 8, even more than that, patients per nurse. And if a patient is neglected, if they're not getting the care they need, their condition could worsen or they could possibly die, and then that nurse or that hospital could face a lawsuit. So for Fisher specifically, they're already short-staffed, so then having more people leaving, and overall St. Vincent saw a lot of nurses leaving because they weren't accepting their exemptions. Once this mandate is put into place, the CMS mandate, phase 1 is December 6th, and then the effective date of phase 2 is January 4th. That's the final day when all of this takes place. So come the month of January, the month of February, and hospitals see their staff leaving by 10s, 20s, hundreds, however many leave at one time. What happens to the nursing shortage then? What happens to patient safety then? Are patients more at risk to be treated by unvaccinated nurses than they are to not be treated at all if nurses can't get to them and care for them in time? So that was my one question to when they submitted, well, it's a danger to patient safety. What about safety when there's no one to care for them? And as for me, as for everyone, they say you do have a choice. It's not a fact that you don't have a choice. It is a choice. You choose if you get vaccinated or not. But a choice is having you go to a restaurant. Would you like water, tea, coffee? What would you like to choose? This is a case of forced termination. You choose between your right to freedom of religion, your freedom of speech, to believe your own faith that you want to in our great country of America, or you have to give up your livelihood. I'm a struggling college student. I barely cut it to pay the bills. I loved my job. I had to leave. I mean, technically I was terminated, but I'm currently under suspension until their cutoff deadline, and then I'll be terminated. And that makes me question I thought we had freedom of choice in this country, and this bill would help clarify that we do get honored our freedom of religion. We can choose to believe, like, I put my faith in God. I won't, I choose to honor him. I choose to listen to him for guiding my life. I won't compromise my eternity and my faith in him for temporary compliance.
because you could lose your job in a moment. And so if you get vaccinated for your job could be gone just like that. And then you lost your faith, what you stood on. And if you don't stand up for anything, you'll fall for everything. And so as Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. As long as people keep complying with government, telling them what to do, they'll just keep pushing it more. First, it's a 2-dose vaccine, then it's a booster, then it's another booster, then it's another booster. First, it's a mask mandate, then it's a vaccine mandate, then it's vaccine passports. And if it's vaccine passports, you can't go to the grocery to buy food to keep living unless you get vaccinated. And with that generation away from extinction, the freedoms that we give up today will be freedoms our grandchildren never knew existed. If these mandates continue, if these laws keep continuing, our grandchildren will never know the freedom that I was raised in. I never knew this when I was 10 years ago. It wasn't so strict from side to side. People lived in freedom, but you still had your freedom to choose what you believed, who you voted for, how you chose to live your life. And he also said, and if we ever forget that we are one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under. And everyone is free to choose who they believe, who they serve, what religion they affiliate with. But as I read in my history book, because I was raised and taught growing up, our nation was founded on God and biblical principles. And I feel like a lot of our government has lost sight of that. And so I understand why Ronald Reagan said that now, because once we give up all basis of faith, all basis of God, and how he shows us to live a good life in America, then we lose what we were founded on. And as a nursing student, being in my senior year, I'm doing ICU clinicals all this semester. And the hospital I did it at was 20 minutes from here, just outside of Indy. And for the rising rates, when we started this semester in September, they have 24 beds, and probably half those beds at least were COVID patients. Like, we went to clinicals, we were probably gonna have a COVID patient. Last week, there were 2 COVID patients out of 24 beds, and they have critical care rooms and they have progressive care rooms, which it's not as critical, but they're still in the ICU. Those COVID patients were in the progressive care. They were sitting up, they looked happy, they just wanted to go home. We just had to keep them there to keep their oxygen up until they were considered safe to go home and they didn't need supplemental oxygen. And so as some hospitals may see rising rates, that doesn't apply to all hospitals, because I didn't even have a COVID patient a couple weeks ago, and then last week I did have one. And as I was charting information, I didn't ask any questions. I was just standing there, and he just blurts out. He was happy. He was ready to go home. He was just keeping his oxygen on. He was happy talking guy, and he just blurts out. He's like, "Yeah, I'm fully vaccinated, and 3 of the 4 people in our household are fully vaccinated, and the first one who got the vaccine went to a wedding, contracted it, and then brought it home, and all of us got sick." So I'm in agreement that the vaccine isn't fully effective, because he personally testified that 3 of their 4 family members have the full vaccine, and they still got it. And he didn't get me sick. I didn't get it. I do all my precautions. I do everything I need to help care for him and to help care for my patients. But he personally testified that even if you get it, you can still get sick. And so why are we only testing the unvaccinated and not everyone? And then
Ma'am, if I could ask you, we've got lots of witnesses here. Try and wrap up if you could in just a minute or two.
The last thing was this is aside from the vaccine itself, but with everything that the government is mandating, what about health? Because through the entire pandemic, I haven't seen one media broadcasting about healthy diet and getting proper exercise and drinking your water and taking vitamins. And I personally had a doctor explain to me how if you take enough vitamin D supplementation, especially in Indiana, away from the equator where we don't get as much sun. He said he never got COVID, his family members never got COVID, but he knows people who didn't take vitamin D and they got it. I personally loaded up on that when I had COVID, and I was better in 2 days. And so where are the healthy habits? Aside from getting the vaccine, that's for your health, where are doctors teaching us what else to do to treat your health? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the witness? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Donna Bryant. And on deck would be Brandy Kurt.
Hello, I'm Donna Bryant, and I just have a little short excerpt because I wasn't aware of this till late last night, but I've been with Ascension for 36 years. Actually, went there out of college, and I was told that we could turn in exemptions and that we had to list our sincerely held religious beliefs, and so I did that along with many other people, and we all ended up getting a blanket denial, as though they never even looked at it. And so I understand that part of this bill is they do allow for exemptions, and I would tend to disagree. They never even looked at them. So we were given a chance to appeal. You know, I told them I had COVID, had a good case of it, and they just rebutted back, you're still a threat to our patients. And, you know, I've been there, like I said, 36 years, been working there in the thick of it all the last 2 years. Had to go from day shift to night shift to whatever shift they wanted. And, you know, to be treated like this, like we've got leprosy or something, is just, I think it's wrong. And I would like to see in the bill that, you know, to mandate only the unvaxxed get tested. I think it's either testing or no testing at all, because the vaccinated can indeed still carry it. I've also seen patients in the ICU that are fully vaccinated on ventilators and passing away. So I just think everybody needs to look at the things like the young gentleman that was up here said, you know, only to pick on the the unvaccinated and trying to separate society. I disagree with. There's studies in other countries that the vaccinated are becoming more sick than the non-vaccinated, and I just would hope and pray that everybody would look at that and respect people's personal choices, religious choices, medical exemptions, whatever. I just think this is the land of the free, and we cannot lose that.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Other questions? Okay, thank you. Brandy Kurt. Brandy Kurt. We'll move on to, I don't see her, we'll move on to Beth Cook. They both left? Okay, thank you. Victoria Willor. On deck would be Tammy Smith.
Hello, my name is Victoria Willauer, and thank you for letting me be here. I've been a U.S. citizen for almost a decade. I was born in communist Ukraine and moved to the United States with my family when I was 19. I'm proud to be an American and value that my family, and especially my son, are able to have and live in free society. However, this all changed for me on November 12th. As a 6-year employee at St. Vincent Carmel, now it's Ascension, I was put on suspension for my religious beliefs. I have a strong religious belief that doesn't allow me to take COVID shots, and for this reason, Ascension has stopped scheduling me to work and has taken away my means to support my family. I now recognize that as November 12th, I'm no longer a citizen of a free country and instead live under what basically become a dictatorship under a president that acts like a communist. I would like to ask each of the lawmakers in this room, fight back against this overreach of power and stop these unconditional mandates. Thank you.
Are there questions for Ms. Wallor? Okay, we see none. Thank you very much for being here. Tammy Smith. And next up would be Alan Grimes.
Hello, my name's Tammy Smith. I am a former employee of Ascension Health. I filled out a religious exemption explaining how my religious beliefs they were denied. My religious exemption was denied. I was called in the office 3 times based on my faith by my supervisor. I was told in August it would be denied. And on November 12th, I was terminated. I could not file an appeal or anything. They would not let me. So I hope this bill passes, and maybe I'll get my job back. I'm only to support my own family. My husband's on disability. I've been there 21 years. And we're supposed to be found on God, a nation under God. This ain't no nation under God. This is a dictator. Trying to control us, tell us what to do with our bodies. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, thank you very much. Are there other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Alan Grimes. Mr. Grimes? Okay, I don't see Mr. Grimes. Monica Dunn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Monica Dunn, and I came here today wanting to support the bill 3651 because as a woman who worked for St. Vincent's Hospital, I was called into the office to ask what my stand was as far as taking the vaccine. And I told her I decided not to take the vaccine because it's against my religious beliefs. They made the vaccine from aborted baby cells, and then you want me to take that and put it into my body, and the Word of God says that thou shalt not kill. And I felt like my rights were violated by you telling me, trying to make me take this vaccine. I don't think that's right. I put in a religious exemption with Ascension. It was denied twice. They told me to provide extra documentation. I provided that. They still denied it. And what they did, I feel like it was wrong. And I'm entitled to my rights. I believe that Jesus is a healer. I know he can do anything but fail. That's what he said in his word. He says, there anything too hard for the Lord? I've seen God heal people of cancer. I've seen God heal people of HIV. I know he's a healer, and I know Jesus is not intimidated by COVID. So coming here to say that, what they're trying to do, like that young lady said, you're trying to force your beliefs on me. It's a matter of like you're trying to be in control. You're not caring about, your people. Make me feel like you're discriminating, like you're better than me if I don't get this shot. I don't think it's right. As I've worked in healthcare at St. Vincent's for 23 years, had a young lady come in my office and tell me, I had the screen as far as the COVID shot. And, she said, well, I got my COVID shot, but I still got COVID after I got it. What makes you more better than me if I decide not to take that shot? That's my right. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Rochelle Rett. And then next up would be Trina Marlett. Rott, pardon me. Okay, no, thank you for correcting me.
Hi, my name's Rochelle Rott. I've been a nurse for about 15 years, and I'm really nervous, and I talk really fast, and sorry about that. I work for Ascension, or I worked on November 12th. I was also suspended, permanently fired, really, let's be real, because I'm not getting vaccinated. I work in the ICU. I'm in their resource pool, so Tina mentioned when you need resource help. Well, that's me. I am well versed in lots of areas of the ICU care, so I go wherever they need me. I go to the heart center, neuro, trauma, surgical, medical. Specifically, the last, however long this has been going on since last year, I've been doing primarily COVID. I was at IU Methodist when this started, and we opened up a unit specifically for COVID. I can't tell you how many times we ran out of PPE, and I went into rooms without a gown, right? But I was called to do something. So every morning driving to work, I put on the full armor of God, right? Because he is my protector. I am not anti-vax, but the only thing we had to protect us when this started, when you guys didn't have to be in the rooms holding hands of people dying, right? People that can't breathe, people that are terrified. Do you know what I did to bring them peace? I prayed with them. I prayed with them. Not every nurse is going to pray with their patient, okay? That's all I had to stand on was my faith in God to see me through. I was freaking terrified. I am a single mom. I have a daughter whom I didn't see for 3 months because we didn't know what was going on. So I sacrificed myself. I have an autoimmune disorder. I'm very immunocompromised. I had one of my ICU docs say, "What are you doing here? Why are you working in the COVID ICU? You know if you get COVID, you'll die." Okay, that's okay. But I'm needed here. So that's where I was through the whole thing. But now because I don't want to be vaccinated, I'm just disposed of. Truly, my eyes have been opened listening to all these testimonies and really listening to some of the questions of you, legislators, senators, representatives, whoever you are. It's clear to see the caretakers versus people concerned with money. I didn't bring my little Post-it, but I did some math, and I'm not a mathematician. Our concern for the cost of our employer to pay for testing, the CEO of Ascension Health makes $53 million a year. Million. That is a crap ton. That is unacceptable. And not that CEOs don't do a lot of work, but $53 million? Who needs that much money to live on? I mean, truly. And we have nurses losing our jobs. So Ascension is going to be so hurt. These companies are going to be so hurt to pay for testing. There's free testing clinics, okay? But they're also paying nurse travelers $5,000 per week. Per week. That's $20,000 a month. Let's say 30 employees. That's what, $240,000, $50,000 for those employees over a year? That's over $7 million they're going to pay those people. But say you have 30 employees that need weekly testing. Over the course of that year, it's going to be about 50 grand. Pretty sure the CEO could give away a few dollars for testing to retain their nurses so that patients aren't going to be missing out on the care they actually need and deserve. So I'm asking you to remove all your bias, political, religious, whatever, okay? Have you ever gone to your doctor's office or in the hospital in an emergency and said, whoa, what's your vaccination status first? Are you vaccinated for the measles, the mumps, for blah, blah, blah? Have you ever done that? I just want to see a nod of heads, if I could. Okay, because it doesn't matter, okay? Let me inform you, a body doesn't mean you're going to be well taken care of. They were giving temporary nursing licenses to people who hadn't graduated yet. Is that who you want to care for your loved one? Because I'm going to guarantee you, you don't. You don't. You don't. A body does not equal your safety at all. I also can attest, I go to Anderson, Kokomo, and all through the Indianapolis area for Ascension. I also have cared for fully vaccinated people who have died with COVID. I will never say COVID's not real. I saw the good, the bad, and the ugly. And by the grace of God, I have never contracted COVID. I don't know why. I'm not divine, but I do all the things I know to keep myself healthy. And if I actually hope I get COVID. I do. I want the immunity. I'm not taking the vaccination, and I don't think we should be forced. I don't think I should have to re-explain my religious exemption. I've had to write it over and over, and I'm not sure it was ever read. And that in itself is also insulting. It's also insulting to say, what is the urgency? Well, I don't know if you live in Indiana and have seen that over the cross of the United States and Indiana alone, thousands of nurses have lost their jobs. I got paid last Friday, and I don't know when I'm getting paid again. I have student loan debt still. I have a child. So you want me to explain my religious belief and my faith in God? Come be a patient of mine, because I don't have the words to describe to you how religious I am, because it's my relationship. I depend on God because it's my relationship with God. You may not depend on him the way that I do. You may not believe in the way that I do, and that's okay. But if we're going to allow people rights in the medical areas of other sorts, Jehovah's Witness, they will not take blood products. They will not take it. Are you going to force them to save their life? You're going to do that to them? We don't. We don't do it. We're concerned about pregnant women need to get vaccinated to protect their babies. We're concerned about babies now because we allow abortions. I don't want to hear that stuff, guys. We should have the right to choose. Vaccinated still get COVID, and they still transmit COVID. So why can we not continue to praise our God, ask him for protection, and do our job? Because I don't care about the money. I'll pay for my own test. I don't think we should have to, but I want to take care of people. And she made a good point. What does this bill, if it passes, who does it hurt? It doesn't hurt the unvaccinated, except by taking their jobs away. I'm not going to give you COVID if you pass this bill. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll save your life when you come to the hospital. So if your life or your family's life or whoever's life is worth us all losing our jobs because you're so afraid of us being unvaccinated, I thought the masks work. We're all still wearing masks. Do the masks work or do they not work? Because they told me to wear a bandana when we had no masks. So unless you have sat in a COVID room with someone dying holding in their hand, and you pulled their mask down because you thought in the last hour of their life they at least deserved to see a person's face, you don't get to tell me what to do with my body. That's all I have. I was going to read my exemption, but it's long, and I want other people to have the chance to talk. But just remove the bias and just use your brain. That's all you have to do, is just use your brain. That's it. I have a right to serve my God and trust that he's going to continue to protect me just like he has this whole time. And I hope he protects you too. Even if you don't believe in him, I hope he protects you. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Rada. Are there questions for the witness? Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, I have one more thing. Sorry.
Go ahead, of course.
For feisty lady in the front. Sorry, I don't know your name.
That would be Representative Austin.
I'm so sorry. You mentioned in the beginning you were like absurd that you only have this short amount of time because the Constitution gives you 3 days. The Constitution also gives us the freedom of religion. It does. So however many days you guys normally take to convene and do all these things, it doesn't matter. What matters is that thousands of people are losing their jobs. They can't feed their families. That matters. That matters. That's urgent. And it's not urgent to you maybe because you're not losing your job. It's urgent to me. I have a daughter. I'm fighting for my freedom. I'm fighting for her freedom. I want her to know that she can respect her God and praise her God and not be ashamed of that. So if I never get to be a nurse again, I am sorry for all of you. That's it.
Thank you. Trina Marlett. Trina Marlett. Next up is Oscar Strebe. Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Joint Committee. Before I start my small testimony, and I assure you I will keep it quick due to the essence of time, but I do want to just take a personal shout out to every healthcare worker and our nurses that are here today. They were yesterday's heroes, and I too am a registered nurse and I still practice. My name is Trina Marlatt, and I represent District 13, Fountain and Warren County. I too am an Ascension Health employee. I am the administrator and the chief nursing officer of a small rural hospital in Warren County. And I'm actually representing myself. I'm not representing really the administrator, but how do you take the administrator out of the nurse or out of the individual when I have been there for 30 plus years? I was suspended on November 12th, and I will be terminated on January 4th if I do not get vaccinated. But my plea is for you to understand the importance of access to care. Whether or not I have a job to go back to on January 4th is really irrelevant. My reason for being here today is to make sure that not only do I have employees that will still be there standing, taking care of my patients, whether or not you come in a motor vehicle accident and you have to be lifeline to Indianapolis or to Lafayette, if there's not healthcare workers to be there, then who's going to take care of you when you come in for that motor vehicle accident or that STEMI? We have lost 20% of our workforce in that small rural area, and primarily, mostly because of the religious exemptions that were denied or the medical exemptions. Recruitment to a small rural area, regardless of whether you're at, whether or not you're in District 13 or another rural location, recruitment is a challenge on a regular pre-pandemic era. I have been trying to recruit for MDs for the last 8 years. I finally recruited my very first internal medicine physician in July. I have been working on that for 8 years. I have an emergency department RN opening that I've been trying to recruit for 8 months. I've got paramedics. I've got physical therapists that I have been trying to recruit for 5 months. You just do not recruit to a small rural area overnight. It takes time. Now with the pandemic and the vaccine mandate, losing 20% of that staff, ranging from RNs, paramedics, EMTs, anesthesiologists, the list goes on and on. Who's going to be there to take care? Yes, I had mitigation plans in place, and my administrator that's taken over for me is going to execute those mitigation plans. But again, where are you going to get those individuals? There's only so many healthcare workers around to be able to provide the care. We're using agency, but agency is short-lived and it's very, very costly. At the end of the day, we need to do everything that we can to make sure that we have our skilled healthcare workers, so when you come in with crushing chest pain and you're having a STEMI, I can get you to Indianapolis or that next level of care within that golden hour. Time is of essence, but we have to have our registered nurses, our paramedics, our EMTs, our doctors, our clinicians. It takes all of us to be able to provide that care. Not one individual can do it without the other. So my plea is that we support this draft that's in place and that we give the opportunity for our employers to give religious or medical exemptions. At the end of the day, I believe it is an individual right. But most importantly, I want to make sure that we have the healthcare workers, whether or not we're in our tertiary care facilities or in our specialty clinics or our small rural hospitals, but access to care is important. So I leave you with this final story, and this is a true story that I hope that it will touch your heart just as much as it has touched mine. At the very last minute, I am burning the midnight hour as the administrator and the leader of my small little rural hospital, and I am trying to do the very right thing to get as many individuals vaccinated as I can so they're not suspended on November 12th. I'm leading by example. I'm doing everything I possibly can, and I'm encouraging them. You have rights. But at the end of the day, you know, the countdown is on. So I decided to have one more pop-up clinic and say, hey, the vaccine is here. It's on a Wednesday. Come get your vaccination because come Friday, you're going to be suspended. One of my nurses that was on the fence, she is the sole breadwinner. She comes to the vaccine clinic. She knows that if she doesn't get vaccinated, she is going to be suspended in 2 days. She sits there in front of me. I'm one of the nurses because I still wear a registered nurse hat. I still work at the bedside. And I watch one of my RNs, one of my colleagues administer that vaccine as she is sobbing hysterically and breaking out in hives because she did not want to get vaccinated, but because she had to have a paycheck come in, she went ahead and got her first vaccination. And she was a wreck. But guess what? She didn't get suspended. She now has a job. But again, at the end of the day, isn't it our rights and isn't it their rights? We should all have our right to choose whether or not we get vaccinated. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate everything that you guys have done for us today, allowing our testimonies to be heard, and I hope that God gives you the strength to make the right decisions at the end of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Senator Taylor has a question.
Thank you. Ma'am, where are you from again?
I'm from Warren and Fountain County, District 13, Sharon Nagel.
Okay, and you're an administrator?
I am the administrator and the chief nursing officer for Ascension St. Vincent Williamsport for 27 years, and I've been employed with them for over 30 years.
Great. Thank you for your service. I know that this last couple of years definitely has been
It's been a journey, that's for sure.
So what's your positivity rate down there?
It kind of waxes and wanes, but right now we're about 8%.
Okay, so are you seeing an increase in people coming to the hospital right now?
We are not, but we were seeing a small ripple in the month of August and September. And during that ripple, we were challenged beyond belief because we could not get patients transferred out.
Right. So you don't have an acute care facility, right?
I do.
Okay. So you have acute care. What is it? What you talked about being able to send somebody?
Sure. I'm a fully functional emergency room 24/7 with a 16-bed med-surg progressive care unit.
Okay. So you got a 16-bed. So I'm just wondering here. Do you believe that people who get the vaccine have better outcomes from when they do contract COVID?
I've seen a little bit of both. I think I truly believe what I am seeing or what I have been seeing over the last 20 months is their comorbid conditions. Those that come in, they have hypertension, diabetes, obesity? And it seems like those individuals do not fare well. And I have seen complications for the vaccinated and the unvaccinated.
Okay, that's interesting. You bring up those comorbidities. How does Indiana rank in the? Do you know where Indiana ranks on those comorbidities?
Yeah, we're not the healthiest one in the bunch.
So as a healthcare professional, you know that we live in a state where there's a lot of hypertension, there's a lot of diabetes, there's a lot of obesity, and you're saying that those people, when they get COVID, could die.
That's correct.
And so you don't think, so you're saying that the vaccine doesn't help with the serious hospitalization? You're saying you're sending people away?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh.
I didn't say that. I said that both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated still come into the emergency room. They still can be sick. And again, it depends upon their underlying medical condition.
Right. But okay, so let me ask a different question. The people who are unvaccinated versus the people who are vaccinated, do they end up in the ICU?
Some do. Some have.
Higher percentage of the unvaccinated?
I don't have that percent, and I would have to go to my dashboard.
You don't know?
I don't know that percent off the top of my head, but I have a dashboard that I could review.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for your thoughtful testimony. We've heard some testimony today that indicated that the nurses have applied for religious exemptions and they've been dismissed out of hand. Would you care to comment? Is that a factual statement that religious exemptions are dismissed out of hand, or are they being granted? And how do you discern who's getting it and who's not?
Well, it's going to be very hard for me not to be overly biased, and I'll do the very best that I can because, myself, I did do my exemption and it was denied, and I even appealed it and it was denied. What I can tell you from what I'm being told from corporate office, that they have a committee that reviews them, and the committee reviews them, and then they send back a correspondence via email that basically says whether or not that's been rejected or it's been approved. To my knowledge, there's been very few religious exemptions granted across the corporation, not only Indiana, but the national office. And again, that committee has been well made up of a well-rounded group of individuals, nurses, doctors, clinicians, ethicists. And there's two committees. There's a medical committee and there's a religious committee. The irony in all of this is I've had several of my employees receive an exemption for their flu exemption, where they have received that for the last 6, 7, or 8 years. However, when it came to the COVID exemption, it was denied. So again, I'm not privileged to all the insight of how that works. I just know what I'm seeing with my employees that report underneath me.
Representative Austin.
Thank you. And I don't know, it may be different from employer to employer, but when someone submits a religious exemption, at least at Ascension, is it made by is the decision made by one person? Is there sort of a small group that reviews it? Could you explain the process? Yes,
It's my understanding that when you submit this 4-page application, and it asks lots of different questions on why I believe I need to be submitting a religious exemption. They want you to also upload a personal statement as well as a letter from your pastor or your priest, and then you submit that, and all of that goes to a committee that's well-rounded. Doctors, nurses, and ethicists, 7 or 8 different individuals making up a multidisciplinary team of reviewers that review that exemption, not only for the religious, but also for the medical as well. So there's 2 committees, both well-rounded, one for the medical and one for the religious. It's my understanding.
Is there a pastor or one of the sisters?
I think that there's an ethicist that sits on that, and I would assume there's a chaplain. Probably if there's sisters, very few sisters, just because our sisters are just not there in the numbers like they used to be. And I think I will add one thing, if I may, very quickly.
Of course.
One of the things early on for my particular ministry, about 2 to 3 months ago, and it's not just my ministry, but also some of the other healthcare systems within Ascension, we began losing staff when they came out with the vaccination mandate, because they knew that they were going to take a very hard line and was going to do very few granting of medical and religious exemptions. So I began to lose staff about 2 months ago to other healthcare facilities surrounding me that were giving exemptions very loosely, if you will. So my attrition at my particular facility actually started about 2 months before, and I know from talking to my peers, whether it be in Anderson or Elwood, Indiana, or down in North Vernon, they were seeing the very same thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. Oscar Strebe.
I want to thank everybody for your extreme patience staying through this day like this. Everybody's missed lunch and everything else, so I'll try to be quick. But I'm one of the guys that has been mentioned several times. And I wrote this down so I won't stray too far from it, I hope. I joined the Navy in 1976, and right now I have 45 years Navy and civilian training and experience on a classified electronic warfare system that is critical to our troops' survival. Many missions are automatically scrubbed if our system is not in theater and fully operational. Currently, I work for a federal contractor that supports that system at the Crane Navy base here in Indiana. As a contractor, we have an executive order mandate from the White House to have the vaccine or be fired by January 4th. So I went from planning for my retirement here in a few years to a couple days after Christmas, I'm out of a job. I chose not to get the vaccine due to my religious beliefs. We've heard a number of people explain why they have a religious belief, and I do. But it was, they didn't give it to us. So it shows us that the federal government is perfectly willing to give up a lifetime of training and experience that I have saving the lives of our deployed troops, just like they're willing to do that with doctors, nurses, cops, firefighters, the military, and so many more. It proves that the ulterior motive of forcing everyone to take the vaccine is much more important than recognizing the contributions from those of us who have dedicated our careers to saving lives. The response I received from my company is that they're not going to evaluate my religious beliefs regarding the vaccines. They're simply going to fire me for the safety of fellow employees and customers, and I have no appeal process. But if my fellow employees and customers had a vaccine, how can I be a threat to them? So we must stop this nonsense. It's time for Indiana, Hoosier spirit to rise up. Other states are leading us in the pursuit of liberty and freedom. We must join them and even take the lead. We cannot afford to let unjust, and judging by the many court cases our own Attorney General has filed, along with many others across the nation that are currently underway, these are possibly illegal and unconstitutional federal mandates. We need strong legislation that ensures private companies will follow our laws and allow medical and religious exemptions to these mandates, which have long been codified in federal and state law. We must enforce stiff financial penalties for unjustly denying there are exemptions. We need strong legislation that ensures private companies cannot take adverse actions against employees who apply for exemptions or request non-vaccine accommodations. There can be no indicators of status, just like we do not do it for other medical conditions. Can't have colored badges, designated spaces, or tattoos. There can be no mandatory testing that discriminates against us. We all know COVID vaccination, still carry it. We've heard quite a bit of testimony about that today, and we see it on the news every day. Testing and the masks are a ruse to push people into the vaccine. I don't know how many people have had to take the vaccine recently to keep from losing their job. They were given the same cutoff time I was. Quite a few of them have done it, and the same with the masks. They're trying to. They've been told you don't take the. If you get the vaccine, we'll get rid of masks eventually. So I'm here today mostly for my grandkids. This is severely affecting their lives. The vaccine mandates are spreading nationwide for kids. We've got to stop it. It's just not right. Along with that, we're subjecting our young kids to torture in the schools today. Masking, so they have limited oxygen and breathe through a dirty mask all day. Social distancing, so kids can't learn to be kids and teachers can't teach. Kids are afraid to cough on the playground because then they're going to get called the COVID kid. Virtual learning, where the teachers posted an assignment on the computer and kids had to figure it out or learn to give it up. So we need to set the laws for our state that will ensure the kids of Indiana will grow up to be as free as our founding fathers described. If you want the vaccine, go get it. If you want to wear a mask, do it. But people should not assume that they have the authority to make everyone be a clone of themselves. So the shirt I'm wearing today is from the Let Freedom Reign group in southern Indiana. So we recently set up an event where Mr. Rakita and a number of our representatives and senators came. We had over 500 concerned Hoosiers show up on a Saturday in basketball season and in the middle of deer season. So we filled the Amish Community Center down there, which is a pretty good feat. So that proves that if we had had time to get the word out without media suppression, what we could have been possible and what would have had. And I know of a number of unvaccinated as well as quite a few vaccinated people showed up. They've already got the vaccine, but they're worried about the mandates and what's going to happen in the future to themselves and their kids. So if we can get 500 people to show up down in southern Indiana on a Saturday with 2 weeks' notice, you need to understand the groundswell that's going to happen here. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Strebe. Are there any questions? Senator Taylor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. You did a great job, by the way. I have to respect.
I'm shaking.
Don't worry about that. One question I have for you, though. You said you work for a contractor.
Yes.
That works for the federal government.
Yes, we directly support the Navy.
Yeah, so I brought this up earlier, and I don't know if you heard me. It's a contractual obligation that the company has to live up to. So I understand your whole premise behind the not wanting to get the vaccine. I believe the same thing you do. If you don't want to get it, that's fine. But where are you getting that they're saying they're going to fire you? Or did they say you just be subject to testing?
No, I will no longer. Originally, it was December 8th, and then when the president changed the date to January 4th, I will either be fully vaccinated or I will no longer be with the company.
Or be subject to weekly testing?
No, there's no testing. That's what I'm saying. These mandates are sneaky, and there's so many different ones. Everybody's saying, well, OSHA 1, it's over. No, it's not. There's so many different mandates coming down the pipe, and we're fighting them individually.
So the federal government, just so I want to make sure, by January 4th, the federal government is saying to your contractor employer, if you aren't vaccinated, you got to fire him.
My company has said that, based on the president's mandate.
Well, sir, that would technically be illegal.
Mr. Rakita, I think, has some opinions on that too.
Okay, all right.
My company is going to terminate me based on the mandate from the President of the United States.
They give you the option for weekly testing?
There is no option for testing.
Okay.
That's what this has come up so many times, and two things there. One is we already know vaccinated countries have more people carrying it with the vaccine. So testing is simply a ruse to make me try to go get the vaccine. That's my...
Okay, so they did not give you that option?
I was given no option at all.
Okay, all right.
I was either going to get the vaccine and submit proof to the HR department, or I will no longer be with the company.
Mr. Strebe, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Samantha Lawrence. On deck after Ms. Lawrence is Logan Hammond.
Hi, my name is Sammy, and I actually have a bachelor's in biomedical engineering and a master's in mechanical engineering, and I came to Indiana to work for the government. Although I am not here supporting them, I am here representing myself. I can offer a little light to that because I actually just read all the mandate stuff on Saturday. For federal contractors, it is to step foot on DoD property, they must have a negative COVID test done within 72 hours prior. And a lot of contractors have simply decided that that's not worth the cost, it's not worth the time, and it's not worth the logistics. So they have been, across the board, deciding to cut their personnel. And it is something I've heard from many contractors, many of which I find friends, both at work and outside of work. And it has been very devastating to hear all of these people struggling because they know they are not going to have a job within the next month. I originally came here with a whole big thing kind of planned out and decided to provide you guys some insight. So first off, I fully believe in medical freedom for all. This is an elective thing. It should be an elective thing. If you want to go out and you want to read the data and you want to get the vaccine, go for it. If you want to wear a mask, go for it. But employers should not have the right to mandate this. Employers should not even know. They can't discriminate against us if they don't know. So a few personal stories I wanted to share to shed some light on what's going on in the world. Medical exemptions. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I met someone at a test event at work, and I'm pretty vocal about my personal beliefs. And so when she caught me alone, she wanted to talk and she wanted help. And she told me her story. She has Hashimoto's, and for those of you who don't know, Hashimoto's is an autoimmune disorder where you have an overactive thyroid, which leads to an overactive immune system. So she had had a vaccine in the past, had an adverse reaction, and almost died from that vaccine. However, because the mRNA vaccines have different ingredients and they are different than those previous vaccines, the CDC does not state that that is a valid reason not to get vaccinated. So her doctor, her person that she goes to, who she trusts with her life, told her, if you get this vaccine, you might die. In fact, you probably will, and I recommend you lose your job. Her doctor refused to sign her medical exemption because her doctor is afraid of losing her job. So she sought a second opinion. She went to this other doctor. This other doctor looked at her medical record and was like, wow, like you really cannot get this vaccine or you might die. And when she asked that doctor to sign a medical exemption, the doctor said the same thing. If I sign your medical exemption, which, based off the fact that it would go against the CDC's recommendations, I would be stripped of my medical license and I will lose my job, and I cannot afford that for my family. So she had 2 doctors tell her, do not get this vaccine. And in fact, that second doctor wrote a letter for her attesting to her religious beliefs because she couldn't write based upon her medical profession. So that's, getting a medical exemption is almost impossible right now until it's too late, until you've gone and you've gotten one and you've had an adverse reaction and potentially, who knows, right? A second story I wanted to bring about is actually my little cousin. So she lives in the state of Kentucky and she's a nurse. She did receive a religious exemption. However, she is subject to testing weekly. The test that her hospital mandates she gets is the one where they stick the Q-tip all the way back in to the back of the nasal cavity. She cries and has nosebleeds every single week just to keep her job, when we in fact know that that specific test is not required to accurately test for COVID-19 via the PCR methods. Assuming the PCR methods are accurate. There's a lot of scientific question about that in the first place. But the test they choose to admit is the most painful test. And the legislation you're bringing about in this bill, which says we should be able to test those who are unvaccinated, which in fact introduces the opportunity for companies to freely discriminate against the unvaccinated when we know both vaccinated and unvaccinated can transmit the disease, is simply opening the door for more abuse, because that's what's happening, is she is being abused for her religious beliefs and for her decision. Finally, I wanted to talk about one more friend that I have, and she did receive both COVID vaccines. And she didn't associate it at first, but I had mentioned that on the internet, there are lots of personal accounts of vaginal bleeding after the COVID vaccines, and actually after getting COVID itself. So after I mentioned that, she was like, I need to talk to you. She told me that a few days after her second vaccine, she had excessive vaginal bleeding and cramps so bad that she went to the ER, and they admitted her for 2 days in the hospital. And they could not tell her what was wrong. They could not tell her what had happened. And they didn't even ask if she had the vaccine. She didn't think to associate the two. And so now that she's looked at it, now that I have sent her, in fact, the NIH has issued grants for research institutions to study the association with getting COVID-19 or getting the vaccine, because the vaccine causes the production of that same protein that is a toxin to the body, and studying what is actually happening. And the answer is that they were just given that money in FY22. We don't have answers yet, and we're trying to mandate this for all women. Now, my friend, she's not as worried. She's already had her kids, so she's like, thank goodness for that, but she doesn't want any more. She's afraid of what'll happen with a booster. So it's more so a matter of, there's a lot of things we don't know, and it should come down to personal decision. Me, I'm pregnant. I got my first kid on the way, and one thing I know is I am not getting it. I submitted a religious exemption. It's in the black hole of the abyss of things I can't control. I don't know what's going to happen. My husband's in the same place. And at this point, we don't know what's in store for our future, and it feels terrible. So it's nothing I would wish on anyone else. And simply put, for this bill, if you can make it such that employers have no rights to even ask, that's what I would support. So anyways, thanks. Questions?
Ms. Lawrence, thank you very much for your testimony. Does the committee have any questions? The chair is seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Logan Hammond. And then up next is Jason Lawrence.
So I wasn't planning on speaking today. I'm not really a good public speaker, but my dad was about to lose his job. And if it wasn't for multiple emails, multiple conversations, multiple prayers, and still he might lose his job January 5th if he does not choose to be tested every week and wear a mask all the time, which has shown a lot of bad effects on him, or get vaccinated, he will lose his job January 5th. And we don't know what we will do if he loses his job. If we think about passing this, we need to first ban testing. If somebody enters a religious exemption, it's to block their they want to have medical privacy. They don't want to be tested because, again, it falls on their medical privacy to get tested. And the tests don't work. The tests test for all coronaviruses. So that means flu, anything that's a coronavirus, it tests for, not just COVID-19. COVID-19 has less effects than any other virus. And the shot has some of the worst effects than any other virus. The highest death rate. Only been around for 1 year. Vaccines that were around for years. When I was 3 years old, we stopped getting me vaccinated. Before that, since I was born, I was sick because of normal vaccines that are way better than the COVID-19 vaccine, which changes your DNA. You can't get rid of that. So any adverse reactions will happen for the rest of your life. Nobody should be forced to do that, and nobody should be forced to be tested to have a job. I'm done.
Mr. Hammond, I will disagree with you. You're a pretty good public speaker. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions of Mr. Hammond? Thank you, sir. Now, Jason Lawrence.
All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, cool. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to our opinions. It's very important that we get to share what we think, and hopefully you guys can take that into account when you are looking at this bill. You just heard from my wife speak, so I don't need to reiterate any of her points. So I'd like to share another story with you guys about that. So as you saw, my wife is pregnant. We were due in January. Back in May, shortly after we had found out that we were pregnant, we told both of our parents, my mom and dad went in to get their COVID vaccines. They were fine after the first one, but then 10 days after my father got his second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, he had a massive heart attack. Luckily, he had felt chest pain early. They were in the hospital, so he actually had the heart attack while he was in the hospital. Now, if he would have waited another hour at home, he would have died before ever getting to meet his first grandchild. Was that a direct result of the vaccine? I don't know. We'll never know. That's not something you can know. But the fact that things like that aren't getting reported as often as they should be, and then the company should be taking a closer look at what adverse effects actually come out of these vaccines is very disturbing to me. We heard quite a few doctors and nurses come up this morning saying, oh, it's perfectly healthy and safe. Where's that data that says that? Because I haven't seen it. And that's, as far as the personal story goes, that's done with that. As far as my opinion on this vaccine mandates, like a lot of people have said before, this is America. No one should be able to tell us what we have to do with our bodies. No company should be able to mandate any kind of medical thing, vaccine or otherwise, in order to have a job. And that's all I have to say up here.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence, thank you very much. Does the committee have any questions?
All right. Thank you all for your time.
John Jacob, Representative Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is John Jacob. I am a state representative for House District 93. I stand opposed to PD 3651, and I will not repeat the vast amount of data that Dr. Dan Stock already provided. I will suffice it to say, I do not even know why we're having this discussion for a virus that has over a 97 to 99% survival rate. I really appreciate the women who got up here and discussed that we allow children to be murdered and aborted, yet we're considering this draft. I find it to be very hypocritical. I want to remind every legislator, every single one of us took a constitutional oath. We took an oath before Almighty God to uphold the U.S. and state constitution. That should be the main boundaries for which we operate. My background was operating as over 28 years as an officer of the court, auditing state government. In my career, I audited and managed over 1/10 of $1 trillion in my almost 3 decades of working for the government. In auditing, I had to audit a lot of technical material related to engineers, doctors, nurses, medical professionals, veterinarians, etc. I was no expert in these areas, but I had to be able to analyze data. I find it sickening that over the last 2 years, there has not been anywhere in the United States or worldwide, not one in-depth, detailed audit. I'm not talking about medical research studies. I'm talking about an audit, an in-depth, independent audit of all this information. And we have destroyed the very social and cultural and economic fabric of our society. The one thing I can absolutely tell you every single time, when government officials suppress information, there was fraud going on. Every time. That's outrageous. We should not be tying this preliminary draft with the governor's demands. We all know that this preliminary draft is coming here so that we can pass this preliminary draft to end the governor's emergency order. By law, the legislature can end the governor's emergency order by House concurrent resolution. We have 2 House concurrent resolutions already out there, House concurrent resolution 2 and 3. If we would pass them by constitutional majority vote, we could end the governor's emergency order. Also, Indiana Code 21-40-5-6, a student may not be required to undergo testing, examination, immunization, or treatment required under this chapter when the student objects on religious grounds. let's make no mistake, testing is treatment. Testing is treatment. On the PD, page 1, line 25, emergency declaration. I'm not really sure what emergency declaration, but I'll tell you what, that causes me a great deal of concern. Is emergency declaration emergency order? Or is it emergency declaration? And what is an emergency declaration? What are the legal definitions of that? What's the extent of it? I got a whole host of questions with that one. Page 4, line 21. Religious reasons. Employers are requiring a theological treatise when it comes to the issue of religious reasons. Sincerely held religious beliefs. Page 5, line 12. So many people here have testified to the issue that when they file a religious exemption, their employers have now somehow or another become God. And that's not an understatement. They somehow or another have deemed themselves the Holy Spirit. They have deemed themselves Almighty God somehow or another, that they can examine the very intent and motive of people's hearts and call into question their religiously held beliefs. I want to read from the Constitution because I think we need a reminder. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Amendment number 1 to the U.S. Constitution. The Indiana State Constitution. We declare that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Section 2, all people shall be secured in their natural right to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of their own consciences. Not you, not us. Their own consciences. No law shall in any case whatever control the free exercise and enjoyment of religious opinions or interfere with the rights of conscience. Make no mistake, any law that in any way impedes people's religious right to exercise how they have their relationship with God is a complete violation of the Constitution. Any legislator that passes law that violates the Constitution in this respect has just thumbed their nose at Almighty God and the oath that they took before Almighty God and the people. I'll wrap it up with this. Page 5, line 32. There are no penalties. And we all know what laws are without penalties. People will thumb their nose at it. We all know that no matter what's passed here, you all know, we know it, that employers will just thumb their nose at it. There have already been laws already passed, and there have been entities that have been thumbing their nose at laws, specifically in relation to COVID, because of minuscule penalties or no penalties. So if you're going to impose something on the employers and try to put a ban on, there needs to be specific, harsh penalties, because we're talking about people's lives. I hope you as legislators are listening to the people that got up here. They're losing their livelihood. I have had so many people around the state reaching out to me, crying because they are losing their livelihood to be able to provide for their family. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. Representative Jacobs, are there questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Josh Gilmore and Nick Goodwin on deck.
Hello, I would like to start off by saying my name is Josh Gilmore, and thank you very Hi, I would like to start off by saying my name is Josh Gilmore, and I thank you very much for listening to us today. I'm I'm a resident of Henry County, and I'm currently a senior nursing student at Indiana Wesleyan. I'm joined today by 2 other fellow nursing students. We're all in our senior year. We have 1 semester left. We are being forced to get the COVID vaccine. I have about 10 other students that are seniors with 1 semester left that are in the same boat and are all determining that they will not be able to finish their degree based on the vaccine mandates that have been put into place. Now, these vaccine mandates are, one, not the vaccine mandates I do not believe are legal for a couple of reasons, as Representative Jacobs had just mentioned, and that is why I do not fully support this preliminary draft because of the reasons he has once again just mentioned. But the vaccines are being mandated by the CMS, mandate that Biden has put out recently, and as a result of this mandate, they will be withholding funding with Medicare and Medicaid in order to force compliance. These mandates will only place more strain on our already stressed healthcare system and will lead to more harm than benefit once healthcare facilities start firing their employees based on their vaccination status. There's currently a nursing shortage in our country that will only be further exacerbated by the mandate. This is already personally affecting me as a nursing student, and I'm not being given the rights that I'm taught to give every one of my patients, which is bodily autonomy that I and others are entitled to. We're being treated as employees, but are being required to get vaccinated, but are not being granted the same rights as employees to be exempt from these vaccination mandates. The school itself has said that they will not accept any form of a mandate, exemption, I apologize, be that religious, medical, or other things, to the point that I have a friend who probably will not have hers accepted, that I cannot say with confidence yet, that was in a trial for an HPV vaccine back in 2013-ish, right around there, when she was between 13 and 15 years old. I don't know her exact age. She ended up losing her right ovary as a result of that and has had issues with polycystic ovarian disease for the time in between and has those frequently even to this day. And that is one of the reasons that exemptions are only going to go so far, is because people can turn them down. Currently, the CDC has said, as others have mentioned, that there's only one way in order to get an exemption, and that is if you have had an adverse reaction to the vaccine or byproducts of it, which, of course, this is a new vaccine. It's the mRNA vaccine. It's never been implemented in another shot. So therefore, there is nothing else that can really compare to this. All of the other shots are completely different in their formation and their formulation of it. With all of that said, I would like to ask that if this preliminary draft is to go through, even though, as I said before, I do not fully support it, that you would put together and would include another section that would help protect nursing students specifically that are being forced to get the vaccine or not graduate. As I said, I have 1 semester remaining, and I've worked with patients. I want to help patients, as the one nurse earlier had said, many nurses have said. But as a result of this mandate, I will not be able to do that. On page 4 in section 2, you talk about an employee and an employer, but there's no provision for whether the nursing student should fit into this. We're left in the cold without any protection from this or any other laws or mandates that are being put into effect. We're being treated as employees in the sense that we are being forced to get the COVID vaccine, but are not awarded the same privileges of getting exemptions, testing requirements, etc. And once again, I don't agree that those things should be implemented, but with us being forced to do so, something needs to happen so we can graduate and others can keep their jobs. As a result of this, I would say, as I said, we are being treated like them, but are not being given the same rights. I know many students that do not want to comply or get the vaccine for a multitude of reasons, and if there were a way to get exemptions for students, they would be open to options to finish their degree that do not compromise their bodily autonomy or their beliefs that they have. Lastly, there is one more thing that I would like to address. This is the subject of natural immunity. This is some of the first legislation that I've personally seen, and I've done a good amount of research on this. I'm happy that we have that in there and that you all are putting that in. So any legislation that does go through, I would encourage you to keep natural immunity a part of that, because as Dr. Stock said and others have said while they are up here, that is an important thing to include, because natural immunity, and I have studies for this that I can give you right now if you'd like, that say that natural immunity is significantly better than vaccinated immunity if you've already had COVID. I know that the Lord has called me to be a nurse and eventually become a nurse practitioner, but I am attending a university that is not giving any exemptions and is forcing me to get the COVID vaccine, but they are denying me the ability to graduate and end my career, and are ending my career before it even begins. I support protections for nursing students in this bill and changes in the wording of this bill to protect those that should not need an exemption, but should be granted the rights to choose autonomy for themselves and their loved ones. We are Americans and have constitutional rights that should be protected. I can take any questions, and honestly, even outside of this, if anyone ever wants an actual person that's been in this situation and has personally affected, I'd be willing to speak at any other testimonial that you all would need in the future.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gilmore. Questions from the committee? Senator Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I met you earlier with your, I think it's some of your family members were here.
Yes.
So you go to school in Marion?
Yes.
All right, just want to shout out Marion, Indiana. So Indiana Wesleyan has said to you, there's no option.
And many others, about 30 to 50 others.
So in order to continue taking classes.
Not the classes, the clinicals. The clinicals. People on the campus, people on the campus itself are not required to get the vaccine. It's those that are in clinicals right now.
Okay. And that's because you do understand that's probably because you're going into a hospital environment.
That is true. And the CMS mandates, well, one of the reasons that we're hoping that this can be passed in this state is to at least send a message to the federal level that we do not want this kind of mandate being put into place because of the strain that it will put on the hospitals and the other medical facilities. Because as you lose nurses, the medical treatment is not as good, nearly as good as it should be.
I find that we agree on most things. Mm-hmm. So you would be could be subject to a weekly testing though, right?
They have not included that.
Well, I'm just saying, would you, and this is for all three of you, if you decide not to be vaccinated, would you be willing to take the weekly test to see if you have COVID?
It would not be preferred, and I think that most people would say that, but in order to graduate, I think that some of us, yes, we would be willing to do that.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
We want to graduate. We're in our last semester.
And I want you to, and I think we need nurses, so that's something. But and then, so when you get the religious exemption, even though you get it, you still understand that it's important that testing be a part of the process going forward.
If that's the mandate that's put into place, that's what's put into place. I can't affect that.
Okay.
I would personally say that the mandate shouldn't be in effect for it at all because, as many people have said before, we have our constitutional freedoms and our rights that we should have as Americans to choose what we do with our bodies. And as a result of that, the testing may happen because of governmental regulation, but that doesn't mean that it's legal.
Let me, I don't want to get too deep into this with you because I find your testimony one of the most compelling that we've heard today, okay? Young people, to me, you guys have a great way of outlook on things. So did you know that we passed legislation last session that gives immunity to hospitals for people who, might contract COVID in a hospital setting?
I don't know. Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're referring to.
It's not a fair question to you. We passed some legislation that I voted against, actually, that said that there was immunity for certain people, certain corporations. All of us, we did it as an emergency. We did it as an emergency. And one of the things that concerns me is that sometimes when you come and testify, you don't have all the information. So for me, my whole thought process on this is the fact that if you have COVID and you go into that hospital setting, you could pass COVID to one of your colleagues. That concerns you too?
I mean, it would concern me if I was sick and showing symptoms, but the thing is that most of the cases are going to be asymptomatic, and we know that the asymptomatic cases don't necessarily transmit COVID. You can give it to others, but there's not a good chance. So if you're showing symptoms, get yourself tested, but that would be just like the flu or strep throat or anything else.
Right. So would you go to the hospital setting sick?
No, sir.
Thank you. So
nor would most of the other nursing students that I know,
Exactly.
because we know that we don't want to transmit things. We have a right to take care of a patient, and part of that is ensuring that we take care of ourselves. In doing that, I take my vitamins, I take my minerals, I take other things, and we want to ensure that we take care of ourselves so that when we go into a hospital setting, we are not sick, we are fully capable of being able to take care of a patient and give them the quality care that they deserve. Because when we go to a hospital and we are working, there's nothing that patient deserves more than a quality nurse that should go up there and be able to say, I am here to take care of you at your sickest and worst point in your life, so that when I come in, I can make your day better. I can pray for you. I can be there with you in your time of need. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to go in there sick, because that would compromise that patient's health and safety. And I know that most of the other people out here aren't going to do that. But the testing isn't a matter of that, because we know that you can transmit COVID if you're asymptomatic, but it's not a high chance. So I think if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think you did. And I'm glad you gave me the thorough answer, because that is my concern as a legislator, is that you're in a hospital setting when you actually practice your profession, when you successfully get your degrees. And so, last question. I believe you talked about your religious belief that this was the reason why you wouldn't get the vaccine. And I don't profess to understand your religious reason for that. But one of the things that sometimes perplexes me is people when they say, hey, the religious belief says, you don't want to do something. But you're in a profession where you probably should understand you don't want to do any harm to others. And from my religious belief, that's one of the things that I have to lean on. Does it concern you at all that if you get sick and you're not able to go to the hospital and do work, or you give it to somebody, that you could be doing harm to another person?
I'm not concerned about giving it to somebody.
Okay.
I am going to do my best to prevent illness, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that I stay away from people when I am sick.
Okay.
But we should not be living in a world where we keep the healthy quarantined and the sick quarantined. We should be quarantining those that are sick and ensuring that we keep the rest of society functioning as it should be. Because when that happens, you're putting people away in a time when we need workers. We don't need just nurses, but we need all workers across the board. We need truck drivers. We need everyone. If you name the profession, they are all hiring at this point. So we shouldn't be. Well, before the pandemic, but the pandemic exacerbated that. Because it put so many people out of work, because it called some people essential and others non-essential, which I also don't think is correct. Because just because I'm a nursing student and I was called a hero for the last 2 years, there's no one here to champion for me now.
Yeah, I am. You just don't
And
know.
the thing is that at the end of the day, we need to ensure that we're doing what's best for our patients in the nursing profession. And that does not mean mandating everyone to get the COVID vaccine. It means keeping nurses in the field and helping their patients.
Thank you. Thank you, all three of you, for being here and being so patient and waiting on us. Thank you very much.
Representative Feisty. Excuse me.
I am never going to live this down. Thank you for your testimony. Here's a question. Have you all approached your administration at Indiana Wesleyan to see whether they could assign you your clinical rotations to hospitals that are not mandating?
Yes, I've been in communication with many people. I've been in communication with the Dean of Nursing, the Division Chair of Nursing, the Chancellor of the university. I contacted the President of our university. I've contacted just about everyone that would be pertinent to this decision.
And their response was?
We will not give medical, with the exception of the CDC, thing that I had talked about earlier, or
CMS.
No, the CDC, and how you have to have a reaction to a previous vaccine or a component of that. That's what the only medical exemption that they'll give out. And they've made that clear, because that's the CDC, the FDA, every other federal organization. And that's the only mandate or the exemption that they would give out for medical. And then in terms of religious, they said they would not be giving those out, as they never have. And they said that they're not going to change their policy for this.
Do you have a student government association there?
We do, and I have tried to bring it before them, but honestly, I've only had a week since this mandate came out for our school. It was released on a Friday at 5 o'clock, and I wasn't.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, so we would send emails, but weren't able to get back. So.
Other questions for Mr. Gilmore? Thank you for your testimony, and good luck in your senior year. Nick Goodwin and Janelle Keller on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nick Goodwin. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Indiana Healthcare Association. We're the largest state association and advocate for the long-term care space, specifically skilled nursing and skilled nursing facilities, assisted living, and independent living communities throughout the state. Through the EO that the governor established, there's been a little bit of conversation about this. There was a temporary registry that was created and is administered by the Professional Licensing Agency. There's about 9,000 practitioners that are on that. If you're an out-of-state licensed healthcare practitioner, if you're a former retiree or a recent graduate of any of our education providers, you can be on this registry to continue to practice here in Indiana. We are advocating that that language be included in the bill draft. In the long-term care space particularly, our industry has been hard hit by the pandemic. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we are down about 10,000 employees since February of 2020. So allowing these 9,000 plus individuals to continue to practice in Indiana and take care of the individuals that we serve on a daily basis would be preferred by us. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Goodwin? Representative Austin.
Nick, could you just, do you want this to pass, or I couldn't understand what you were saying for sure.
So the registry in that language is currently not in the preliminary draft. We would like, if this bill draft is to move forward, that that language be added so this registry can continue. Right now, the executive order ends December 31st of this year. That still puts
registry.
Exactly. So there's about 9,000 practitioners that are on that registry that can practice in Indiana currently. So RNs, LPNs, CNAs, you name it, they're in our long-term care facilities right now. And if this registry ends with the end of the EO, or that this bill draft does not turn into law, then that registry will expire, and those individuals will not be able to practice unless they get full licensure status with the Professional Licensing Agency.
Let me ask this question, since my community was particularly hard hit with long-term care deaths. What is your knowledge about the practice for long-term care institutions about vaccination requirements for staff? Help me to understand.
So there's been a lot of conversation about that today as well. CMS does have a mandate for all individuals who are going to be working in our facilities, as we serve about 70% Medicare and Medicaid patients. So all of our facilities and the individuals that work there are going to be required to be vaccinated by December 1st, at least the first dose, and January 6th on the second dose if they do that, per federal requirement. We're only taking a position on adding the registry to this language, as workforce is our main concern.
Senator Taylor for a question.
Yes. You're telling me that your association, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. This directly affects you, the medical long-term care facilities, and you're not taking a position on any of the other parts except for the registry.
That is correct.
Well, so how did okay, let's talk about the registry. So that helps you get more employees?
It allows the individuals that are currently practicing here in Indiana that are from out of state or formerly retired or are recent graduates to get an expedited license, temporary license, from the Professional Licensing Agency. We would like those individuals to continue to be able to practice here, and that essentially we establish a longer glide path for those individuals to become fully licensed here.
Great.
Versus 1 month from now, that rug being pulled out from underneath them.
So let's just say by happenstance that you actually get your language in this PD, you still got to deal with the fact that you cannot, according to this, if some of your LPNs come to you and say, I don't want to get a vaccine, even though your facilities were hit the hardest, your facilities are where most of the deaths were happening, you can't, all they have to do is say, I have a religious exemption and I'm not getting vaccinated.
And that exemption is in the CMS rule currently that they would have to follow.
They have to follow what?
There's a religious exemption that's allowable in the CMS regulation that will impact us. So federal, I think Representative Schmaltz actually did a really good.
You'd have to ask for a letter. This is different. This is different. In the CMS situation, you would have to ask for a letter You could verify it. And in this language, since you're not concerned about any other part of the language, they could just personally attest. To claim the exhibit based on religious belief, employees must present to the employer an exemption statement writing and indicating that the employee declines the immunization.
So as Representative Smoltz, I thought actually did a really good job earlier. He explained the federal regulation would supersede the state law and that they would follow that rule.
Okay.
And be required to be vaccinated
So
unless they have an
violate
exemption.
the state law and follow you would violate the state law under this PD and go with the federal rule.
We would follow the federal rule. That's correct.
Oh, okay. That's why I was wondering why you weren't concerned about the rest of the language. There's some additional stuff in there, but I think you stated your position. I'm really concerned about you guys in this situation because you were the hardest hit by this pandemic. So I guess if they add your language, I guess you guys will be in favor of this, though. Thank you.
More questions? Representative Kirchhoff.
Thank you, Representative Leonard. Mr. Goodwin, I appreciate your testimony. Could you comment a little bit on approximately what percentage of folks in long-term care facilities, staff in long-term care facilities across our state are vaccinated and those that will walk away from their jobs and not? Or do you have any information relative to that? Because I remember watching a news story about this where other folks from your association pretty vehemently testified against any mandates.
So I think the last number I saw are individuals that are vaccinated about 65, 68%. So we're higher than the state average for those that are vaccinated. I don't want to speculate on how many we will lose from the vaccine mandate, but I do think there will be a percentage of our current workforce who will leave under the mandate.
And as a follow-up, is there more danger in the lack of care that will occur because of reduced workforce, or is the danger greater not to have the vaccine?
We need people in our facilities to provide quality care to honestly the most vulnerable and elderly populations that we serve on a daily basis. And workforce continues to be a significant strain on that ability to do so.
Any other questions? Thank you, Nick, for your testimony. Janelle Keller, is that right? And Robin Clark on deck.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay.
Pull it down a little more.
Just a little bit.
There,
Okay.
there you go.
Thank you. I'm not used to doing this, so. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your understanding the importance of today's issue and opening the committee up to public comment. Others here have addressed many topics I would have loved to have sat down and talked with you about. One of many of my concerns from what I'm hearing today, particularly from the Chamber of Commerce and several medical associations, is that the mandate as written puts undue burden on a business. To me, that's despicable. The primary concern of everyone in this room should be the liberties of the individual. I understand also some people here stating that they support the mandate, provided they have exemptions. But I'd like for you to consider the following, and to that end, I'd like to speak succinctly today. I appreciate your recognition for the need for urgency. And I also would like to point out that the fact that U.S. Congress has no mandates to vaccinate nor test is certainly relevant here. You all took an oath of office to uphold the U.S. Constitution, the Indiana Constitution, and you took an oath to God, which is to protect the liberties of every individual in the state of Indiana. Your oath is not to protect corporate interests. You serve to protect individual liberties. You are considering allowing a mandate with exemptions to supposedly protect rights. But the caveats to support the exemptions deny people's rights and liberties. No one, and let me repeat, no one, is authorized under any circumstance to coerce an individual into any action, period. There is no exception for private employers, nor universities, nor government entities. It is illegal under law to force or coerce a behavior that you would otherwise not do. And until Congress changes 21 Code of Federal Regulation, Section 50.23 and Section 50.24, and by the way, only Congress can change those laws. Until they are changed, it is illegal to coerce a person to act in a way they otherwise would not act. The law has been very clear on this for many, many years. An individual cannot be coerced. Coercion is illegal, just like blackmail is illegal. We are all here today discussing this draft because the governor put an ultimatum on your desk. You don't need to meet the governor's concerns to end the state of emergency. You have sat on your hands for months on end. You can end the state of emergency right now with a concurrent resolution. You have had the ability to end the state of emergency, and you allowed certain individuals within the legislature to stop this from happening. Simply pass HCR 3 and end the state of emergency. Any questions?
Questions for Ms. Keller? Seeing none, thank you. Robin Clark and Ann Forty on deck.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Robin Clark, and what I hope to relay today is just to give another example of how the employers being allowed to exercise the mandates is affecting employees. We all are very familiar with the Ascension patients and other Ascension employees and other nursing employees. But last Monday, on November 15th, I was fired from my job as a process engineer at Eli Lilly for not being vaccinated. I had submitted a religious exemption that included a form filled out by my doctor, a letter that my doctor wrote, and a letter that I wrote for a condition that I've had for over 30 years. And my employer turned that down. I did also express that I had a religious exemption. I expressed that 4 times to my employer, and that was turned down as well. So there were hundreds of people who were fired last Monday for not being vaccinated. Most of them had applied for a medical or religious exemption. Not all, many applied for religious exemptions and did have those turned down. So it was not a given that you submitted a religious exemption and it was accepted. But the bad story doesn't end there. And this is why, I agree that we shouldn't need this bill, that our rights are actually already in place and should just be upheld. But something is going wrong, so there is some need to step in and provide guidance for employers. Beginning on November 16th, when all of the fired employees were no longer there, the only people attending work were those who were vaccinated or those who were unvaccinated but with exemptions on file. They suddenly dropped the masking and social distancing mandate for vaccinated employees. So now when you go into the workplace on Tuesday morning, no one's wearing a mask except for the unvaccinated people who have had religious or medical exemptions accepted. And the stipulation was even stricter than it had been. They were now no longer allowed to take their mask off at their desks. And that has not been a rule in the entire pandemic. The employees have always been allowed to take their mask off at their desk, but it was just a way to put more pressure on. And there were reports of the testing. They chose to tell the employees that had exemptions accepted that they had to undergo weekly testing, which was much better than the daily testing they originally threatened when the mandate was announced. That testing that was done on site was, like one person had explained, it was very aggressive, and there were a lot of nosebleeds, and that continues. Employees go into the on-site health services armed with the instructions of this is how the testing needs to happen, and it's not happening that way. They're being unnecessarily aggressive with the patients as if they're punishing them for having exemptions accepted. Many people who had their exemptions accepted also don't want to undergo the weekly testing. They don't want to have to wear a mask, but there are no exemptions allowed for that. And those employees have asked to either continue working remotely or to return to working remotely as they have over the past year. And that has been denied. They are told they must come into the office, they must wear the masks, they must social distance, and they must submit to the testing. The company announced that happily on the afternoon of the 15th that 99% of the employee workforce in the United States was either fully vaccinated or had an exemption on file. That number just simply is not true. There are things that number hides. First of all, it hides the people who, after the announcement of the mandate, reluctantly went and got vaccinated, even though it isn't what they wanted to do, because they didn't want to be like me and lose their livelihood for their families. It hides the people who chose to retire earlier than they really wanted to, just to avoid all of this. It hid people who chose to just leave the company and go work for somewhere else so they wouldn't have to deal with the mandate. In the sales force at the company, they were treated differently. If they were granted an exemption, they were told that it was a temporary exemption. They were given until November 15th to find themselves a non-customer facing role. These are sales reps. That's what they do. They interface with customers. And then when they interviewed internally for non-customer facing roles, I didn't hear a single report of one person getting accepted into one of those positions. And so those people were terminated as well. But they did offer the sales people severance packages. So some people chose a severance package. That 99% hides the people who chose to take a severance package which in no way compensated for the loss of their career. Also, the company encouraged people to resign versus being fired. Because if you resign, they said, well, there's no guarantee that you could be rehired. You would be considered rehirable. But if you were fired, you would definitely be non-rehirable. So some people chose to resign. So that 99% does not account for all of those people who were affected. And even when you account for all of those people, that 99% is still a lie. More than 1% were flat out fired. So I don't know what the answer is, but I know that something has to be done.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Clark? Representative Austin?
I'm going to ask a question. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Did you apply for unemployment benefits?
I did.
Have you given any answer yet?
No, because it's only been a week.
Okay.
So I received my last paycheck on Friday.
I'd be interested to know if you are awarded benefits. I'm interested.
I know in the state of Florida that if you're fired for not being vaccinated, that's the unemployment is actually greater than normal unemployment. I don't think Indiana has that law. I think we'll take.
I'm interested to know if you just get them. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll be glad to talk to you afterwards on that issue. Other questions for Ms. Clark? Thank you for your testimony. Ann Forte, and on deck, Tyler Johnson.
I just want to say thank you and commend you on your fortitude for sitting here for so long. Kudos to you guys, whatever party you are. I want to fully acknowledge that COVID is real and it needs to be taken seriously, and COVID vaccine injury in a growing segment of the population is also very real and needs to be taken seriously. And I am a constituent of Dennis Cruz, his district, and I think, when I talk to him and he talks about how, I'll talk to him about so-and-so, other such and such, and he's like, well, you have to remember when you have to govern everybody. And I think that's good advice, and we have to remember that. But one of the things I don't think a lot of you know is I don't think you realize the severity and the multitude of vaccine injury and that's going on. And the reason why I don't think you know that is because the NIH, the FDA, and the CDC have been, if not outright lying to the public, at the very minimum, have been covering up a great deal of known vaccine injury. And I will show evidence of that. Okay, these injuries number in the tens of thousands. They are not rare. I'm going to focus my comments made right now by actual vaccine trial participants. Okay, these are people who were in the actual Pfizer, Moderna, or they've been injured by these vaccines. The person who I'm going to give you her comments from, she was, well, and these participants, they were given at a press conference held by U.S. Senator Ron Johnson earlier this month, and he also did back one in June. If you try to Google this, especially the one in November, just last week, it's been scrubbed, okay? I have videotaped it all. I've sent it to Senator Bray and some of the other senators, so I can send that. You can see all their testimonies. This is documented. Bree Dressen, who I'm going to be quoting here, she was in trial. She was injured along with, you honestly cannot believe these stories unless you watch them. And they're all documented. She has emails, Zoom calls that were done with Peter Marks, Rachel Walensky, Janet Woodcock from the NIH, the CDC. This is all documented. You just can't find it because, well, thank you, the Trusted News Initiative that just squelches everything. And ask me how I know, because I have a website. I put up people's testimonies, real-life testimonies. YouTube takes them down. I put them up on Vimeo. You know, they're supposed to be safer. Vimeo takes them down. I now just started Rumble. Hopefully they're going to be a little more allowable to let real people telling their vaccine injury stories. So anyway, Bree, who's the one I'm going to be quoting, I want you to listen. This is Bree's testimony. And remember, she has been in contact with the heads of all these agencies. CDC, FDA, NIH, we do exist. Your system is broken and you know it. You are constantly and persistently telling the public that your review of the data is thorough and your safety systems are robust, when in reality there are huge gaps in your system every single step of the way. You are not taking care of those who suffer a reaction. Stop telling the public that you are. We, the many injured, have literally asked and have begged these agencies to acknowledge their reactions. They have declined. The agencies know that their lack of acknowledgement has created insurmountable barriers to our ability to receive medical care from doctors who rely on these agencies for information. In other words, you have tens of thousands of people who have been injured, but because the CDC, the FDA, and the NIH are not getting information out to the doctors, out to the physicians, out to the medical community saying, hey, we're seeing this, you better, be aware of this. What you're getting is people walking in saying, hey, I think I'm having a heart attack, and I think this is part of a vaccine reaction. They walk into an ER, oh, that's impossible. That's not happening because the CDC is not acknowledging it. They know, and these were Bree's words, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA. They know about the issues of the clinical trials. They know about the deaths. They know about the lack of follow-up on VAERS. They know about the injuries to children. They know about the mandates imposed on the injured. They know about the suicides as the results of months-long suffering. They know about the media censorship. They know about the scientific censorship. And if you are not aware of all of the censorship that is taking place in the scientific community, you need to educate yourself, because there are tens of thousands of doctors who have said these have to stop. Do you know that there is a healthcare agency in Illinois? They're actually now saying, hey, we need to, any child that's going to get a vaccine, we need to code their chart because they're susceptible to myopericarditis. That's legit. What are we doing? And then they were also instructed by the NIH not to talk about the research. And the stories get even worse. Again, I can send all the testimonies to anybody who wants to see them. They're the actual people. And I don't think Senator Johnson is going to go through he's desperately trying to get the word out on these people. He puts his reputation out on the line. He's not going to do this for false stories. They're all documented. These people cannot get help
through the government. Bree, in her testimony, she's like, if the government won't help us, if the drug companies won't help, these are people who have been injured in the trials by Pfizer. Pfizer won't talk to them. They have no place to go, so they go to social media. They find groups, and what does Facebook do? They're in their support groups. Facebook breaks them up. So what choice do they have then to go to social media? So now there are several websites that are now just putting up vaccine injury. I was in one, there was 145,000 members. Facebook took it down. You have to understand the censorship. You don't know. I've committed probably 20 to 40 hours a week on this for the last 10 months. You guys just don't know because you're not out there. And nobody, you're only getting what you get from the CDC or the FDA. Anyway, I want to read this letter that Bree reads at the press conference. This is from somebody who was vaccine injured. She says, Bree, I can't take this any longer. This has taken everything away from me. My career, my family, my life. My body will not stop attacking itself, and this is beyond the worst amount of torture. They, the government agencies, have further erased my very existence. Please accept my apologies. I must bid farewell to this world. Please tell our stories. Please make sure the world knows the cruelty that has been imposed on us. That's real. Bree ends saying, CDC, NIH, FDA, Anthony Fauci, you erased her and the many like her. This is the government. This is the government that is doing this. And now you guys are all made aware of it, so you're without excuse. You now know what's happening. You have a responsibility to protect every Indiana resident from the gross negligence of a federal government that has treated its citizen in the most unconscionable manner. Watch the videos. This quote from vaccine-injured Sean Barkovich, who is a very pro-vaccine nurse practitioner researcher, said in his testimony, we deserve safe and effective vaccines and an effective and safe government. I don't think we have either right now. When the truth becomes known, because it will come out, the number of lawsuits that will be filed against all businesses, schools, and employers that are now mandating it will be calculated. Every business should be hoping that you pass a law that says mandates aren't going to be required because you're going to save their butt in the long run. Because you can't hide all this. You can't. It will come out. So every Hoosier needs to be allowed, without exception, to have full informed consent. And unfortunately, they can't even have informed consent because they're not being told the risks. And because they don't have informed consent, you cannot in any way, shape, or form pass a mandate. You can't. Because people don't know. They do not have informed consent, so therefore you have no way to pass a mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Forte. Questions for Ms. Forte? Thank you. Tyler Johnson. Jessica Washburn on deck.
Thank you. I'm an emergency physician from Northeast Indiana. I'm a current president of the Indiana ACEP, which is the state chapter of emergency physicians. I'm a member of a board of a hospital in a community setting. I'm a director of an emergency department. I know a lot of people who are affected by this. I'm not representing any of those organizations. I'm here as a Hoosier. I'm here as a concerned citizen that we really appreciate what you're trying to do here. I think it's really hard to legislate back a right. I'll start with that. So I understand it's really difficult to kind of tease out some of those things, and that's what you're hearing today. I actually applaud asking for a lot of the data on this stuff, because there's actually not a lot out there. It's really hard to tease some of that stuff out. And all we can give is experience on a lot of these things, because it's still pretty fresh. I do have a lot of people. I spent the last probably 5 days on the phone with nurses, physicians, worried that they're going to have a job in a week. You know, they feel backed into a corner, and I hate that for them. The emotional toll, you saw that from people here today, you know, letting it out, and that's awesome. I love that kind of emotion. But the emotional toll of this mandate is actually applying harder to a lot of these people than the actual COVID itself. People have braved through this for almost 2 years now, you know? And so it's really hard to see that. And I do commend every healthcare worker that walked in here today. Some of them already lost their job, but there are a lot of threats from state medical boards, from health systems, putting pressure on them not to speak out on these things. And so I do commend them on being here. We were talking, I think I just want to challenge one thing that was brought up very early on, I think by some of the chamber folks, is that these people are a risk to their patients or their customers, and I don't know that I ever heard data to explain that, you know, I'm a risk to my patients. I don't know we have data in our health system to say that. I don't know of any case of the people around me spreading it to our patients. So I don't know that I'm that much risk to my patients. And I know there's several people in here that I've actually taken care of in the lobby and in the room that I don't think they were that scared of being taken care of by someone, whether they're vaccinated or unvaccinated. I've never been asked that question. One thing that the lady before me just brought up was consent. I heard you ask a great question to the student about getting tested. I will tell you that as a medical professional, at that point, he cannot consent to be tested, right? He's been coerced. He's given a mandate, do this or do that to keep his job. So he really can't consent to be tested from a medical standpoint. Same thing with the people who rushed off to get the vaccine. Now you're giving them a vaccine that they couldn't consent to, right? They've been coerced, they've been threatened. Any of those things apply, then you really can't consent to that vaccine or that procedure. I really wanted to be kind of short. I know it's been a long day. I had 6 hours to write down all my testimony, so I could have given you a long time, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions? Senator Taylor.
Thank you. Is it Dr. Johnson?
It's Dr. Johnson, yes.
Okay, well, he called you Mr. I'm going to correct him and and upgrade you to Dr. Johnson.
I have Tyler Johnson on here, Senator, and I go by the written word.
Sorry about that. All right, so Dr. Johnson, you're an emergency medical professional. All right, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I'm assuming to retain your position, you had to get vaccinated, right?
I'm at risk of losing a job.
Okay. So here's kind of along the lines that I asked the young people up here. I'm really perplexed by the medical profession saying vaccination mandate, which I want to get to that in a second, means my choice. Taking away my choice. You agree with that?
Yeah, there's a bigger picture right there, and that's something you guys are asked to balance, right? That employer versus employee
No,
kind
I'm
of
talking
discussion.
about your personal choice.
Yeah, if you're mandating me to do something, if you're threatening me with something to do, then my choice has been taken away.
So what if they said in the hospitals that you don't have to have non-porous floors?
Right.
Because, in a hospital, you got to have porous floors. There's different standards for cleaning.
Right.
There's different. So
they're not putting that porous floor into my body.
No. I mean, don't misconstrue. I agree you should have a choice to do whatever you want. That choice has consequences, though, is what I'm trying to get at. So if I go into a hospital and someone had been bleeding after surgery, the reason why they have marble floors and hard floors, non-porous floors, you do understand the reasons why, right?
For sure.
So if I went in there they said, hey, you need to wear shoes with grips on them. And I'm like, no, I don't wear animal skin shoes. And I slip and fall. It's on me, right?
It's kind of a complex question, but yeah.
No. I'm actually trying to talk to you about the healthcare facility and what we have different standards for healthcare facilities. For example, let me change the question. When you build a healthcare facility, do you think the same standards for those structures are the same as if you build a commercial building?
There's actually a wide variety of standards in Indiana for healthcare facilities, yes.
But do you think they're more stringent or less stringent than the average building?
I'm actually not very familiar with the things outside of healthcare. So
they're more stringent. So you got more stringent building codes, you got more stringent safety codes, you got more stringent, all those codes associated with being in a healthcare facility. For what reason do you believe?
For protecting the people there and the patients, right? So right. I'll agree to that.
Okay.
I'll agree to that.
And you decided to go in the medical profession on your own, knowing that.
Took a little time, yeah.
Right.
I probably didn't know that when I started. It takes a while to go through that process.
That's fair. That's fair. So, do you really think? I guess the question is for you. Final question. You don't want to take the vaccine because you believe that you shouldn't put something in your body that you don't understand.
This isn't even about me. This is about being able to consent to what's being done to you, right? And so you have a nurse or a patient. I wouldn't even do this to a patient, right?
Well, you can't do it to a patient.
Right. So that's what I am. As soon as I walk into the hospital.
You're an employee.
Right. But I'm getting a medical treatment, correct? So there's a patient relationship there.
No, you're not. You get a medical treatment?
Is the vaccine a medical treatment?
But no, your employer is providing medical services to you?
I hope so if they're giving me a vaccine.
Well, that's a whole nother level. We could talk about that privately. That's a whole nother level of legal ramifications if that's what's happening. But the part I'm talking to you about is when you have to do certain things in that medical facility for the protection of the patients and yourself. And I'm just trying to understand. So I'm trying to understand. And again, you could choose not to, but what you believe you should not be able to have the vaccine and work in the hospital.
So I'm misunderstanding maybe. I think you're saying I'm a threat to my patient then. And I think we're going to disagree on that.
No, you're saying that, or your hospital's saying that, because from what I understand as a medical doctor, if you are vaccinated, the number of particulates that you throw off, right? Am I correct?
Well, there's varying studies on that. There's a few studies that show that your viral load is about the same, or it peaks about at the same level. And so we don't know. The short studies show that you probably were likely mildly more protective being vaccinated, but there's also studies that contradict that. I'll tell you, in all of COVID, it's really hard to pin down fact. I'll agree with you on that.
Okay.
It's just really hard to pin down fact.
Okay, okay, all right. I'm sorry. I just, for someone in the medical profession, with all the standards that you have for safety and cleanliness and all those other things, I guess what you're saying is because you have to put the shot in your body, that's the difference.
It's not even a vaccine thing. I'm not anti-vaccine by any means. It's about a state or another person. Essentially, that's how we're going to treat
your employer.
Another corporation, essentially telling you have to get something in your body, right? So that's, it'd be the same as me walking up to you and saying, to be in this room, you have to be vaccinated, right? Or to be a senator or to be a House rep to be vaccinated.
Okay. All right, I understand your point now. I thought you were talking about all the employee-employer relationship was the key to it all. But
I'm glad we got through that.
All right. No, I'm glad you did, and thank you for working during the pandemic as a medical professional. Right. You guys are frontline workers, and I respect what you do.
Appreciate that.
Representative Austin for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask this question, one, because I've been a teacher, and two, because I'm a mom. And I really am interested because this is really, I've been thinking about this a lot. When my kids were little, I had a wonderful pediatrician, Stan Kepner. And, and I talked to him, my boys are 34 and 35 now. And I talked to him, and he said, Terry, you give them measles, mumps, rubella. My question to you is, and I don't know whether you're a father, sir, but you're a doctor.
I've got four wonderful children.
Okay, so help me to understand. Help me to understand where the disconnect is, and I'm really struggling, I'm trying to understand this, between the vaccine that many of us have chosen to give our children because the school says they need it, whether it's MMR, when they get ready to go to college, and even now I think they need DPT to go into middle school, and we've passed that legislation here. They need, what is it at the college level now? Meningitis, because kids died at IU and other places. Help me to understand, how do you see that being different? And I really am interested. I want to know why, because you probably more than anybody have some real insight into this, from both being a dad and a physician.
I think you kind of answered your own question, though, that you mentioned it was a choice for you to get your kids vaccinated, right?
Well, not to get into school and stuff, no.
Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure my kids had a choice to be vaccinated to go to school or not. And I had the choice to get my kids vaccinated if I wanted to. Yeah, it's something to look up later. I'm not going to argue with you now. That's okay. Okay.
So you think it was because they had the choice, or that's?
I mean, as a parent, I want to decide whether my kid, and I'm going to talk with my physician and choose what's best for them.
Sure.
That isn't even applicable to what we're talking about with a vaccine mandate, because I can't talk to a physician and get a medical opinion. My employer is telling me this is what's best for you. Okay. This is what's best for our company. You don't have a choice. It's either do it or gone, okay. Right?
All right. That helps me. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, I'm sorry? Senator Charbonneau? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Jessica Washburn? I'm sorry. Okay. Renee Holliday? And on deck, Laura is it Snyder, I believe? Laura Snyder left. Okay. We have about 4 or 5 more. Jennifer Nike, N-I-E-C-K, Neek, on deck. On deck. Renee, if you'd like to go ahead, please.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and for the ones that have remained to listen. My rep has left, sadly. I have concerns with this draft as it is currently written. I do appreciate the attempt that you are utilizing to provide Hoosiers protection from mandates. I am very thankful for that. However, this draft does fall short. There are many concerns. The first one I have is it states in Chapter 4.6, Section 4, as used in this chapter, immunization means the treatment of an individual with a vaccine to produce immunity. Yet we know that this shot does not produce immunity. And in fact, CDC Director Walensky said fully vaccinated persons can still get COVID and transmit it to others. Stats I just received yesterday from a local hospital are as follows. 5 out of 8 patients are vaccinated. 63% in the hospital are vaccinated. 2 out of 3 in the ICU are vaccinated. 66% in the ICU are vaccinated. And 1 out of 2 on a ventilator are vaccinated. The shot does not prevent infection. Again, CDC Walensky said the shots, continue to work well for Delta with regard to severe illness and death. They prevent it, but what they cannot do is prevent transmission. This shot does not provide any community gain. It simply provides an individual benefit of supposedly reducing symptoms for the individual. So public gain can no longer be used as a reason for the mandate. What are we all debating about here is whether or not the government can mandate a therapeutic treatment for individual benefit. Therefore, the fact that an individual must apply for an exemption to refuse an individual medical treatment is unheard of. In addition, the weekly testing is an issue because obviously based on previous statements and data that is being released, the vaccinated can still spread COVID. Requiring somebody with an exemption on file to undergo weekly testing when everyone can spread COVID is discrimination and unequal treatment based on the risks. If testing is happening, it needs to be required of all employees if we're claiming a safe workplace. This bill also has no penalties for not following it. There is no enforcement. Here is one example of discrimination and segregation in the workplace. A local warehouse has an unvaccinated individual who does have a religious exemption. It was granted to him, thankfully. The accommodations that they have provided are that he must leave the main building in order to use a bathroom. He cannot use any common area at work. he cannot use the break room, and he cannot interact with any other individuals while in the workplace. With this bill, you also leave out government entities because you feel they are protected under HB 1405. All that does is prevent an agency from requiring a passport. They can and still will require the shot as a condition of employment. For example, new Carmel City employees are required to attest to receiving the shot for employment, putting them in a very uncomfortable position if they want employment in the city of Carmel. All three of these mandates are affecting my family personally. My college daughter, majoring in Homeland Security, will be seeking private sector work after graduation due to the federal mandate. My youngest daughter wants to be a nurse, but she will be seeking to do something else with her future due to the CMS mandate. And my son, in an electrical apprenticeship, had to give up a dream placement due to OSHA mandates. These mandates are causing workplace segregation and division. Everyone needs a choice as to what goes into their body. You as legislators say you do not want to dictate what businesses do. However, here you sit, letting the federal government dictate what businesses do. Indiana legislators, you must step up and be a leader. You can ban the mandates completely. You can make it prohibited to even ask someone's vaccine status. Or you can make vaccine status a protected class against discrimination. But this bill needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Holliday? Thank you for your testimony. Is it Nike? Veek? I'm sorry. Ms. Veek, you are up. Leah Wilson is on deck.
So I'm a little nervous. I'm not a public speaker, so forgive me. My name is Jennifer Veek, and I am just representing myself as a concerned citizen and as a mother. And so I hope that my voice will hold as much weight as these other professionals up here that you have given time to and asked them questions. So I hope when you draft this bill and make your changes, I hope that you consider everybody's testimony. So I had a whole thing. A group of people helped me write this. But I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to touch on some other points that I want to make. Pulling up my information here. So the point of this meeting, from what I understand today, is to clarify the language in the bill or draft, whatever. So this is about mostly religious exemptions, other exemptions. So what we're doing by even allowing or not allowing these exemptions is giving validity to the federal government that this mandate should even happen. So we shouldn't have to come here and ask you for our freedom. We shouldn't even have to do that. And one other thing I want to say here is at the beginning of the day this morning, I think this gentleman right here said that, well, you know, we can't tell businesses what to do, which is hilarious because that's all you do. You tell businesses and individuals what they can do every day. And you are in the business of confiscating rights from the people and selling them back to them for a profit. That's what you do. So when a politician says to you, we can't do that, I'm going to be skeptical, and I want a team of constitutional lawyers to back up that claim. Lawyers that you don't have any professional or personal connection to. So this is serious business, and this is the fight of our lives. And this needs to be taken very seriously. So this whole thing is completely illegitimate. So a big argument I've heard today is companies have a right to keep employees safe. Well, that's true. And if you want to impose this restriction of a vaccine on an employee, then are you going to pay for their medical bills, pay for their other bills, their livelihoods? Are you going to take care of their children? when they are vaccine injured or even die? Are these employers that are coercing people into getting this vaccine? Are you also going to stand by and say, yes, I will take care of you. I will take care of your family. So why should a few employees over here, their concerns about catching COVID and being safe, why is their voice holding more weight than somebody who's concerned about vaccine injuries, first of all? So I just want to also say that these laws are being passed with the understanding that there are statistics, there's factual information that back up the need for these laws. So we're relying on the FDA, the people at the FDA, the CDC, who, by the way, are not elected officials. We did not elect these people. We didn't ask for them. So I want to point out that the World Health Organization on their website right now says they have reports of 2.5 million ADRs. So those are adverse reactions, 2.5 million. So that is way more than all other common vaccines combined. And those vaccines have been out for decades. This has only been out a few months, and they have 2.5 million. You can get on their website and verify that right now. So we're relying on the word of these people, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Merck, all of these others, pharmaceutical companies say these are safe and effective. Why should we believe them? Because they have a criminal track record. Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer have paid billions in settlements for false claim. Nobody disputes this. Billions. Their products have killed and injured people. And they have shell companies that eat up those litigations. They're completely protected because they have so much money that they can just take one of their shell companies and dispose of it. That's how they get around it. And they've also been guilty of violating federal kickback laws. So in 2010, these companies paid 4,500 doctors, scientists, and medical professionals. They paid them money to promote their products. Is that ethical? Nope. But we're expected to take their products through these laws. So you can even look at the opioid epidemic. These doctors were prescribing people opioids and these painkillers that they got addicted to because these pharmaceutical companies were paying them to. But we are expected to trust doctors, to trust the FDA, to trust these pharmaceutical companies. They're criminals. I'll tell you right now, if any of you ran for office and if you had a criminal track record that these companies do, and you were in and out of court and paying settlements, and you ran for office, you think you'd win? You think the people would want you? No. So none of these other people at Pfizer, at the FDA, at the CDC, they're not elected, but we're supposed to take their word for it, and they have been proven to be unethical. Another thing I want to point out. They want to come up here and say, the hospitals are filled with unvaccinated people. Unvaccinated this, unvaccinated that. Well, the problem is the definition of unvaccinated keeps changing. Because these people could say, yeah, this person died and he was unvaccinated, Technically, they can legally say that because even if you've had a shot, you're considered unvaccinated if you haven't got the booster. So that changes all the statistics. It's completely fraudulent. So I want to mention Merck, the pharmaceutical company, because we're supposed to take the word of these doctors. All these doctors are coming out, scientists, you know, safe and effective. So the CBS News network, a while back, I don't know the date, but it's a documentary, they reported on Merck, and Merck created a hit list to destroy, neutralize, or discredit dissenting doctors. This is an undisputable fact. This is not misinformation. This is provable. So how are we supposed to trust the medical community when all this corruption is going on? Pfizer got busted for manipulating studies. This is also a verifiable fact. We're supposed to trust professionals. Recently, pharmacies have given the wrong doses of the COVID-19 vaccine to little children. This is also a verifiable fact. And now, these two little kids in this family, I don't know their names, but it was big news. You can get on the internet and look it up. They have permanent heart damage because these people at these pharmacies screwed it up. So, on video, recently, within the last few months, the executive of the Bayer company, Bayer Pharmaceutical Company, Stefan Ulrich, on video at a conference, admitted that, quote unquote, it's gene therapy, this vaccine is gene therapy, and without the pandemic, nobody would be willing to have them injected. We're supposed to trust these people. I won't even mention the fact that they changed the definition of what a vaccine is to fit this agenda. That was on the news. It's verifiable. They changed the definition of what a vaccine is. Not just that, but the FDA will not release these studies until 2079. That this is safe and effective, but they won't give us the data on it. Verifiable. They've released a few pages. They said they have over 300,000 pages that they have to go through, and they won't release the rest of them until 2079. And this is what we're supposed to rely on. So, when we have anecdotal evidence of vaccine injuries, I know it's unprovable. You can't prove it, you just can't, right? So, when we come up here and we express our concern about that, we're told, well, you're not a medical professional. And so your opinion is invalid. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, Bill Gates is not a medical professional. But he's pushing vaccines all over the globe. And everybody takes him seriously because money talks. He is an accepted authority. So I also want to point out that OSHA, the unelected officials, changed the rule that covers up vaccine injuries. According to OSHA rules, employers must record and report work-related illnesses, injuries, and fatalities. This recording requirement initially also applied to adverse reactions suffered by employees who had to get the COVID shot as a requirement for employment. This rule was changed last May. OSHA will not enforce the recording requirement if the injury or fatality involves the COVID jab, even if required for employment. The non-enforcement will remain through May of 2022. With this change, OSHA is covering up vaccine injuries and hindering workers from seeking compensation.
Ms. Veek, could you speak to the bill draft, please?
Yes.
I know you're very passionate about it, and we understand.
So my overall point was that we shouldn't be up here saying, thank you for allowing these exemptions, because we shouldn't have to stand up here and defend our beliefs. And it excludes other people too. What about healthy people that can't get a medical exemption? What about non-religious people? What about them? Do they not have a voice? So my point is, with these little nuances that you have in this bill, there's way too many gray areas. And other people have given testimony of all these different scenarios of what could happen. And what's going to happen is if you allow these businesses to do whatever they want to their employees, it's going to open a whole can of worms for all these different problems, because the wording is extremely vague. So if you're going to get into the specifics and need wording, you've got to get into everything else. How do you verify if you're going to make them take testing? How do you know these tests are accurate? Somebody else had mentioned that they need to be audited. And that's a great idea, because if you are going to allow this to happen, you've got to make sure that everything is ethical and correct. If you were going to pass these laws, you got to prove it's ethical. And so far, everything about this is unethical and dishonest. So before I close, I do want to say that many people who showed up today found out about this at the last minute, so they came unprepared for your questions. And so I hope that their testimony, when they try to answer questions, isn't going to be disregarded, because they're not professionals. And they weren't prepared to give their sources or answer specific little questions that you may have. So it's really unfair to expect that. So the overall point of people's testimony today was that they want it thrown out. They want protected. They don't want their employers to coerce them into this. It shouldn't even be discussed. So I know you're going to do whatever you want anyways. I know that. So if you're going to pass this, then you need to take this very seriously, because if it comes to fruition that these vaccines are injuring people and people are going to lose their livelihoods, people are going to get really angry, and they're going to remember the people who didn't protect us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Veek? Thank you for your testimony. Leah Wilson and Erica Comerford on deck. Okay.
Is it fair to say good evening now? Leah Wilson, Indiana resident and business owner, executive director of Stand for Health Freedom. We have over 17,000 individuals speaking up for health freedom in the state of Indiana, and over 500,000 nationwide. I really do want to thank y'all for making this a priority in an unprecedented fashion. It seems that you have heard the voices of Hoosiers and asking for protection from private mandates. So I do believe it is worth our time to be here even before the holiday and before January session. So thank you so much. I want to speak to the policy under consideration. I do like that it has in there the broad religious exception that does not allow for further inquiry, similar to what we currently have for Indiana schools, K through 12, and that it says there cannot be adverse action taken. However, the policy under consideration allows for exemptions for religious, medical, and 6 months of natural immunity, but it is built around the COVID-19 vaccine and the rights of employers to require that vaccine. We need to ask why we are building a policy around a personal health product. We know the CDC Director Walensky has told America back in August that the product does not stop transmission. Medicare and Medicaid data show us that 71% of cases are breakthrough cases. So vaccinated people can still get infected and can still transmit post-vaccination. It does not even stop hospitalizations. In Germany right now, 45% of the hospitalizations are in vaccinated patients. We are not 1 year into this vaccination program, and boosters are now being called for in all age groups as of last week. Those with compromised immune systems can now receive their 4th booster. Add to that the rather risky side effect profile that many have spoken to, with almost 1 million reports in the CDC database. So I want to ask you to refrain from building a policy that reinforces that the vaccine is the only way forward. That's not to say that people shouldn't be able to receive it, and I think Indiana has done a great job of making the product accessible to Hoosiers. However, we do not want force and we do not want coercion. We have learned that natural immunity is the strongest defense against COVID, but those with natural immunity, ironically, are being treated as less worthy than the vaccinated. They're still forced to test and mask, even though the vaccine breakthrough cases are rising and natural immunity is long lasting. What's clear here is that we need anti-discrimination language that puts an end to treating people differently. It is 100% wrong to treat those who don't vaccinate as inferior and as sick. Exemptions are simply not enough because we have seen several people here today, and we at Stand for Health Freedom have heard from thousands of Hoosiers, concerned Hoosiers, say that the exemptions were filed and they were not enough to protect their jobs. They are not protecting our fundamental rights. So we should not be forced to ask permission from the government or an employer to opt out in regards to our own health choices. We have clear anti-discrimination language in our state to protect people against religious discrimination, sex discrimination, disability discrimination, etc. But right now, post-COVID, vaccine discrimination is alive and well. We need to face the elephant in the room, and rather than legislate based on an experimental product, let's pass a law that will end the blatant discrimination in the workplace. We all agree that we want to be careful not to tell businesses how to operate. The framework of the preliminary draft before us does tell businesses what exemptions that they must honor and how they must be willing to honor them and what costs they must absorb, which makes the employee who claims an exemption more expensive. So that framework does regulate the business, but also opens the door for discrimination. I ask that instead of utilizing the exemption framework, we go the route Montana did and make it illegal to discriminate based on the vaccine status for COVID-19. This will protect the privacy of employees because no exemption has to be filed. Therefore, it will protect religious employees from being treated differently, protect medically fragile employees from being treated differently, and stop people from being treated as sick until proven healthy. The exemptions model is simply not enough, and it erodes over time, and it has not held up over the last 18 months for Hoosiers. Exemptions did not stop Amtrak from using the starvation accommodation, where some of those who filed for religious exemption were placed on a 90-day leave with instructions that they will be fired if they seek other income. But no guarantee of reemployment at day 91 has been given. The exemption model also did not stop Ascension from firing the nurses with religious beliefs that you heard from today, or others from Lilly. If we stop short of anti-discrimination policy, the private sector will continue to be bullied and forced into doing the bidding of our overreaching federal government. Exemptions are not enough because it is near impossible to find a doctor to write a medical exemption. We had a report in the state of Indiana that a cancer patient with a weakened heart from chemo and radiation could not get their own oncologist to write a medical exemption. Doctors are unwilling to write them for pregnant women, and it should not be the doctor's choice. It never has been the doctor's choice, it's the patient's choice. Informed consent as a basic human right is not reserved for only religious or those with known medical needs. Also, please note that police powers remain with the state, so we can unapologetically protect Hoosiers with a state policy. Medical mandates plus exemptions take a chunk of our freedom and give a minor concession for some to retain choice but be treated differently. We need equal protection, no different treatment. There is no moral or scientific reason to treat vaccinated and unvaccinated differently. I have drafted an amendment that I would be happy to work on with any of you on this committee. I'm asking each of you to consider to amend this language to say that no employer may infringe on the fundamental rights of the individual to make their own healthcare decisions and make it unlawful to exercise any discriminatory practice in the workplace or refuse to hire or employ or discriminate against the employee based on COVID-19 vaccine status. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Questions from the committee for Ms. Wilson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Comerford, this is the one we've all been waiting for. I'm sorry somebody had to be the last.
That's okay. I appreciate it because I actually got here an hour and a half early this morning to make sure I was able to be on the list early. So we'll just book in the day with good testimony, right? So with that, I really do want to thank you for hanging in there today and making sure all of us get to express our concerns, our appreciation, and all of these things. I know that this bill, I'm really happy with this bill for the most part because I see for the first time a lot of motivation in the legislature for these kinds of protections that I've been coming here for many years now asking for these and have been asked kind of where's the fire? Why do you need this? And now the fire's here and I'm so happy that a lot of you that I've asked for help, if the day ever comes, you're coming with the help. So thank you so much. I have a lot of things I'm not going to read because it's been touched on a lot. So bear with me as I try and recalculate here. But I did want to make one comment. I believe it was Senator Taylor was asking if the CMS mandate had a testing component, and no, they do not. The OSHA does, and the federal mandate does not either. So I believe it was just OSHA. I am a former healthcare worker. I'm married to a healthcare worker. I'm now a full-time homeschooling mom of 4. And from the healthcare worker perspective, I'm very concerned about a lot of the language. I'm not going to hit on it too much because other people have done a really great job. But you can see that there's a lot of cases where exemptions have not been honored. And for some reason, healthcare workers seem to be second-class citizens when it comes to rights, because it's like, well, yeah, but hospitals are different. But if you're standing up with this bill and saying Hoosiers have the right to employment, that's all Hoosiers, not just those not in healthcare. And certainly when people got into healthcare, it was a much friendlier environment. And so now to turn around and have to say, well, I can't use any of this education to transition to another career, I'm starting over and I have young kids and I can't afford to start over right now. So expanding these protections would be essential for my family and for many others. The other issue I have with the bill is with lowering the age for standing orders to 5-year-olds. For anyone who may not know, a standing order is issued by the state health commissioner or other authority and is like an open-ended prescription. This allows people to receive vaccines at vaccine clinics and at pharmacies. This is why Walmart can advertise a free gift card if you come in for a flu shot. The purpose, according to immunize.org, is to increase vaccination rates. I don't have any problems with expanding access to vaccines, including the COVID vaccine, for adults or even teens. I do have a major concern with expanding the current standing orders from ages 11 plus to now 5 plus. For one, children under 12 are not authorized to receive the adult COVID vaccine and instead must take the child vaccine, which is roughly half the dosage. We have all heard reports on the news about pharmacies and vaccine clinics in other states having mix-ups and giving young children the adult dose. And we ask ourselves, how could that happen? Standing orders like these are how that happens. Understaffed medical systems are how that happens. Receiving double-dosed vaccines that are not FDA approved for children happens when we allow our most vulnerable and beloved children to be vaccinated by a stranger rather than their PCP. Pediatricians' offices will not be carrying a supply of adult doses, and these mix-ups can be avoided if we leave the standing orders as they are now. Pediatricians also know these children and their medical histories. They've spent years getting to know what is normal for that child, who may have contraindications, and who is a great candidate for the vaccine. Making access to these vaccines more convenient does not, in fact, improve health outcomes for children. We must have higher standards of care for our most vulnerable. I'm urging you to prioritize safety ahead of expediency for our kids. Children under 11 have never, in the state of Indiana, been able to receive a vaccine under a standing order, ever. It's been 11 plus. Now, with this new experimental vaccine, is not the time to start expanding to 5-year-olds and up. I'm going to just throw a couple bullet points out in response to other things that were mentioned. One of the most important is there's been a lot of discussion, especially for healthcare workers, about the danger that a healthcare worker might present to their patient by having an unvaccinated status. And actually, a local hospital, I'll just say that for fear of retaliation, announced on a conference call last week that of all the employee COVID positive tests, cases that have come back, 60% were considered fully vaccinated, 40% were either partially vaccinated or completely unvaccinated. So the vaccinated are actually more likely in this specific hospital to have contracted COVID, and the partially vaccinated or unvaccinated were less. Even if it was 50-50, we need to not, like others have said, limit the testing to only the unvaccinated, because that is the threat to patients. Is if you're saying that testing is important or not, no risk of transmission is important, then you have to test everyone. Or you say, listen, if you come to the hospital, you're not guaranteed to be free from COVID because there's COVID patients here. So yes, your healthcare worker might have COVID, but also the person in the room next to you might have COVID. So it's not perfect, and we're not guaranteed by anyone, God or legislature, to be have the right to live in a society without disease. That right has never been granted. Another point that I wanted to make to the two OBGYNs, which I respect their opinion, but smoking also harms the health of mother and baby, leads to intubation, leads to other unfortunate outcomes. But this legislature has never, and I doubt ever will, mandate under the threat of job loss that employees lose their jobs if they smoke while pregnant. So we're not legislating other bad behavior or things that harm infants or mothers. Another point is that Vermont actually has the highest vaccine rate in the country, but is also 12th on the list for the highest rate of new COVID cases as of November 12th. 72% of their population is fully vaccinated, and yet they're the 12th highest. So another case, there's also an Israel study, but another case where the vaccine is not shown to stop transmission. So this forcing vaccination is not going to guarantee the outcome that is desired. Let's see. One other point, I'm not sure if someone mentioned it or not, but OSHA has recently said that employers do not need to track adverse events from their employees anymore, even if they mandated the vaccine on their employees, because there will not be workman's comp claims eligible. So I question how an employer could mandate something as a condition of employment and then not receive payout if they were injured. And then one more thing I'm going to read to you is actually language from the EEOC. They updated their guidance on October 25th. It says, EEOC guidance explains that the definition of religion is broad and protects beliefs, practices, and observances with which the employer may be unfamiliar. Therefore, the employer should ordinarily assume that an employee's request for religious accommodation is based on a sincerely held religious belief, practice, or observance. However, if an employee requests a religious accommodation and an employer is aware of facts that provide an objective basis for questioning either the religious nature or the sincerity of a particular belief, practice, or observance, the employer would be justified in requesting additional supporting information. So they essentially lay out in that language that there were some comments made earlier, and I don't remember from all the places, but about who gets to vet what a religious belief is. And the federal organization tasked with answering that question issued guidance or updated guidance on October 25th that said beliefs are sincere unless you have factual basis to justify further questioning, termination, I mean, any of those. So we should have these rights protected at the federal level, but that's not happening. We should have these rights protected at the state level if this passes. I'm concerned that that still won't be enough, but aside from an overhaul of the system, I'm not sure what the answer would be. The only other thing I'm going to do is Jessica, who had signed up to testify earlier, who had to leave, I told her I would go ahead and read her statement while I was here. And I'll do that really quickly. She says she is a nurse practitioner. Her specialty is in mental health, specifically in addiction medicine. Through the pandemic, she has worked inpatient at a major hospital in the area. Her hospital has implemented a vaccine mandate, and they are not backing off of this mandate despite the federal pause on the OSHA mandate. She provided her employer with documentation requesting a religious exemption for the vaccine as it goes against her strongly held beliefs. She was told that her exemption request for both flu and COVID would be denied because it placed unneeded burden on the facility. She respectfully asked her facility to please explain how regular testing or screening and or continuing to wear a mask would place undue burden on the system, as this is already in place and has been in place as a safety measure throughout the pandemic. She asked that they reconsider the rejection of both the flu and COVID vaccine religious exemption requests. They responded to her request to reconsider and approved her request for the flu exemption, but continued to deny her request for the COVID vaccine exemption. She was set to return to work for maternity leave on today, November 23rd. Now, due to her exemption being denied, she cannot return to work. This leaves her colleagues and patients shorthanded. She has faithfully showed up to her place of employment while pregnant through the duration of the pandemic. She requested her strongly held religious beliefs be upheld by her employer, and they responded by saying that it places undue burden on their system, despite measures already having been in place to promote safety and wellness. The exemptions were not enough for her, and she's afraid they will not be enough in the future. She's asking you to please make it illegal to discriminate based on vaccine status and to expand the current language to make vaccine status a protected class. And I believe that that is all she said. If anyone has any questions for me, I can answer. Unfortunately, I don't think I can answer any for her.
Thank you, Ms. Comerford.
Thank you.
Questions?
Just one.
Senator Taylor.
You keep doing that.
I just want to promote you over here to the good side.
I just wanted to ask this witness, right now, did you know that our civil rights statutes don't even support or actually protect veteran status?
I don't.
Okay. I think we need to start there first before we, but I respect your
think there's a
thoughts.
lot of groups that are not getting the protections
Right.
that they need, and unfortunately, it seems as if even though it's in, I mean, the Civil Rights Act is where this Title VII, religious
Right.
exemption is, that's not being enforced. So what other civil rights are not going to be enforced? And unfortunately, it's at your cost to hire an attorney to try and get that enforced.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that. I respect what you're asking.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions for Erica? Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience.
Thanks to everyone for staying and hearing all of us out.
yes.
We appreciate it.
Representative Lehman, would you like to very briefly close? Your name? Okay, I don't have one here, but if you'd like to very briefly come up. Okay. Senator Bray said he called your name and you weren't in the room at the time or something, and so we apologize. If you can, very briefly.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I know you said very briefly, but I have some bad news. Not only am I an attorney, I'm also an ordained minister. And so
we could excuse you from your testimony if you'd like.
And I don't know how those two mix or whatever. My wife says I'm damaged goods because of it. But that being said, I do tell people this, though, being an attorney as well as a minister, I'm guaranteed I'll be welcome wherever I end up in the afterlife. Real quickly, just two points. First of all, the timing. Obviously, I think we've covered that very, very well, that this is an urgent matter. Myself and two other attorneys represent about 150 of Ascension Healthcare employees that have been put on suspension as of November 12th. And they are suspended without pay. And of course, being suspended, they cannot apply for unemployment benefits and so forth. Then on January 4th, they will be terminated of sorts. So yes, this is an urgent matter, and I want to thank you all. I mean, coming in on Thanksgiving week and on Monday next week, I know that's unusual for the legislature to do that, and very, very much appreciated, certainly by these Ascension 150 employees and others that you've heard from today. That being said, the one area that I would ask that this body consider in adopting, you've made it very clear that you provide the employees with protection from any sort of adverse action by the employer should they avail themselves of the religious exemption request. And that's the main one that I'm focused on. All of the ones that we've dealt with have primarily been almost or 5 p.m. on November 12th, I will be suspended pending further investigation and acceptance with the associate coaching, counseling, corrective action guidelines, and continued failure to comply will be deemed a voluntary resignation for non-employees, individuals, et cetera, et cetera. So these employees, before they can even ask to be exempt, before they can even, as a prerequisite, a precondition to even filling out the form to request an exemption, they have to agree that if they're denied, that they will be on suspension until January 4th, and as of January 4th, then they have voluntarily resigned. I don't see how anyone can apply or request or place on someone that kind of burden and language. Of course, the suspension and voluntary resignation plays out and has significant effects concerning unemployment and so forth. So I would ask this body to please consider that maybe as one of the, we're in favor of this legislation. It's not perfect. There are issues we have with it. There's issues other people have with it, but that's what this is for. And that is one of the issues that we would like to see addressed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and for letting me come in.
Thank you, Mr. Rodebush. Questions? Representative Austin?
I do have Mr. Rodenbush. Thank you for telling us that you represent the employees who've been suspended. And are they terminated at this point then?
They are not terminated. They are on this, at least they agreed to be sort of, in essence, to this suspension, which lasts Initially, it was till December 1st and then December 8th, but with the mandate that came out on November 4th, 5th from OSHA and CMS, then that deadline was extended until till January 4th. So from 5 p.m. on November 12th until January 4th, they are on suspension. And of course, during that time, they're asked, reconsider, please, get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If they don't do it, then as of January 4th, in my opinion, they are terminated. However, according to Ascension, they are voluntarily resigned.
So they still have a chance to get their job back then?
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I mean, the insinuation is if you get vaccinated, even up until January 4th, if you start the process or get the one-shot Johnson & Johnson deal, then they have the likelihood of being reinstated in a same or similar job that they were in before. After that, then they have to start the whole employment process over, and there's no guarantees, obviously, at that point.
Okay. Is there any discussion of retroactive pay or?
Our understanding, and there's mixed information kind of flowing around. We get bits and pieces here and there. What I understand is they're suspended without pay as of November 12th, that they are provided health benefits during this time from November 12th up until January 4th. They get their health benefits. However, if they don't get the vaccine, those health benefits are paid for through their PTO accounts, or if they've accrued any vacation time or anything like that, then come January 4th, their vacation pay or whatever they've accrued goes toward paying those premiums. And if that doesn't cover all the premiums for the 6-8 week period that they've been on suspension, then they get a bill for the remainder. So I hope that answered your question in terms of, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions, Representative Smoltz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you filed suit yet?
We have not personally, our group, there is a lawsuit that's been filed. Class action is being sought. And more likely than not, all of the similarly situated Ascension employees, including the majority of the ones that we are representing, will become a part of that class. At the present, is filing a lawsuit, if I'm assuming you're talking like in federal court or state court. Now, all of these individuals we have encouraged and helped, and they are in the process, if not already, of filing claims with the EEOC for religious discrimination. So, which generally you have to file with the EEOC and get your right to sue letter before you can file elsewhere. But because of all that's going on around the country and trying to get all these cases consolidated and put through, the Southern District of Indiana did allow the lawsuit to go forth, which is working on class certification. And the hearing on that is November 10th.
Thank you.
Senator Taylor?
Probably to be December 10th, but, or is it November 10th? Are we past November?
I'm sorry, not November 10th, December 10th.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I apologize.
Mr. Raubush, you practice law, right? You have legal education.
Yes.
So here's the thing for me as a lawyer. We have a thing called supremacy clause.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what that is, right? So what if you support this language that's being offered right now, right, for state?
For the most part, like
Okay,
I said,
so-
it's not perfect, and there's things
But
that
you would, if you were a member of this body, you'd vote for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's say the courts uphold the quote unquote mandate that we've been talking about all day. Would this bill have any effect?
If the courts, which courts are
The
we talking?
Supreme Court of the
Supreme
United
Court?
States upheld the right to the federal government to have a mandate. Would this piece of legislation that we are doing right now have any force of law?
If there was any overlap, then the federal
Thank you.
as would do so. However, I've not researched that point in depth. My issue with this is with the religious, making sure the religious exemptions. But yes, in general terms, if the Supreme Court came out and
Well, the
said
religious exemption right now is provided for in the quote-unquote mandate, right?
in the what?
In the mandate for the federal government?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
it's religious exemption clause is provided for both in the OSHA mandate as well as the CMS mandate.
So this one that we're doing today, for example, that these people who rely on us to pass laws, if we pass this next week on Monday and it goes into effect, and then the Supreme Court says we've upheld the federal mandate for theirs, that would be in direct conflict, and therefore the federal would trump.
Whatever portions are overlapped.
I just wanted to make sure.
Sure.
Okay.
This bill, deals with and allows, seems to me to be all employees, whether you're OSHA employees or whether you're CMS employees,
Right.
the right to
Right.
choose to be tested once a week, as opposed to taking the vaccine.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Rodenbush? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You have the distinction of being the last one to testify.
Yes. And as a minister, I can give the benediction too. So.
Representative Lehman, very briefly.
Thank you very much, and I do, considering the hour, this is going to be extremely brief. I want to thank everybody, and the room's now practically empty, but everyone who did testify, they came with their thoughts, some opposed, some supported, some were neutral. I think what I took away from that is I heard several issues that probably need to be addressed. The federal contract language, the pregnancy issue, cost of employees, the out-of-state nursing licensing issues. Some of the dates, there were some questions on some of the dates. It was brought up several times about what's the ramifications if we don't comply. So I think there's several issues here that we're going to have to continue to discuss. I think the majority of this was around health care. And I think that, again, I think we're already in somewhat of a healthcare crisis. And I thought one of the best quotes of the day was, our patients are more at risk under being treated by unvaccinated nurses or not being treated at all. And I think that puts us in a position of the urgency of this. And so we'll continue, and I want to thank everybody for their input.
Thank you, Representative Lehman. Thank you to the Senate Rules Committee. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get some clarification because I've gotten two different explanations of process for Monday. President Bray indicated there would be second reading amendments. I thought I understood him to say that when he was at the podium earlier.
Senator Bray operates on the other side of the aisle.
That's why I'm bringing this up. So President Bray indicated that there would be second reading amendments. Shall I assume that the Senate will have second reading amendments? And then the information I received from our Chief of Staff, based on information from the Speaker's office in the House, is that a bill will be filed, a bill will not be filed until Monday, November 29th. There will be a motion to suspend the rules as the first order of business on Monday, with an intention to proceed straight to third reading with no opportunity for second reading amendments. Is my understanding correct?
I can't give you 100% on that, Representative Austin. You're very close, but there are other things that could transpire in the meantime that I don't think we can commit to at this point.
Well, it shouldn't be too tough. Either we're going to have second reading amendments on Monday or we're not.
I don't know.
That came from the Speaker's office. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then talk to the Speaker. I don't speak for the speaker. I speak as chairman of the Rules Committee for the House.
So,
Let me offer this. If there's going to be a change, I would ask that we be notified before Monday
Well, certainly.
with a deadline so that we
Certainly,
know when
if
second
there's
reading
an
amendment filing
opportunity for
deadlines.
second reading amendments, you would know before the second reading.
Well, we need to know when the filing deadline will be. That's my point.
If there's an opportunity for second reading amendments, you will know in time to file second reading amendments.
That'd be great.
thank
you.
Mr. Chairman, just
Senator Taylor.
just to finish up, just to kind of tap the back of my colleagues from the other side of the building, I am confident that my colleagues, and Senator President Pro Tem Bray, I'll tell Lieutenant Governor you called him president, by the way. But anyway, President Pro Tem Bray and Mark Vesper are here, and I'm sure that we'll have enough time in the Senate to, if there is second reading amendments, we will get a suspension of the rules to allow us the time to submit our amendments as well. This is a joint committee, so I just wanted to, we good with that, Mr. President? Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the Senate Rules Committee for being patient and sitting through this long meeting. And thank you for the House Rules Committee. We are adjourned.